Chapter 1989. Naturally, even if Yang Wen did not kill Duan Lingtian now, it did not mean he would not kill Duan Lingtian in the future. The reason he did not kill Duan Lingtian now was because he was afraid of Zoroastrianism. In the future, as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yang Wen doing? It seems like he's waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. At the same time, Yang Wen's actions had attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples. They knew Yang Wen had come for the new disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, they could tell Yang Wen was not here to have a heart-to-heart talk with Duan Lingtian. This could be seen from his aggressive manner. At this moment, the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were certain Yang Wen did not come with good intentions. There's enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior brother Yang Wen? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it before as well. Moreover, one of them was in the Saint Land while the other was in the Four Symbols Sanctums. They don't seem to have any interactions, right? What's going on? Many Saint Lan disciples were puzzled when they saw Yang Wen had come with ill intentions. Confusion could be seen in their eyes. Really? All of you don't know there's enmity between senior brother Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a Saint Lan disciple asked in surprise. It was as though he had heard something shocking. What? You know about it? The group of Saint Lan disciples immediately shifted their attention to this Saint Lan disciple. Do all of you still remember how Duan Lingtian became enemies with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The Saint Lan disciple kept them in suspense as he asked this question. Of course, as soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, another Saint Lan disciple nodded and said, "It's because Duan Lingtian killed the son of Elder Li An's best friend." The other Saint Lan disciples nodded as well. They had heard of this matter before. For this reason, they admired Duan Lingtian very much. After all, no one would dare to openly go against a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism when they had just joined Zoroastrianism. Since all of you know about this matter, then do all of you know who Elder Lian's best friend is? The first disciple asked again. Don't keep me guessing. Tell me who it is. Exactly. Do you believe that we will beat you up if you continue to keep us in suspense? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were enraged when they saw the Holy Land's disciple trying to keep them in suspense again. All of them glared at him as though they would beat him up if he dared to keep them in suspense again. Although the other Holy Land's disciples didn't do the same, their gazes towards this Holy Land's disciple were filled with hostility. It's Yang Chong. At this moment, another Holy Land disciple muttered to himself for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. It was obvious that he had just remembered. Yang Chong? I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember now. The person Duan Lingtian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. When the first Holy Land's disciple spoke, another two Holy Land's disciples finally realized what was going on. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen is related to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At the same time, the Holy Land's disciples present on the scene began to speculate. At the same time, most of the Holy Land's disciples shifted their attention to the Holy Land's disciple who liked to keep them in suspense. All of them wanted to get an answer from him. Since this Holy Land's disciple had angered everyone earlier, he did not dare to go overboard this time. He said bluntly, "Senior brother Yang Wen is the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. As for Yang Wu, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he's senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother." As soon as the Holy Land's disciple finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. However, a commotion broke out again in the next moment. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Heavens! There's such a thing? I've never heard of it before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. After learning that the true disciple of their Zoroastrianism Holy Land, Yang Wen, was actually the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, the Saint Lan's disciples present on the scene were shocked. In fact, they had never heard of Yang Wen being the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Before this, senior brother Yang Wen really hid his identity well. He's actually the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the past, I've only heard that senior brother Yang Wen is very arrogant. However, I've finally seen it for myself now. To think that senior brother Yang Wen is so arrogant that he's unwilling to use his father's name to intimidate others. Many Holy Land's disciples were filled with emotions when they learned of Yang Wen's identity. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why senior brother Yang Wen targeted Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian killed his younger brother. It'd be strange if he's willing to let the matter rest. That's right. Perhaps, senior brother Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him because of the sect's rules. However, he still dares to torture Duan Lingtian. After all, it's allowed by the sect's rules. Then, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble? Of course. Although he's quite strong and has few opponents below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yang Wen, who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. There's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is no match for senior brother Yang Wen. It seems like even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he's going to lose a layer of skin. After learning about Yang Wen's identity, the group of Saint Lan disciples was no longer surprised by Yang Wen's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, it was still not close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, even if he was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, he was still not at the Saint Celestial stage. Due to this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. He was destined to be tortured by Yang Wen. Due to the good soundproofing of the stone house behind the Saint Lan disciples' residence, Duan Lingtian, who was in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, did not notice anything at all. He did not know there was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse waiting for him outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian stood there motionlessly like a statue. No one knew what he was doing. Time continued to pass by. A day went by. 2 days went by. After a month had passed, Duan Lingtian finally made a move. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At first glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword looked like an extremely ordinary sword. However, when Duan Lingtian held it in his hand and swung it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. A semi-transparent sword energy flashed around the Jasper Celestial Sword as it emitted an oppressive aura. With the sword in my heart, the shadow of the sword follows my heart. Controlling the sword with my heart, the heart of the sword is illuminated, the heart and sword become one. At some point, Duan Lingtian began to mutter to himself without opening his eyes. No one knew who he was talking to. He kept repeating the names of the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. He did not stop for a long time. Time continued to pass by. Another month had passed. After swinging the Jasper Celestial Sword once a month ago, Duan Lingtian, who had not made a move since then, began to make a move again. A month ago, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword horizontally. However, this time, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword vertically and did not make a move after that. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. However, this time, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move. He stood there with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand as though he was a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Unknowingly, Elder Hua's figure appeared on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with a sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. Duan Lingtian stood there with the sword in his hand and looked ordinary. However, Hua Lao could clearly sense that the sword chi emanating from Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. It was so dense that it seemed as though it could tear through everything. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that the air around Duan Lingtian's body was being divided into many parts. It was so dense that it seemed as though it was being affected by thousands of invisible forces. He's just one step away. I hope he can succeed. Once he takes this step, his achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword is enough to reach the peak of offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. It's even stronger than most of the top offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. Hualao mumbled to himself. Then, he disappeared from the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though he had never appeared. After Hualao left, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was further divided. On the 10th day, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was divided into thin threads. It was as though it was being cut into layers by an invisible force. Using the heart to wield the sword. I see. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. The gaze in his eyes was like a sword gleam. At the same time, the air around Duan Lingtian's body that was divided began to gather again. It was no longer affected by the invisible force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian let go of his hands. At the same time, the jasper celestial sword in his hand turned into a sword ray and shot out. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, it disappeared into the air as though it had become one with the air. Bush. However, when Duan Lingtian's jasper celestial sword disappeared into the air, the sound of the sword whistling did not stop. It continued to resound in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After about 15 minutes, the sound of the sword whistling finally stopped. Chapter 1990. It's exactly 100 days. As Duan Lingtian put the jasper celestial sword away, he muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. He recalled the time he spent comprehending the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. After all, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had a sense of time. 100 days in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is equivalent to only 10 days outside. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he raised his hand, and a crystal card appeared in his other hand. It was the crystal card he had obtained from the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. I wonder what I can exchange the contribution points in this crystal card for? I'll go to the central square to have a look. If there's anything I need, I'll see if there's any way I can earn contribution points. After he inserted the Sun Saint energy into the crystal card in his hand, it showed that he still had 100 contribution points. The 100 contribution points could be obtained by any 4 symbols Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. This was a welcome gift from the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to every Saint Land disciple who had just entered the Saint Land. Since he decided to go to the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism's Saint Land, Duan Lingtian put the jasper celestial sword and the crystal card into his spatial ring. Then he walked up to the heavy stone door and pushed it open. Rumble! The stone door slowly opened when it was pushed open. The sound it made was slightly muffled. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the small courtyard where the stone house was located, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Duan Lingtian has come out. Many Saint Land disciples heard the commotion and shifted their attention to the small courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. Most of these Saint Land disciples had a pitiful expression on their faces. In their opinion, since Duan Lingtian had come out, it meant that Duan Lingtian was in trouble. After all, the true disciple, Yang, had been waiting for him for 10 days. Looking at Yang attitude, there was no way he would let him off so easily. Perhaps Yang did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple Duan Lingtian because he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism, but he could torture Duan Lingtian and torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang did not say what he planned to do to Duan Lingtian, the people present were able to deeply sense Yang hatred for Duan Lingtian from the killing intent emitted from his body. The enmity of killing one's brother was not a small enmity. Before the stone door was completely pushed open, Duan Lingtian sensed a terrifying killing intent sweeping in from the outside, causing him to involuntarily become vigilant. Even the movement of pushing the door open had slowed down a little. At the same time, a series of discussions resonated from outside and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Yang Wen is a true disciple. He's a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. It'll be easy for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian is destined to be in trouble today. It's useless even if he doesn't come out now because senior brother Yang Wen is certain he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if he destroys the stone house, he won't have to worry about chi deviation. So what if his strength is close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's like a dog in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He can only blame himself for killing senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother, Yang Wu. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him? The waves of discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears without missing a single word. It also allowed Duan Lingtian to know who the killing intent from earlier came from. It was none other than the true disciple, Yang Wen. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, has 2 sons. His younger son, Yang Wu, was killed by me. His elder son is in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and is a disciple of the Saint Land. However, I didn't expect Yang Chong's elder son, Yang Wen, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised by this. Naturally, it was limited to being surprised. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. There was no hint of fear on his face at all. Even if Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill me because of the fire worship sect's rules and cripples me, I'm sure he'll do everything he can to torture me and make me wish I was dead. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't prohibit disciples from torturing and humiliating them. Perhaps, this is one of the ways Zoroastrianism motivates its disciples to work harder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself at the same time. Rumble. The sound of the stone door being pushed resonated in the air again. Duan Lingtian quickened his movements. In just a short while, the stone door was pushed open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, including Yang Wen, after the stone door was pushed open, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calm appearance was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the young man's clothes were exactly the same as theirs, it could not conceal the aura he exuded. It caused them to feel a sense of inferiority. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Almost as soon as the young man stepped out of the stone house and entered the small courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and stared at the young man fiercely before he asked in an interrogating tone. Yang Wen's gaze was unusually sharp. If looks could kill, the young man before him would have been killed many times over. Yang Wen? The son of Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong? When Yang Wen stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and questioned him, Duan Lingtian did not answer him. Instead, he asked in return. When Yang Wen heard the young man before him was still so calm after learning his identity, he was certain the young man before him was indeed Duan Lingtian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Land's disciple who dared to be so arrogant in front of a true disciple like him. No wonder you dare to go against Elder Lian. You're really arrogant. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the killing intent in Yang Wen's body intensified. His eyes shone fiercely. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, do you think I'm Elder Lian? Do you think I won't make a move on you because of my identity? As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he made his move. He was prepared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saint Land's disciples who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's words caused Yang Wen gang who was about to make a move to come to a halt. Moreover, the Saint Lan disciples who were watching from the side were shocked and in disbelief. Yang Wen, you must be itching to kill me right now, right? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the rules of Zoroastrianism. These were Duan Lingtian's words. Yang Wen stopped moving when he heard these words. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" When Yang Wen asked this question, he couldn't help but frown. "What else can I mean?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he saw the frowning Yang Wen. He said nonchalantly, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a place in the saint land of Zoroastrianism for disciples to sign a death pact, right? I'll give you a chance now. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Wen, who was frowning, frowned slightly when he heard this. "Lead the way." Yang Wen's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After his expression changed greatly, there was another wave of change. He stared at Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Heavens! Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants to have a death pact with senior brother Yang Wen. One of the Saint Lan disciples who was watching could not help but exclaim, "A death pact? With senior brother Yang Wen? Where did he get his courage from?" Many Saint Lan disciples narrowed their eyes in disbelief. He's just a Saint Lan disciple who has just entered the Saint Land. Although he's quite strong, he can only show off among those below the Saint Celestial stage. It's impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Lan disciple said confidently, "Even if that's the case, why is he doing this? Look at how calm he is. It doesn't seem like he's seeking death." Some Saint Lan disciples felt something was amiss. Didn't you notice? Ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This is either a display of confidence or a deliberate act. One of the Saint Lan disciples speculated, "Confidence? Don't tell me you think he can kill senior brother Yang Wen?" The Saint Lan disciple's words instantly aroused disdain from more than one Saint Lan disciple. "Humph! He must be deliberately acting mysterious." More and more Saint Lan disciples said confidently. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wen, the true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately acting mysterious to scare Yang Wen away. Senior brother Yang Wen seems to be slightly hesitant when faced with his suggestion of a death pact. Don't tell me he really thinks he's weaker than Duan Lingtian? Soon after, a Saint Lan disciple glanced at Yang Wen and noticed his hesitation. "You're right." Chapter 1991. Duan Lingtian really has some tricks up his sleeve. He's just deliberately mystifying him, and he managed to scare senior brother Yang Wen. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen really doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion for a death duel? The Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yang Wen. Their words were filled with mockery. They were mocking Yang Wen's cowardice. Deliberately mystifying? Naturally, Yang Wen had thought of the Saint Lan disciples' thoughts. However, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion so easily. He did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, it would be over for him. "It seems like you don't dare to accept my life and death duel." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He glanced at Yang Wen indifferently before he said disdainfully, "A true disciple is nothing more than this." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he rose up into the air and prepared to leave. "A true disciple is nothing more than this." Duan Lingtian's disdainful words completely enraged Yang Wen. His expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, I agree to your suggestion. Do you really think I'll be frightened by you just because you're deliberately mystifying me? What a joke." In the blink of an eye, Yang Wen made his decision. If he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it meant he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his younger brother. If Duan Lingtian was really stronger than him, it would be a wise decision for him to reject Duan Lingtian's suggestion. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him and was only trying to scare him, he would not dare to agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It would undoubtedly be very embarrassing. When Yang Wen heard Duan Lingtian's disdainful words, he finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion after weighing the pros and cons. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was most likely deliberately mystifying him. Agreed? Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. A surprised expression appeared on his calm face. When the group of Saint Lan's disciples saw this, it caused another round of discussion. Did you see that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, as if he didn't expect senior brother Yang Wen to agree to his suggestion. From this, it can be confirmed that he is indeed deliberately mystifying. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, not only would senior brother Yang Wen lose face for himself, he would also lose face for the core disciples. That's right. As a true disciple, he actually dared not agree to the life and death duel of an ordinary elite disciple. If this matter were to spread out, not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also embarrass the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion at the critical moment. This also disrupted Duan Lingtian's scheme. The group of Holy Land disciples all felt that Yang Wen's decision was the right one. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. As for the purpose of deliberately mystifying, it was, naturally, to scare Yang Wen into not agreeing to the life and death duel that he proposed. However, now that Yang Wen had agreed to it, it meant that Duan Lingtian's scheme had been disrupted. At this moment, would Duan Lingtian still dare to continue with his life and death duel? Senior brother Yang Wen's agreement to Duan Lingtian's life and death duel is tantamount to checkmate Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian's expression has changed, I think he no longer dares to continue with his life and death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, in the face of a choice between life and death, I'm sure he'd rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen than lose his life. His plan of deliberately mystifying has failed in the end. The group of Holy Land disciples whispered among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely go back on his word after Yang Wen agreed to his life and death duel. Duan Lingtian, I've already agreed to it. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept it now? Or perhaps, you're willing to be bashed by me instead of heading to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a life and death contract and carry out a battle of life and death? Yang Wen had also noticed the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. At once, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his hesitation from before and felt a sense of exhilaration. At the same time, he was glad that he had agreed to it. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be embarrassed instead of Duan Lingtian. Lead the way. In the face of the group of Holy Land disciples' disdain and Yang Wen's mockery, Duan Lingtian's expression regained its calmness. He merely uttered two words in response to Yang Wen's words. Lead the way. The two words that came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth caused the entire place to fall silent again. The group of Holy Land disciples stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to continue at this moment. Was he not afraid of going overboard? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to be so domineering even after he had agreed to it. For a moment, his resolute heart was shaken again, and his expression changed again. What's wrong? You don't dare to do it anymore? Didn't you agree so readily just now? Duan Lingtian mocked when he saw the change in Yang Wen's expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yang Wen's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Duan Lingnan, I'd like to see if you're still going to be so mysterious when it's time to sign the death pact. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Yang Wen's body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His target was the central square. If you have the guts, follow me to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact to have a death duel with me. If you don't, I'll let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's voice resonated from afar as he shot out. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the air in the surroundings to turn colder. However, after a while, Yang Wen slowed down again. He would occasionally turn around to look at Duan Lingtian in disdain as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian dared to follow him to the Palace of Death. The Palace of Death was located in the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Island was the name of the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, Saint Land disciples who had irreconcilable enmity with each other could meet at the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact under the witness of the Palace of Death's elders. Moreover, they would fight to the death in the death arena of the Palace of Death. At this moment, Yang Wen was preparing to lead the way to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. Senior brother Yang Wen has become smarter this time. He's not fooled by Duan Lingtian anymore. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. If senior brother Yang Wen still doesn't learn, he'd be a true disciple and a saint's celestial stage powerhouse in vain. That's right. A true disciple who doesn't dare to have a death duel with an ordinary elite disciple. Wouldn't he be laughed at if news of this spread out? Most of the Saint Land disciples secretly gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw how domineering he was. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A hint of mockery could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they wanted to see if Duan Lingtian still had the guts to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Once they entered the Palace of Death and signed the Death Pact, they would not be able to return. Junior brother Lingden, don't go. Senior brother Lingtin, don't go. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow Yang Chong, two voice transmissions entered his ears. The two voice transmissions came from two people. Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the two Saint Land disciples standing in different directions. They were the ones who had sent him voice transmissions to stop him from following Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. One of them was none other than Sunda, who was robbed of his Primus house by Duan Lingtian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's Punishment Zone. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Sunda was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbols Sanctums. Sunda was able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine in advance to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure Duan Lingtian had given him that day. It was precisely because of this that he had always been grateful to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly sent a voice transmission to stop Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, where there's life, there's hope. As long as you're still alive, you'll be able to take revenge one day. There's no need for you to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact, it'll be too late even if you want to go back on your word. Sunda advised earnestly. The meaning of Sunda's words was simple. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to take revenge. It was not worth it to die now. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Sunda. I know what I'm doing. After Duan Lingtian gave Sunda a reassuring look, he shifted his gaze to the other person who had sent him a voice transmission. He had only seen the other person who had sent him a voice transmission once. For this reason, he was very surprised when he saw the other person. This person was none other than the Saint Land disciple he had met 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. He did not know where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were staying, so he had stopped the other party to ask for directions. Apart from that, he had no other interactions with the other party. He did not expect the other party would send him a voice transmission at this moment. Senior brother, why are you calling me senior brother now? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face through voice transmission. He remembered when he had asked for directions that day. He had addressed the other party as senior brother, and the other party had politely addressed him as junior brother. Senior brother Lingtian, Guan Xiu didn't know your identity that day, so I've neglected you. Please forgive me. The Saint Lan disciple who had reminded Duan Lingtian was none other than Guanxiu, who had given directions to Duan Lingtian 10 days ago. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately replied in a slightly fearful manner. Duan Lingtian's strength was far greater than his. Chapter 1992. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Guanxiu's words. However, he did not continue to argue with Guanxiu on this topic since he knew this was a world where the strong were respected. Guanxiu had addressed him as senior brother from the bottom of his heart. If he continued to address Guanxiu as senior brother, it would put a lot of pressure on Guanxiu. Senior brother Lingtian, although you're strong, I'm afraid you're not as strong as a true disciple. All of them are at the Saint's celestial stage or above. This is especially true for senior brother Yangwen. He has already broken through to the first form of the Saint's celestial stage a few years ago. Guanxiu reminded him through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Guanxiu's kindness. After all, he had only met Guanxiu once. It was rare for Guanxiu to be so kind to him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian replied to Guanxiu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guanxiu and Sunda's helpless gazes, he flew up and caught up with the true disciple, Yangwen, who had already flown a distance away. Ha! Yangwen's expression turned solemn when he saw Duan Lingtian dare to follow him. He actually dares to follow him? It seems like he won't give up before he signs the death pact. He's really going all out. However, even if he's not as strong as senior brother Yangwen, he'll still be able to pressure senior brother Yangwen. That's right. Look at the grave expression on senior brother Yangwen's face. As the Saint Lan disciples shifted their gazes to Yangwen, the grave expression on his face finally disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said disdainfully, Duan Lingnan, I'd like to see if you'll still be so unyielding when we enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll sign the Death Pact obediently at that time. Otherwise, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one and make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Yangwen reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder as though it came from an ice cave. Although it was not targeted at the group of Saint Lan disciples, it still made them shudder. Pull out my fingernails one by one? Hearing Yangwen's harsh words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, his expression was frighteningly calm. I'd like to see how long you can keep up this pretense. Yangwen was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged after hearing his harsh words. He snorted coldly before he suddenly sped up and made his way to the square at the center of the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian followed at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of running away. Behind them, Sunda, Guanxiu, and the group of disciples who were watching the show also followed. When the group arrived in the air above the central square of the Holy Island, the majestic flow of people alarmed the group of Holy Land's disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? The person in the lead seems to be senior brother Yangwen. It's indeed senior brother Yangwen. The group of people behind him seems to be brought by senior brother Yangwen. Senior brother Yangwen's expression seems a little off. What's going on? In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were only 170 over true disciples. For this reason, many Saint Land disciples quickly recognized Yangwen, the true disciple. Although Yangwen's strength could only be considered as the weakest among the group of true disciples, there were still many true disciples. However, there were only so many successor disciples, so it was still very easy to recognize them. Senior brother Yangwen, is he going to the Palace of Death? Heavens! What's going on? Which true disciple is senior brother Yangwen going to have a death duel with? When the thousands of Saint Lan disciples in the central square saw Yangwen taking the lead and heading towards the Palace of Death, it caused a commotion in the central square. When Yangwen's figure landed outside the Palace of Death, the thousands of Saint Lan disciples in the central square learned about what had happened from the group of Saint Lan disciples behind Yangwen. Senior brother Yangwen is actually the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder? That young man behind senior brother Yangwen is Duan Lingtian, who's famous in Zoroastrianism recently? A nine-clawed dragon warrior? A genius martial cultivator who has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? Duan Lingtian is the one who issued a death duel with senior brother Yangwen today? When the matter was revealed, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the central square burst into an uproar again. An ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel with a true disciple. In the history of Zoroastrianism, such a ridiculous matter had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a saint celestial. It was not something an ordinary elite disciple could compare to. For a time, many Saint Lan disciples felt the same way as the Saint Lan disciples who had just arrived. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and trying to scare Yangwen. I'm guessing Duan Lingtian will definitely not dare to sign the death duel after entering the Palace of Death. This Duan Lingtian is not simple. He's been playing mind games. I'm guessing he'll only refuse to sign the death duel after senior brother Yangwen signs his name on the death duel and imprints his fingerprint. Based on the current situation, he'll most likely do that. Once senior brother Yangwen hesitates and refuses to sign the death duel, he'll win this mind game. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the discussion among the Saint Lan disciples. Mind games? Perhaps. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who heard the Saint Lan disciples' discussion. Even Yangwen had heard it as well. Yangwen hesitated for a moment. Up until now, it seemed like he was not mentally prepared for the death duel. Even when he brought Duan Lingtian here, he only wanted to scare Duan Lingtian. After all, he was only 90% confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he was not 100% confident was because up until now, he still did not dare to be 100% sure if Duan Lingtian was really strong or if he was just bluffing when he suggested a death duel. The reason for this was because of the death of his younger brother, Yang Wu. He was well aware of how Yang Wu had died. It was Yang Wu who first challenged Duan Lingtian to a death duel. During the death duel, Yang Wu was killed by Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he was traumatized. Although he was 100% certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for him in the depths of his heart, he did not dare to make up his mind to fight Duan Lingtian to the death due to the shadow in his heart. As an older brother, he did not want to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is only going to go back on his word after I sign the death duel and put my handprint on the death duel? Yangwen's heart sank when he thought of this. However, faced with the thousands of Saint Lan's disciples behind him, he knew this matter was no longer going to end peacefully. As the saying went, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Palace of Death? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was following closely behind Yangwen, shifted his gaze to the majestic and gigantic palace in front of him. He saw a plaque hanging on the palace's main entrance with the words Palace of Death written in flamboyant calligraphy. Why did senior brother Yangwen stop? Go in. He's already at the entrance. Why did he stop? Senior brother Yangwen is afraid, right? He's a true disciple. Why is he afraid of an ordinary elite disciple who's deliberately mystifying himself? Since Yangwen, who had taken the lead, was standing outside the Hall of Life and Death without making a move for a long time, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had followed behind him to watch the show became impatient and began to complain. True disciple? If you don't dare to do it, leave now. Don't embarrass yourself here. He's a disgrace to all true disciples today. No matter when or where, there was no lack of people who wanted to stir up trouble. Many Saint Lan's disciples were hiding in the dark. They were afraid Yangwen would drag them out, but they could not help but mock Yangwen. Shut up! Along with a loud shout, Yangwen's face darkened as he spoke in anger. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the noise at the entrance of the Hall of Life and Death, causing a group of Holy Land disciples to shut their mouths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yangwen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingen, I hope you'll have the guts to sign your name and put your handprint on the death duel after I sign the death duel. If you go back on your words at that time, not only will I pull out your fingernails one by one, but I'll also tear the skin off your face and destroy your face." As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Palace of Death without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as calm as he was before. Tear the skin off his face piece by piece? Yang Wen's ruthlessness enraged Duan Lingtian. He could no longer maintain his composure. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen walking into the Palace of Death, he followed suit. "He's going in. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the show." The Palace of Death's death duel hasn't been opened for a long time. This time, I must bet all the contribution points in my crystal card, even if the payout for senior brother Yang Wen's victory isn't high. Don't you think it's too early to say all these? We don't even know if Duan Lingtian dares to sign the death duel yet. The group of Saint Lan's disciples at the back made a fuss as they followed suit. However, they stopped at the entrance of the Palace of Death. Chapter 1993. Yang Wen, who took the lead, and Duan Lingtian, who followed closely behind, entered the Palace of Death one after another. After entering the Palace of Death, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a battle arena in the distance. The battle arena was huge. Apart from the area where Duan Lingtian was standing, the other three sides of the battle arena were seats for spectators. However, at this moment, the seats were empty. One could vaguely see many dried bloodstains on the battle arena. It was obvious the bloodstains were left behind in the past. So this is the death arena? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes at this moment. The death arena was a venue provided by the Palace of Death for two Zoroastrianism's Saint Lan disciples who had signed a death pact to fight to the death. One of them was destined to die in the death arena. Both of you are going to sign a death pact? When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's eyes landed on the death arena in the distance, a hoarse voice resonated in their ears. At first, the hoarse voice sounded from afar. However, in just a blink of an eye, it seemed to be right next to them. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen regained their senses, they instantly noticed that an old man had appeared next to them without them noticing. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in the uniform of a Silver Flame Elder. It was obvious he was a Silver Flame Elder. The custodian of the Palace of Death? Along the way, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Palace of Death from many Saint Lan disciples. He knew there was a Silver Flame Elder and 3 Bronze Flame Elders in the Palace of Death. The only Silver Flame Elder was the manager of the Palace of Life and Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Nyeze. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. If Lian was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 Symbols Sanctums, then Nyezue would be the first Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death? An expert in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking? Looking at this inconspicuous old man, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. When the group of Saint Lan disciples mentioned the Palace of Death earlier, they naturally mentioned the Palace of Death's custodian, Nyeze. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that Nyeze was not only the steward of the Palace of Life and Death, but he was also ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking. It was said that among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, only 2 of them were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Nyezue was ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the Silver Flame Elder who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was far behind Nyezue. True disciple Yang Wen greets Elder Nyezue. While Duan Lingtian was guessing that the person before him was Nyezue, Yang Wen had already bowed respectfully to the old man. Even someone as arrogant as Yang Wen lowered his head before Elder Nyezue. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Nyezue. Yang Wen's voice jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian immediately nodded his head and greeted the old man. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man's calm gaze swept past him and Yang Wen. Although his gaze was calm, it gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. Did both of you come to the Palace of Death to sign a death pact and have a death duel? The old man finally asked. As the steward of the Palace of Death, he, naturally, knew the Saint Lan disciples would not come to him unless they had a death duel. As soon as Nie Zue finished speaking, Yang Wen did not reply to the old man. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. This was because if Duan Lingtian said yes and Duan Lingtian went back on his word, although the steward of the Palace of Death would not force him to sign the death pact, he would definitely teach him a lesson. This was because he was already making fun of the steward of the Palace of Death and insulting the dignity of the Palace of Death. It was understandable for the steward of the Palace of Death to teach him a lesson. As long as he was not killed or crippled, even the Saint Lan's Enforcement Hall would not care. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen did not reply to Nie Zue and looked at him instead, he naturally knew what Yang Wen was thinking. However, he still responded without any hesitation. However, Yang Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's response. However, Yang Wen's expression only changed for a moment before a gloating expression appeared on his face again. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would dare to sign the death pact. "Follow me." After Nie Zue finished speaking, he walked to the side. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen followed closely behind him. Soon after, under Nie Zue's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death brought a piece of life and death contract, a brush that was dyed with ink, and a plate of specially made ink. "Who's going to go first?" Nie Zue asked nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. "Him." Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, "Humph." Nie Zue snorted when he saw Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's refusal. He looked at Yang Wen and said nonchalantly, "You didn't reply when I asked if you're here to sign the death pact. Now you'll sign the death pact first." Yang Wen did not expect he would be placed in such a situation because he did not reply to Nie Zue earlier. Nie Zue actually asked him to sign the death pact first. He immediately thought of the death of his biological brother, Yang Wu, and a hint of dread rose in his heart. He looked at Nie Zue and said, "Elder Nie Zue, can you let him sign the death pact first? If he dares to sign the death pact, I'll definitely sign it as well." Yang Wen, you're a true disciple after all. Don't tell me you're afraid of an ordinary elite disciple like me." The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Nie Zue's expression turned grave immediately. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, he did not forget to mock Yang Wen. Naturally, he would not sign the death pact first. What if Yang Wen went back on his word after he signed the death pact? After all, the reason he came here today was to kill Yang Wen. It was not only because Yang Wen wanted to kill him, but it was also because Yang Wen's father, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him earlier. Yang Chong actually wanted to kill his family. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the moment Yang Chong threatened him with his family, he was already on the opposite side of Yang Chong. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to kill his family, he would kill Yang Chong's son. Since he had already killed the younger one, he would kill the older one as well. Yang Chong, I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have when you find out I killed your eldest son as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wen's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian. "Yang Wen? You're the son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect?" Nie Zue asked indifferently as he looked at Yang Wen. "Yes." Upon hearing Nie Zue's question, Yang Wen hurriedly withdrew his angry gaze from Duan Lingtian and replied respectfully. "No matter what, your father is a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son and a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, don't tell me you don't dare to sign the death pact even though you've come to my Palace of Death with someone else? If you don't dare to sign it, get lost now." A hint of anger could be seen on Nie Zue's face when he finished speaking. His tone was not friendly at all. At the same time, a terrifying aura emitted from Nie Zue's body and shrouded Yang Wen's body. It was so oppressive that Yang Wen's face turned pale. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and said, "I wonder if Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood when he finds out his eldest son missed the opportunity to avenge his youngest son? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen's eyes widened immediately. Nie Zue also looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Although he was in the saint land of Zoroastrianism, he had heard about the death of Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He knew Yang Wu was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he had also heard about Duan Lingtian. He also knew Duan Lingtian had come to the saint land of Zoroastrianism to become a saint land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian more than once, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before today. For this reason, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian. When faced with Nie Zue, Duan Lingtian quickly put away his expression that seemed eager to see the world plunged into chaos and nodded respectfully. "I'll sign it." While Nie Zue was looking at Duan Lingtian and was about to say something, Yang Wen suddenly shouted. Then, Yang Wen stepped forward with bloodshot eyes and took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder's hand. With a few swishing sounds, he signed his name on the death contract. Smith. A soft sound resonated in the air. Yang Wen placed his right hand on the special ink pad and used his hand that was stained with the ink pad to leave his handprint on the death contract. After signing the death contract unilaterally, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, "Duan Lingnan, if you don't dare to sign this death contract, it means you're toying with Elder Nie Zue and blaspheming the Palace of Death." As soon as Yang Wen spoke, he had forced Duan Lingtian to the opposite side of the Palace of Death. When Yang Wen spoke, apart from Nie Zue, who was the overseer of the Palace of Death, the other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. "You don't have to worry about this." Chapter 1994. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian signed his name and left his fingerprint on the death pact under Yang Wen's incredulous gaze. The death pact is formed. As soon as Duan Lingtian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death who was holding the death pact said loudly, "Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian will enter the death arena in a little while and have a death duel." "A little while?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why they had to wait until a little while before the death duel. Was there a need to wait until so late? "In the next hour, the Palace of Death will be the banker and launch a bet for the death duel between you and Yang Wen. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself, and bet that you'll be able to survive until the end. Of course, if you die, even if you don't bet on yourself, your contribution points won't be of any use to you." As though he could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, explained nonchalantly, "For this reason, those who enter the death arena will usually bet all their contribution points on themselves." Duan Lingtian finally understood. He did not expect the Palace of Death to have such a tradition even though it was a solemn place. The Palace of Death won't take any of the Saint Land's disciples' contribution points. We'll only act as the middleman and mix all of your contribution points together before calculating the odds based on your contribution points. Naturally, if the elders from the Palace of Death think highly of someone, they can place a bet as well, Nie Zue said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Nie Zue, you mean the other Saint Land's disciples can place a bet as well?" Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. "Of course," Nie Zue replied. "Otherwise, what do you think the spectator seats around the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for the other 2 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. After you've placed your bet and entered the death arena, the other Saint Land's disciples will be able to enter the Palace of Death to place their bets and enter the spectator seats around the death arena. Before I give the order, even though the 2 of you are in the death arena, you are not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, the first to attack will be severely punished by the Hall of Life and Death." Speaking up to this point, Nie Zue's tone became more severe. The traditions of the Hall of Life and Death cannot be overturned by anyone. Duan Lingtian nodded. He then walked out and looked for the other 2 bronze flame elders to place their bets. What a pity! I only have 100 contribution points. When he placed his bet, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh to himself. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, I only hope that the others will place their bets on Yangwen. That way, I can still win quite a bit. Yangwen, why aren't you going to bed? After Duan Lingtian placed his bet and stepped into the death arena, Nieze looked at Yangwen, who was still standing in place. His expression darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Yangwen could not help but shudder immediately. When he regained his senses, he hastily placed his bet. After placing his bet, Yangwen flew up to the death arena and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Duan Lingen. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know where you got your courage from to sign the death arena contract for a death duel with me, Yangwen, I still have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my brother. To avenge my father. Yangwen's expression was gloomy as he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone knows how to boast. Whether you can kill me or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Unlike Yangwen, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. After hearing Yangwen's harsh words, he took his time to reply. I'd like to see if your expression will still be as calm after an hour. Yangwen sneered. Then you can wait patiently. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to look outside the Death Palace. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, the group of Saint Lan disciples outside the Death Palace seemed to have received some kind of order and immediately swarmed in. At once, the Death Palace seemed to have turned into a noisy marketplace. Duan Lingtian actually signed the Death Arena contract? Many Saint Lan disciples had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Until now, they still had not recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian signing the Death Arena contract. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the Death Arena contract. He's seeking death. Some Saint Lan disciples immediately said disdainfully. They felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself by signing the Death Arena contract. I think this Duan Lingtian is a little strange. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, he has been fighting with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, since the beginning, but he didn't suffer any losses. Based on what he did after that, he doesn't seem like someone who would suffer losses. A Saint Lan disciple could not help but say when he recalled Duan Lingtian's experience after he came to Zoroastrianism. Many Saint Lan disciples began to laugh at this Saint Lan disciple's words. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than Senior Brother Yangwen? Do you think he'll be able to kill Senior Brother Yangwen in this death arena? Stop joking. The reason Duan Lingtian has not suffered any losses since he came to Zoroastrianism is because he's quite strong, and he hasn't encountered any tough opponents yet. As for Elder Lian, he didn't dare to make a move on him because of his status. Otherwise, do you think he'd be able to survive until now? That's right. If you think Duan Lingtian can survive today, you can bet on him. However, I'm afraid you'll lose everything. That's right. Since you're so confident in Duan Lingtian, you can bet on him. This way, we'll be able to earn more contribution points. Perhaps, even this Saint Lan disciple did not know his words would cause so many Saint Lan disciples to laugh at him. He immediately shut his mouth. As for betting on Duan Lingtian, he was not stupid enough to bet on him. What he said just now was purely an irresponsible guess. It was not his real thoughts. In his opinion, Yangwen had a higher chance of surviving today's death arena. After all, Yangwen was a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Lingtian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Yangwen since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. I'll bet 500 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. I'm going all out. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. As the group of Saint Lan disciples entered the death arena, the 2 Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were in charge of collecting the bets became busy as well. 15 minutes had passed, but not a single Saint Lan disciple had bet on Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one could see how much they did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Nobody's betting on Duan Lingtian? This situation quickly attracted the attention of some Saint Lan disciples. If this continues, how are we going to earn any contribution points? That's right. The wager in the Palace of Life and Death is calculated based on the bets placed by both parties. If everyone placed their bets on senior brother Yangwen, we would only be able to take back our own contribution points. We wouldn't be able to earn a single contribution point. Otherwise, who's going to bet on Duan Lingtian? If this continues, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. Do you think we're stupid? Betting on Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting our contribution points? The group of Saint Lan disciples fell into an uproar again. None of them thought Duan Lingtian would win. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to his innate talent, it's difficult for him to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right. Under such circumstances, only a fool would bet on him. This can't go on. If we all bet on senior brother Yangwen, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. There's nothing we can do about that. Why don't you bet on Duan Lingtian instead? I'm not a fool. Meanwhile, the group of Saint Lan disciples continued to discuss among themselves. Nobody was willing to bet on Duan Lingtian after a long time. A voice suddenly sounded and attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and placed his bet on Duan Lingtian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, many Saint Lan disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They felt it was good that someone took the lead. There would definitely be many people who would follow suit. In that case, they would not have to worry about not earning enough contribution points. It did not matter if they did not earn much. It was fine as long as they earned some contribution points. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Isn't he Sunda? Sunda? The Saint Lan disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, before Duan Lingtian and came to our Saint Land? That's him. I heard the reason he managed to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was because Duan Lingtian inadvertently helped him. No wonder he would bet on Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. He's smart to know that this is his last chance to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. After today, even if he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to do so anymore. Many Saint Lan disciples recognized the Saint Lan disciple, Sunda, who had bet on Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and I only have so many contribution points. Sunda smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was in the death arena. Chapter 1995. It's all right. It's fine as long as I can earn something. As Duan Lingtian replied to Sunda through voice transmission, he could tell Sunda did not think highly of him. He knew Sunda was only willing to bet on him because of other reasons. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Guanxiu, the Saint Lan disciple who had given him directions 10 days ago and reminded him out of concern today. Just as he was about to remind Guanxiu to bet on him through voice transmission, he realized Guanxiu had already placed his bet. 3,500 contribution points on senior brother Duan Lingtian. Without Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guanxiu placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Guanxiu gave him a feeling of being acknowledged. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. As Guanxiu placed his bet, the originally noisy atmosphere in the Palace of Death suddenly fell silent. Each and every one of the Holy Ground's disciples looked at Guanxiu in astonishment. 3,500 contribution points? All on Duan Lingtian? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? I recognize him. His name is Guanxiu, and he can be considered as a senior Saint Lan disciple in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. However, 3,500 contribution points is most likely all he has. He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of losing everything? No matter what, he and Sunda have made a good start. Now, I'm not afraid of losing contribution points. That's true. Many Saint Lan disciples laughed. Guanxio, you're crazy. Some of the Saint Lan disciples who knew Guanxio stared at him with their mouths agape. They thought he was crazy. In their opinion, under such an obvious situation, only an idiot would bet on Duan Lingtian. However, Guanxio ignored these people's doubts. Instead, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, "Senior brother Lingtian, based on the current situation, I can't help you much. I'll place all the contribution points in my crystal card on you as a form of support. Good luck. Today, I will definitely let you make a huge profit." Duan Lingtian gave Guanxio a reassuring look before retracting his gaze. The group of Holy Land disciples had no choice but to admit that they had overestimated Sunda and Guanxio's leadership. After Guanxio had placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian, some people had also placed bets on Duan Lingtian, but none of the bets added up to 3,000 contribution points. Aren't you betting too little on Duan Lingtian? Quite a lot. It's better than nothing. The payout rate for the opening of the Death Arena today must be very exaggerated. I estimate that there are at least 800,000 contribution points betting on senior brother Yangwen, if not 1 million. I think so too. Although I bet 1,000 contribution points, even if senior brother Yangwen wins, I reckon I'll only earn a few contribution points. Forget it. Since it's a sure win, I'll just earn as many contribution points as I can. I bet 3,000 contribution points. However, the odds are too low. I estimate that I can only earn a dozen or so contribution points. As the group of Holy Land disciples discussed among themselves, they also flew into the spectator seats around the Death Arena. After they sat down, their eyes shifted to the two people standing in the Death Arena in unison as they waited for the death duel to begin. After about half an hour and a quarter of an hour, the people who were supposed to place their bets had already placed their bets. The death duel would officially begin after 15 minutes. Within this 15 minutes, other than the remaining 15 minutes where bets were still being accepted, the odds for the bets that the Palace of Life and Death had set up were also calculated and displayed before everyone's eyes. The total number of contribution points betting on Duan Lingtian is only about 6,000 contribution points. However, the total number of contribution points betting on senior brother Yangwen is at least a few 100,000 or even millions of contribution points betting on him. The odds must be very exaggerated. Indeed. I only hope it's within 200 to 1. Initially, I thought I could take this opportunity to make a fortune. I didn't expect almost everyone would bet on senior brother Yangwen. It seems like nobody's stupid. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats kept talking about the bet that Duan Lingtian and Yangwen would place on the death duel. All of them were looking forward to the final payout. Now, I can only hope that the few elders in the Palace of Death have also placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I can't even look at the payout rate. A Holy Land disciple suddenly remembered that the few elders in the Palace of Death could also place their bets. He could not help but say excitedly, "I don't think so. The elders in the Palace of Death are all shrewd people. It's impossible for them to think highly of Duan Lingtian." However, as soon as another Holy Land disciple spoke, the enthusiasm of this Holy Land disciple seemed to have been extinguished by a pail of cold water. "I'll bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian." Without warning, a cold voice resonated from outside the Palace of Death. It shocked the group of people in the Palace of Death. Even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nyezue, could not help but narrow his eyes. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, two figures appeared side by side in the Palace of Death. They were two young men. Moreover, the two young men's appearances were somewhat similar to each other. Senior brother Lumu? Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the young man on the right. He was shocked. He did not expect to see him here. The Saint Land's assessment had yet to begin, right? Why would he appear in the Saint Land? Moreover, he was wearing the uniform of a Saint Lan disciple. The person in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, Lu Mu, whom he had met when he went to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. At that time, Lu Mu's cultivation base was already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. It would not be difficult for him to pass the Saint Lan's assessment. Duan Lingtian had thought about meeting Lu Mu again, but he thought it would only happen after the Saint Lan's assessment. He did not expect to see Lu Mu before the Saint Lan's assessment began. It's senior brother Lu Yun. It's really senior brother Lu Yun. Who's the Saint Lan disciple standing next to him? Why does he look so similar to senior brother Lu Yun? I heard that senior brother Lu Yun has a cousin in the White Tiger Sanctum. Don't tell me he's senior brother Lu Yun's cousin? The Saint Lan's assessment has yet to begin, right? Why would he be here? While Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Mu's appearance, most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were also shocked by the appearance of the young man next to Lu Mu. Even Yang Wen, who was confronting Duan Lingtian, could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he looked at the young man next to Lu Mu. Lu Yun was also a true disciple like him. However, compared to him, Lu Yun was much more famous. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land, there was a ranking list for the true disciples. It was called the True Ranking. There were a total of 100 names on the ranking list. Only the strongest 100 among the 170 or so true disciples were qualified to be listed on the ranking list. Yang Wen was still not qualified to be listed on the true ranking. However, Lu Yun had long been ranked 27th on the true ranking. He was one of the strongest true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, his appearance had caused quite a commotion. Why is senior brother Lu Yun here? Moreover, he actually wanted to bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Is he joking? Under the puzzled gazes of many Saint Lan disciples, Lu Yun went to look for the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder and took out his crystal card to bet 100,000 contribution points. From the beginning until the end, he did not even frown at all. Senior brother Lu Yun has so much confidence in Duan Lingtian? Oh my god. After senior brother Lu Yun's actions, I'm starting to regret betting all my contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. Right now, I even want to bet more on Duan Lingtian. It's not for any other reason but for senior brother Lu Yun to think highly of him and make him bet 100,000 contribution points on him. Just as the disciples of the Saint Land were about to make a move, they saw, whoosh. Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing in the death arena, suddenly soared into the air and charged toward the young man who came with Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Mu, when did you come to the Saint Land? Moreover, how did you become a Saint Land disciple? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as he looked at Lu Mu. Although he had only met Lu Mu once in the past, because of their similar natures, it did not affect them from becoming friends. For this reason, he was surprised and delighted when he saw Lu Mu in the Palace of Death. Junior brother Lingtian, could it be that only you're allowed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but I'm not allowed to comprehend the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability? Lu Mu smiled. His words revealed the reason he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. As it turned out, Lu Mu was able to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability. Of course not. I'm just a little surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Lu Yun, who had finished placing his bet, returned to Lu Mu's side. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he said in a cold and calm voice, "My cousin asked me to place my bet on you. I hope you won't disappoint him and me." After that, Lu Yun did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he flew toward the spectator's seat. The spectator's seat had a great view. It was already filled with people. However, when the group of Saint Land disciples sitting in the spectator's seat saw Lu Yun's arrival, they stood up and made way for him as though he was a plague. Junior brother Lingtian, my cousin has always been like this. Please don't blame him. Chapter 1996. It's all right. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could tell Lu Yun did not have any ill intentions. 100,000 contribution points, however, when he recalled Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he opened them again, a glint flashed in his eyes as though he had thought of something. Senior brother Lu Mu, please look for senior brother Lu Yun first. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian hastily told Lu Mu and smiled apologetically. He did not wait for Lu Mu's reply and immediately flew out to meet Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just soared up to the sky and was preparing to host the death duel in the death arena. Is there anything? Niezue asked with a frown when he saw Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye and was blocking his path. At the same time, all the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene, including Lu Mu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Why is Duan Lingtian looking for Elder Niezue at this time? The death duel was about to begin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not waiting in the death arena. Instead, he was looking for Elder Niezue. Everyone could not help but wonder what he was trying to do. Elder Niezue. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a dilapidated bow appeared in his hand. There were 10 holes on the bow, making it look even more dilapidated. The only thing worth mentioning was the bowstring of the bow was not simple. Naturally, Niezue was the only one whose eyes lit up slightly. He could tell the bowstring of the bow was not simple. As for the others, they did not notice the bowstring since they were too far away. When they saw the bow that Duan Lingtian took out, most of them had a look of disdain on their faces. Why is Duan Lingtian taking out this dilapidated bow at this time? I don't know. Perhaps he's trying to bribe Elder Niezue with this dilapidated bow so he can cancel the death duel. What a joke. Don't worry, Elder Niezue doesn't care about this crappy bow at all. Even if he did, it's impossible for Elder Niezue to cancel today's life and death duel. The life and death contract has already been signed. If Elder Niezue abuses his authority to cancel today's life and death duel, then his position as the manager of the Palace of Life and Death will come to an end. The group of Holy Land disciples discussed animatedly, and their tone was full of ridicule and disdain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Niezue and said, Elder Niezue, I would like to pawn this bow with you in exchange for some contribution points to bet on myself. In today's battle to the death, if I die, this bow will be yours. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll use twice the contribution points to redeem it. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed the bow in his hand to Niezue. The seemingly broken bow in Duan Lingtian's hand was none other than the sun-shooting bow. When the sun-shooting bow was at its peak, it was an extremely powerful celestial supreme treasure. However, when Duan Lingtian obtained it, not only was the bowstring missing, but the 10 most important heavenly jewels on the bow were also missing. Even so, the sun-shooting bow was still extremely powerful after the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was used as the bowstring. However, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had focused all his attention on the sword Dao. Due to this reason, the sun-shooting bow was gradually covered in dust. If it was not for the fact that Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he would not have remembered the sun-shooting bow at all. Currently, he wanted to pawn the sun-shooting bow with Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, in exchange for some contribution points. After the battle to the death, he would redeem the sun-shooting bow. He believed that with Niezue's strength and identity, he would be able to tell how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow was. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. Niezue looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he reached out to take the sun-shooting bow from Duan Lingtian. When his gaze landed on the sun-shooting bow, his eyes gradually lit up. Although he could tell the bowstring was extraordinary, he did not pay attention to the bow itself. Now that he held the bow, he realized the most precious part of the bow was not the bowstring, but the bow itself. It's not that I'm confident in myself. After all, if I die today, everything that belongs to me will no longer belong to me. I might as well pawn the most precious thing in my possession and take a gamble. When Duan Lingtian heard Niezue's words, he said calmly, "Pfft." At this moment, a scoff sounded in the air. It was Yang Wen who was standing in the death arena. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said with contempt, "Duan Ling, from what you said, this lousy bao is the most precious thing in your possession? How pathetic! Do you think Elder Niezue would be interested in your lousy bao? What a joke!" Most of the other Saint Lan disciples were also looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Has this Duan Lingtian gone crazy from thinking about contribution points? He actually wants to pawn such a lousy bao in Elder Niezue's hands in exchange for contribution points. Is there something wrong with his head? Such a lousy bao is obviously from a street stall. Even if he sells it to me at a price of 1 contribution point, I'll still have to consider buying it. He's really bold to actually use such a lousy bao to try and take advantage of Elder Niezue. The group of Saint Lan disciples' words were filled with disdain. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was being too naive. He actually wanted to use a lousy bao to gain something without risking anything. Moreover, of all people, he actually dared to look for Elder Niezue. Did he really think Elder Niezue was blind? At this moment, even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, Sun De, and Guan Xiu could not help but frown. They could not tell what was so special about the bao. However, in the next moment, the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue's reaction stunned all of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene, including the 4 of them. "Why, you are really going to pawn this bao with me?" Not only was Niezue not enraged when he held the lousy bao in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples, but he even looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. In the eyes of the others, it was obvious that he had lost his composure. The reason Niezue was so excited was none other than the fact that he discovered the bao in his hand was not ordinary. He had only weighed the bao a few times before he discovered that although its strength was not as strong as 100 inscriptions saint weapon, it was not too far off. Naturally, Niezue would not care if it was a saint weapon that was not as strong as 100 inscriptions saint weapon. After all, even 100 inscriptions saint weapon was nothing to him. The reason he valued this bao was because he discovered there were only a few low-grade saint inscriptions inscribed on the bowstring. It could not even be considered a 10 inscriptions saint weapon. With the strength of this bao, it's not difficult for it to withstand a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions. Niezue had already tested it earlier. Even when he circulated the powerful saint origin in his body, he could not bend the body of the bao in his hand at all. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the material used to forge this bao was. Even if it's just a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions, its strength is still stronger than most 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Niezue was 100% sure of this. Just now, when he was testing the bao in his hand, he also discovered that the bao contained a mysterious power. Although the bowstring of this bao was made from the tendons of a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was only inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions. Regardless of the body of the bao, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 10 inscriptions saint weapon. The reason the strength of this bao was comparable to 100 inscriptions saint weapon was due to the mysterious energy in it. Elder Niezue, this bao is not bad, right? I obtained this when I obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. If it weren't for the fact that I'm on the brink of death today, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily. Duan Lingtian said. It's not just not bad. When Niezue heard Duan Lingtian's bao was left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, his eyes lit up even more. At the same time, he said readily, "All right. How many contribution points do you want?" 200,000 contribution points is enough. Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, he took out his crystal card and passed it to Niezue. Niezue took Duan Lingtian's crystal card and transferred 200,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian without hesitation. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim, "Now, I really hope you'll be killed by Yang Wen. If that's the case, your bao will be mine." In Niezue's opinion, it was worth it to exchange 200,000 contribution points for a saint weapon that was even more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. In Zoroastrianism, an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon would cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for. Moreover, it was usually priceless. Even for the most outstanding saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Inscribing 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was a skill that required a lot of effort. The deal between Duan Lingtian and Nieze was completed in just a blink of an eye. It was only when Duan Lingtian took the 200,000 contribution points Niezue transferred to him and went to the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder to bet on himself that the group of Saint Lan disciples around the Death Arena finally regained their senses. As soon as they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. T200,000 contribution points. Are you kidding me? That lousy bow is worth 200,000 contribution points? Lousy bow? You actually think the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon is a lousy bow? What a joke! No wonder Elder Niezue was so agitated earlier. As it turns out, he could see how extraordinary the bow is. It seems like this bow was indeed left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. He actually didn't use the weapon left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the Death Arena. Instead, he used it to exchange for contribution points. What a gambler! The Saint Lan disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, they still believed in Niezue's judgment. From now on, stop placing bets. At the same time, after Duan Lingtian bet 200,000 contribution points on himself, the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder's voice resonated in the air. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Chapter 1997. Soon after, the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder calculated the odds for today's death duel in the Palace of Death. 7. 1 on Yangwen winning. 1. 7 on Duan Lingtian winning. Soon after, one of the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder announced loudly. His voice resonated in the Palace of Death's ears. In other words, if Yangwen was the one who survived today, they would receive 1 contribution point for every 7 contribution points they bet on Yangwen. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was the one who survived, they would receive 7 contribution points for every 1 contribution point they bet on Duan Lingtian. More than 300,000 contribution points have already been bet on Duan Lingtian, and the odds are still so exaggerated? Doesn't this mean more than 1 million contribution points have been bet on senior brother Yangwen? Many Saint Lan disciples were stunned when they learned about the odds from the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder. Isn't this too much? It seems like everyone thinks highly of senior brother Yangwen. I'm starting to regret betting 2,000 contribution points on senior brother Yangwen. Most of the elders in the Palace of Death have also bet a lot of contribution points on senior brother Yangwen. That's for sure. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bet more than 2,100,000 contribution points on senior martial brother Yangwen. No matter what, most of the Saint Lan's disciples who placed their bets on Yangwen were satisfied with the current odds. Duan Lingtian, do you need this bow in your death duel with Yangwen? If you do, I can lend you this bow temporarily. After all, I'll have to return this bow to you if you survive. If you don't survive, it won't be too late for me to take this bow back from you. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Death Arena to confront Yangwen, Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had already arrived in the air above the Death Arena, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, most of the Holy Land disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As expected of the number 1 Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, Elder Niezue's courage is truly admirable. That's right. Now that Duan Lingtian's bow was in Elder Duan Lingtian's hands as collateral, it was considered Elder Niezue's personal property for the time being. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to borrow it, he could refuse. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, he would take the initiative to lend the bow to Duan Lingtian? That bow is a saint weapon left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. If Duan Lingtian uses it to fight senior brother Yangwen in a death duel, perhaps he'll be able to last for a long time before being killed by senior brother Yangwen. Most of the Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian used the sun-shooting bow, he would not be a match for Yangwen. Naturally, some of the Saint Lan disciples were worried as well. All of them were worried. If Duan Lingtian used the bow left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon, wouldn't his strength rise to another level? At that time, wouldn't senior brother Yang be in danger? The moment they thought of this, they began to cause a commotion again. Since you have the guts to pawn the bow left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon, you should have the guts not to use it. Don't forget that you've already pawned it. If you're a man, don't use that bow. Duan Ling, don't make us look down on you. For the sake of their contribution points, these Saint Lan disciples threw caution to the wind and said whatever they could think of. However, they soon realized they wasted quite a bit of their saliva, but Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not listen to them at all. Immediately, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Regardless of the commotion caused by the Holy Land's disciples who had bet on Yang Wen maintained a calm expression on his face. He was not affected by Niezue's offer to lend the bow to Duan Lingtian. Other than Duan Lingtian himself, he knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else present. Because of this, he knew that Duan Lingtian was an expert in the sword and not the bow. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's bow was not bad. However, if he was stronger when it came to using a bow, why did he not use a bow when he fought with Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine? In addition, Duan Lingtian's advanced offensive god art was a sword-type god art. This he also knew. For this reason, Yang Wen was almost certain. Even if Duan Lingtian's bow was left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was not an expert in using a bow. As it turned out, Yang Wen was right. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Niezue. However, I'm not an expert in using a bow. Duan Lingtian politely declined Niezue's kindness. At the same time, he realized Niezue, who was also not an expert in using a bow, would not covet the sun-shooting bow. Even if Niezue was tempted by the sun-shooting bow after discovering how extraordinary it was, Niezue was not an expert in using a bow. However, since Niezue was not skilled in using a bow, and he was the first Silver Flame elder of the fire worship sect who valued his reputation, it was impossible for him to covet a bow that he might not even need in front of so many people. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was willing to take out the sun-shooting bow and pawn it in Niezue's hands. If it was someone else, he might not have dared to do this. No wonder Duan Lingtian would pawn the treasured bow left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon. As it turns out, he's not an expert in using a bow. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally understood. Many Saint Lan disciples who had placed heavy bets on Yang Wen could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the sun-shooting bow that the group of Saint Lan disciples called a broken bow had now become a treasured bow. The change in their attitude toward the sun-shooting bow was not small at all. All of this was, naturally, due to Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, acknowledging the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene, including Niezue, did not know that the seemingly broken bow in Niezue's hands was the sun-shooting bow. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not introduce it at all. The reason he did not introduce it was because Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. In his opinion, the sun-shooting bow would not stay in Niezue's hands for long. It would return to him very soon. In the death arena, Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen stood facing each other as they prepared to make their move. Duan Lingtian was an ordinary elite disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had just joined the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism not long ago and could be considered as a new disciple. Yang Wen was a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had been in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for many years and was considered a senior disciple. These two people were going to sign a death pact in the Palace of Death in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Let's begin. As Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, spoke, the atmosphere in the entire place was instantly ignited. All of the Saint Lan disciples' attention was focused on the death arena as they stared at the two people standing on it. It's finally going to begin. Most of the Saint Lan disciples' hearts skipped a beat as an expression of anticipation appeared on their faces. Senior brother Yang Wen, you can do it. Kill Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Yang Wen, I've bet 5,000 contribution points on you. Don't disappoint me. Senior brother Yang Wen, kill him. Kill him. Many of the Saint Lan disciples stood up. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to shout. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the murderer of their fathers. These Saint Lan disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Yang Wen. If Yang Wen killed Duan Lingtian, it would mean that they would be able to reap a lot of contribution points today. For this reason, they were more concerned about the outcome of this battle than anyone else. Junior brother Lingtian, Sunda, who was sitting in the corner of the spectator seat side as he retracted his gaze. He could not bear to watch the next scene. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. Senior brother Lingtian, you can do it. Guan Xiu stared at Duan Lingtian as he waved his fist and cheered for Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, even though his voice wasn't there, it was completely drowned out by the endless voices cheering for Yang Wen. He seemed to be isolated and helpless. Brother Mu, apart from himself, nobody thinks highly of him. Why do you think so highly of him? You even asked me to bet my contribution points on him? There were only 2 people sitting in the spectator seats with an excellent view. One of them asked the other. The person who asked the question was none other than the true disciple, Lu Yun. He was also ranked 27th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. The person he asked was Lu Mu, who had just arrived at the Saint Land from the White Tiger Sanctum. I believe in him. Lu Mu's answer was simple and straightforward when faced with Lu Yun's question. Lu Yun was rendered speechless for a moment. He felt Lu Mu was a little too blind. At this moment, Lu Yun even regretted listening to Lu Mu and betting all his 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to sign a death duel pact with me. I really admire your courage. I really have to thank you for giving me a chance to avenge my brother. Yang Wen said as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when Nieze, the custodian of the Palace of Death, announced the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy surged out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The energy from Yang Wen's body surged out, causing the surrounding space to ripple and set off a gust of wind. It was as though heaven and earth would change color. The energy that surged out of Yang Wen's body was not the saint energy. It was the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. The saint celestial stage was divided into 9 forms. The first form of the Saint Celestial stage was the Saint Origin form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, it meant the saint energy in one's body had transformed into the more powerful Saint Origin. Compared to the saint energy. Chapter 1998. Devouring Tactic. Almost at the same time as the energy in Yang Wen's body surged out, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy that had been accumulating in his body also surged out. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared with his body as the center. The speed of the whirlpool was getting faster and faster. A powerful suction force swept out from the whirlpool as a gigantic beast the size of a mountain opened its mouth and sucked in all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. When Duan Lingtian used the devouring tactic, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was being sucked in by him. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged rapidly, causing a series of muffled explosions to reverberate in the air. In terms of commotion, it was not inferior to the commotion caused by Yang Wen's powerful saint origin surging out of his body. Assist-type divine ability? Yang Wen, who was standing far away, watched as Duan Lingtian devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. He saw how Duan Lingtian's saint energy rose from the peak of the exemplary saint stage to the intermediate quintessential saint stage in such a short time. Yang Wen's eyes widened in shock. Such a ridiculous boost had far surpassed the divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums. Most importantly, he could still hear Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability could last for a long time. It was much longer than an ordinary assist-type divine ability. However, saint energy that's only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse is nothing in front of me. It's not even worth mentioning. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, his confidence soared. Naturally, Yang Wen did not make the first move even though his confidence had soared. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not as simple as an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. After all, Hong Su, whose strength was close to the saint celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. Although Duan Lingtian's true strength was not at the saint celestial stage yet, he was only half a step away. If this was a normal spar, he would choose to make the first move when facing an opponent who was almost impossible to be his opponent. However, because this was a battle of life and death, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was no match for him, he still had to face it calmly. Because this was a matter of life and death, he had to be cautious. This is the Duan Lingtian support type divine ability? At the same time, everyone, including the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezure, and the other 3 bronze flame elders, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They witnessed with their own eyes how the whirlpool that had merged with Duan Lingtian's body had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a short period of time. Not only that, but it had also raised Duan Lingtian's saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. What a terrifying boost! In just a blink of an eye, the aura of Duan Lingtian's saint energy has been raised from the peak of the exemplary saint stage to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Although I've heard about the high-grade support-type divine ability Duan Lingtian mastered, it's still shocking to see it with my own eyes. That's right. Even the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, wouldn't have such a ridiculous boost even if it was fully comprehended. This is a leap of 1 stage, and it's a boost of 1 stage. Let's not talk about the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Even the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism is only at this level if it's fully comprehended. If that's the case, doesn't this support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian mastered is comparable to the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism? Theoretically, yes. The Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena had a solemn expression on their faces. Based on their words, they had a high opinion of Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability. If Duan Lingtian hasn't fully comprehended the support-type divine ability that he's currently using, doesn't that mean his support-type divine ability is more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism? A Saint Land disciple in the spectator's seats suddenly said. His words caused the expressions of the Saint Land disciples in the surroundings to turn solemn immediately. If there's still room for improvement in the support-type divine ability that he's using, it's indeed more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. That's right. The only way he can improve his support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism is if he has fully comprehended the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. If there's still room for improvement in his support-type divine ability, it's indeed more powerful than the number 1 support-type divine ability in Zoroastrianism. If there's still room for improvement in his support-type divine ability, then even if his support-type divine ability is not as good as Zhuangzi Buddhism's support-type divine ability, I'm afraid it's not too far off. As the group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, they brought up one of Zhuangzi Buddhism's support-type divine abilities. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects were 3 behemoths. They were great evils that stood above all the other forces. Each of the 3 great sects had many high-grade divine abilities, but each of them had their own strengths. For example, the most powerful divine ability in the Zoroastrianism was an offensive divine ability. That offensive divine ability was also known as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. It was also the most treasured divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Another example was Zhuangzi Buddhism. The most powerful divine ability was an assist-type divine ability. It was also the most treasured divine ability in Zhuangzi Buddhism. When that assist-type divine ability was fully comprehended, it could raise a person's cultivation base by a whole stage in a short time. What did it mean by a whole stage? In other words, if Duan Lingtian cast it, his Sun Saint energy that was equivalent to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage would be raised to the Saint energy at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage in a short time. Due to this reason, the group of Saint Lan disciples compared this assist-type divine ability in Zhuangzi Buddhism. As for the last sect, the Heaven Divination sect, their most powerful divine ability was a defensive divine ability. It was also the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect. Compared to the treasured divine abilities in Zoroastrianism and Zhuangzi Buddhism, the treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect was the most famous. This was because it was an ancient defensive divine ability that had been passed down since ancient times. It had already existed before the three great sects appeared in the Tao martial Saint Land. That divine ability was also widely acknowledged as the #1 defensive divine ability in the Tao martial Saint Land. As a soft sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others, the air within a 100-meter radius around Yangwen began to ripple. In the end, it formed a territory that was filled with murderous aura. One could vaguely see blood-red energy lingering in the air. Not only that, but above Yangwen's head, a vast amount of Saint Qi had also appeared out of nowhere and split into two. It transformed into a long spear and a gigantic ape. The long spear was more than 30 meters long while the gigantic ape stood in the air like a mountain. If it was outside, it would be able to blot out the sun. Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon? Saint Origin Consolidated Beast? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. In his opinion, this was a very low-level technique. It was similar to the leveling up of the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast. Usually, the True Energy Consolidated Beast and True Energy Consolidated Territory were the three great techniques that a martial or Tao cultivator mastered in the early days. Among them, the True Energy Consolidated Territory was the only technique that could accompany them for a long time. Naturally, it was only the furthest they could go. This was because later on, as one's martial arts techniques improved further, as well as the appearance of various divine abilities, even the condensed domain of vital energy would gradually weaken. Combine! However, as soon as Yangwen shouted, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened again. His expression turned solemn. The gigantic ape that was the size of a mountain that was formed by the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast above Yangwen's head suddenly came to life. It extended its right arm and grabbed the long spear that was more than 30 meters long. After the long spear landed in its hand, the gigantic ape's sturdy body trembled. Then, it extended its other hand and punched its chest. Don't. Awu! Without warning, the gigantic ape opened its mouth and roared. Its voice was like a clap of thunder as it tore through the air. Some of the Saint Lan disciples with low cultivation base could not help but frown. At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes, with Yangwen as the center, the territory that was filled with murderous aura within a 100-meter radius transformed into a blood-red torrent that surged toward the gigantic ape. It entered the gigantic ape's body through its bloody mouth. It looked as though the gigantic ape had swallowed Yangwen's territory. After the domain was completely devoured by the giant ape, there were no substantial changes to the giant ape's body. However, around its body and around the spear in its hand, strands of blood-red aura rose again. They were like blood-red lightning, constantly twining around its body and flashing about. Apart from that, its originally dim eyes had also turned bloodshot at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, the aura on the gigantic ape's body had undergone a drastic change. Not only was it filled with murderous aura, but it also exuded an extremely dangerous aura. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had such a feeling. It's the intermediate grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Congregation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations of many Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats. Soon after, from the exclamations of the Holy Land's disciples, he realized that Yangwen had cast a mid-grade offensive divine ability. This offensive divine ability relied on the most basic techniques, the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, the True Energy Consolidated Beast, and the True Energy Consolidated Territory. Naturally, The Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon, the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast, and the Saint Origin Consolidated Territory were cast by Yangwen. The intermediate grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Congregation, focused on combining the three techniques before launching an attack. This offensive divine ability was one of the best among all the middle-grade offensive divine abilities. "Kill him!" All of a sudden Yangwen shouted. In the next moment, the gigantic ape hovering in the air above Yangwen seemed to possess intelligence. Its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up as it stepped out obediently. Chapter 1999. Boom. The gigantic ape that was the size of a small mountain with a long spear in his hand that was shrouded in blood-red energy made a deafening sound when he took a step forward. Boom. 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 Following that, the gigantic ape charged toward Duan Ling Tian at a charging speed. Every step it took caused the air to explode. The series of loud noises shook the Saint Lan disciples around the death arena, causing their expressions to turn grave. It was as though the gigantic ape was stepping on their chests with every step it took. Just in time. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he faced the gigantic ape that was charging toward him menacingly. In just a blink of an eye, his body began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Naturally, in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples around the death arena, Duan Lingtian had only transformed into his hands and feet that were exposed outside of the Saint Lan disciple uniform. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into 4 dragon claws. After a few moments, the dragon scales that appeared on Duan Lingtian's skin thickened, and the Saint Lan disciple uniform on his body was torn apart. The dragon scales that shone with a cold black light finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It also allowed everyone to see Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a dragon warrior. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that everyone could not react in time. Their attention was completely attracted by Duan Lingtian's 4 dragon claws. Each of the 4 dragon claws had 9 claws that gleamed with a cold light. A humanoid dragon body with 9 claws. It was as though it was telling the people around him about his extraordinary identity. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Golden crow's wings. As soon as Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, a pair of wings that burned with flames shot out from his back. It appeared before everyone's eyes like a burning cloud in the sky. A sword appeared on the dragon claw in Duan Lingtian's right hand. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian took out the sword, Yangwen, who was standing in the distance, narrowed his eyes. His voice was filled with anger and hatred. This was because he recognized the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than his younger brother, Yang Wu's 100 Inscriptions Saint's Sword. In the next moment, Yang Wen's face turned red as he moved his hands and feet. Meanwhile, the gigantic ape that was charging at Duan Lingtian began to follow Yang Wen's movements. Strangely, it began to synchronize with Yang Wen's movements as well. It was as if Yang Wen had taken control of the giant ape in an instant, as if it was his own arm. Die! Under the gazes of the crowd, the giant ape opened its mouth and actually uttered human words. It let out a roar of anger and hatred. It was Yang Wen's voice. At this moment, Yang Wen seemed to have possessed the body of the giant ape as he charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. Without warning, the crimson light in the eyes of the gigantic ape that was controlled by Yang Wen grew even more intense. At the same time, the muscles on the gigantic ape's right arm began to bulge. It was more than twice as thick as before. In the next moment, as the gigantic ape swung its right arm, the 30-meter-long spear in its hand seemed to have transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning that shot toward Duan Lingtian. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning that was entwined with blood-red light was extremely thick. It was as thick as an adult's thigh. Wherever it passed, it caused space to tremble and set off waves of deafening noises. It was as if the sky was about to be pierced through by this spear. Upon seeing this, the Saint Lan's disciples who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior could not help but hold their breaths. They watched intently as though they were afraid they would miss out on any exciting scene. Just in time. In the face of the gigantic ape's spear that had transformed into a bolt of lightning, the battle intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes soared. As he shouted, he tightened his grip on the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand. Moreover, the flames on the golden crow's wings on his back seemed to have frozen for a moment. All of a sudden, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, and 2 balls of flames shot out instantly. It was as though a prairie fire was set ablaze as it struck the air. Boom, 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 boom. At once, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was so loud that it even overshadowed the commotion caused by the gigantic ape's spear that was being controlled by Yang Wen. As the golden crow's wings flapped violently, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a huge fireball as well. He was like a meteorite that fell from the sky and collided with the menacing giant ape. The gigantic ape's spear swept over at a very fast speed, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. When Duan Lingtian's body was about to collide with the gigantic ape, the spear that was charging toward him brushed past him. As he brushed past the spear, Duan Lingtian could even hear a slight but ear-piercing sound produced by the friction between the spear and the air. Scram! The gigantic ape opened its mouth and roared. The spear in its hands swept toward Duan Lingtian, who was getting close to it. It wanted to send Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian was only 1.8 meters tall. In front of the 30-meter-long spear, he seemed extremely small. If he was hit by the spear, he would definitely be sent flying. At that time, even if he did not die or become disabled, he would definitely be severely injured. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment when the spear in the giant ape's hand swept out, Duan Lingtian made his choice in a flash of lightning. He flapped his golden crow's wings abruptly and swept toward the body of the spear that was smashing toward him. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 soft sounds, Duan Lingtian was already on top of the spear. His 3 sharp dragon claws were nailed to the spear, leaving only 1 dragon claw holding the 100 inscriptions sacred sword. Even though Duan Lingtian had chosen to land on top of the spear at the fastest speed before the spear's power was fully unleashed, he still felt a violent tremor throughout his body. Even though the 9-clawed dragon warrior's strong body had neutralized the power, his internal organs were still in turmoil. Wah! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of congested blood that was half black and half red. Duan Lingtian's face alternated between green and white. Die! Seeing that Duan Lingtian had actually stuck to the spear so decisively, the gigantic ape opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. Then, it charged toward the death arena at lightning speed. When it got close to the death arena, the spear in its hand shook and it actually smashed the death arena with the spear. Now that Duan Lingtian was sticking to the spear, once the spear fell to the ground, he would be heavily smashed into the death arena. Golden crow's wings. Duan Lingtian naturally would not sit still and wait for his death. When the gigantic ape raised its spear and smashed it into the death arena, he once again used his body movement divine ability to dodge to the side. Almost as soon as he dodged, the spear in the gigantic ape's hand finally smashed into the death arena. Bang! With a loud bang, a deep crack appeared on the death arena. Especially where the tip of the spear landed, it left behind a hideous gap. How powerful! The death arena is made of a special material. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. However, senior brother Yang Wen's attack actually caused a crack and a gap to appear. As expected of a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage, senior brother Yang Wen is really powerful. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats finally had the chance to speak up. The moment they spoke, all of them praised Yang Wen's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's speed isn't slow as well. That's right. He managed to dodge the spear that the gigantic ape controlled by senior brother Yang Wen shot out. Nobody below the Saint Celestial stage can compare to his speed. I've long heard that Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability is even more powerful than the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really lives up to its reputation. After a while, many Saint Lan disciples were amazed by the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Duan Lingtian's strength is really not bad. At the same time, even Lu Yun could not help but praise Duan Lingtian. Brother Yun, I told you he's not simple. Lu Mu, who was sitting next to Lu Yun, raised an eyebrow. He felt proud. After all, Lu Yun did not think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. It's too early to be happy. However, Lu Yun poured a bucket of cold water on Lu Mu. Up until now, Yang Wen has only cast one medium-grade offensive divine ability. Although his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Consolidation, is already one of the best medium-grade offensive divine abilities. However, as far as I know, he has also mastered another high-grade movement divine ability. However, this high-grade movement divine ability can only be cast by his true body. The gigantic ape before us is merely a clone formed by his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Consolidation. Although it's strong, it's not his true strength. Lu Yun's words hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, even Lu Mu, who was confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but have a grave expression on his face. Moreover, Yang Wen is a true disciple after all. He might have some hidden techniques. Even if he doesn't, as the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he must have something that can save his life at a critical moment. For example, a forbidden pill. Lu Yun continued to say. Earlier, he had learned about Yang Wen's other identity from the Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats. Yang Wen was the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Forbidden pill. Lu Mu's expression changed again when he heard Lu Yun's words. If Yang Wen, who was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, consumed a forbidden pill, would he not be able to raise his strength to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time? Lu Mu had reason to believe that. If Yang Wen had taken the forbidden pill from Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he would definitely be able to raise his strength by so much. If that's all Duan Lingtian has, it's impossible for him to be a match for Yang Wen. However, when he asked me to pawn this bow, I could faintly feel a strong sense of confidence from him. Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, could not help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the seemingly broken bow in his hand and Duan Lingen. Chapter 2000. While Niezue was deep in his thoughts, Duan Lingtian made his move as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the giant ape controlled by Yang Wen smashing its spear on the death arena. He activated the golden crow's wings and charged toward the giant ape. This was the moment when the giant ape's defense was at its weakest. Boom, 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 boom. The golden crow's wings flapped violently again, causing the air to tremble and explode. However, the Saint Lan disciples around the death arena were not paying attention to the commotion caused by the golden crow's wings. Their eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. Transcendent flying celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian arrived near the giant ape at an extremely fast speed. With just a flash, he actually conjured 4 clones that were indistinguishable. Including the original Duan Lingtian, a total of 5 Duan Lingtians attacked the giant ape with their swords in unison. The 5 swords did not only contain the high-grade divine ability, the transcendent flying celestial, but it also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, the power he displayed when he wielded the sword was not something that could be compared to before. The 5 swords pierced through the air and landed on the giant ape when it raised its spear to counterattack. 5 holes instantly appeared on the giant ape's body. You think you can destroy my giant ape clone with just 5 swords? What a joke! Although there were 5 holes on the giant ape's body, its movement and strength were not affected at all. It even had the time to mock Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the person who spoke was Yang Wen. Who told you there are only 5 swords? Almost as soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, the 5 Duan Lingtians sneered in unison. Due to Duan Lingtian's sneer, the giant ape that Yang Wen controlled slowed down slightly. However, he quickly recovered and stood with his spear horizontally, assuming a defensive posture. Bush, bush, bush. At this moment, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian suddenly disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was as though he had put them away. Bush, 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 bush. However, the buzzing of the sword told them that Duan Lingtian did not put away his 100 inscriptions sacred sword. Gone. Almost at the same time as the buzzing sounds of swords rang out, the group of Holy Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena stood up in shock. This was because they could hear the sound of swords whistling in their ears, but they couldn't see a single sword shadow. Even Lu Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. What a terrifying imperial sword technique! Among the people present on the scene, apart from the few elders from the Palace of Death, Lu Yun was the most powerful. Although the group of Holy Land disciples present on the scene could only hear the sound of swords whistling, it did not mean Lu Yun could not see it. However, Lu Yun could only vaguely see the sword shadows, but he could not capture any of them. The speed of the sword shadows sent chills down his spine. It was too fast. Even if he unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to unleash such a fast attack. This imperial sword technique. At the same time, even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, and the other 3 bronze flame elders could not help but narrow their eyes. What the 3 bronze flame elders saw was similar to what Lu Yun saw since their strength was on par with each other. However, what Niezue saw was completely different. In Niezue's field of vision, the 500 inscriptions saint swords controlled by Duan Lingtian with the imperial sword technique were intertwined at an exaggerated speed, forming a dense sword net that swept toward the giant ape clone controlled by Yang Wen. The speed of the sword shadows that formed the sword net was so fast that even Niezue could not help but feel chills running up his spine. A martial cultivator whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage was able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Would he not be heaven-defying if he broke through to the quintessential saint stage or the saint's celestial stage? Unfortunately, he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. The moment Niezue thought of this, he felt it was a pity. Oh no! At the same time, horror dawned on Yang Wen's face. He immediately controlled the giant ape to avoid the sword net formed by Duan Lingtian with the imperial sword technique. Those Saint Land disciples below the Saint's celestial stage present on the scene could not see the 100 inscriptions saint swords controlled by Duan Lingtian with the imperial sword technique. However, it did not mean Yang Wen could not see it. In fact, due to the close distance, he could see it even more clearly than Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death. Due to this reason, he chose to avoid it. Trying to avoid it? It's too late. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cold voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, the sword net formed by the imperial sword technique enveloped the giant ape that was the size of a small mountain and sliced it into tens of thousands of pieces. The giant ape was formed by Yang Wen's saint origin. Now that it was sliced into tens of thousands of pieces, the energy contained in it was also divided into tens of thousands of pieces. Bush, bush, bush. Due to this reason, when the sword net controlled by Duan Lingtian trembled, the tens of thousands of pieces of saint origin were destroyed and disappeared from this world. As Yang Wen's giant ape avatar was crushed, Yang Wen's main body, who was standing in the distance, seemed to have suffered a certain degree of backlash. His body suddenly trembled, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. Upon seeing this, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Senior brother Yang Wen's giant ape clone is gone just like that? What technique did Duan Lingtian use? How can it be so fast? I can't even catch a glimpse of it. Me too. Isn't this speed a little too fast? When the group of Saint Land disciples spoke, their voices were filled with shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how the giant ape clone was destroyed. All they saw was the giant ape clone being sliced into tens of thousands of pieces. The pieces did not stay in the air for long before they were destroyed. It was as though they were destroyed by an invisible force. Brother Yun, what's going on? Lu Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he did not see clearly what had happened just now. Duan Lingtian has mastered an extremely terrifying sword-wielding technique. I don't know if it's a divine ability or a martial technique. When he wields the sword, the speed of the sword is so fast that even I can't catch a glimpse of it. Lu Yun said with a solemn expression. What? Brother Yun Yun, you can't even catch a glimpse of it? Lu Mu was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was his cousin, and he was very clear about how strong Lu Yun was. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, it seems like I've underestimated you. Lu Mu had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. Although he had confidence in Duan Ling Tian, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to wield the sword so quickly. What kind of sword-wielding technique is that? Yang Wen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian sharply after he regained his senses. Why do you care what kind of sword-wielding technique it is? Yang Wen, if that's all you've got, you're destined to die in my hands today. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yang Wen indifferently. His tone was exceptionally cold when he spoke. Do you really think you can kill me, Yang Wen, just because you've mastered that sword-wielding technique? How naive. Yang Wen had a disdainful expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The fight earlier was merely a warm-up for me. The real battle has only just begun. I'd like to see if your sword-wielding technique can catch up to my real body. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, his body swayed. In just a blink of an eye, he left behind a silhouette on the spot. His real body was already far away. Bush, 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 bush. Every time Yang Wen's figure flashed out, a solidified shadow would appear where he was originally standing, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Phantom scars. Upon seeing this, many disciples from the Holy Lands cried out in surprise. The phantom scars is a movement technique from a heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic. Based on the phantom scars that senior brother Yang Wen cast, it's obvious he has cultivated it to the highest stage. It's too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but he'll leave behind a silhouette every time he moves to interfere with his opponent's vision. It's said that senior brother Yang Wen has also comprehended a high-grade movement divine ability. When that high-grade movement divine ability is combined with the phantom scars, his speed is not something Duan Lingtian can compare to. That's right. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian cast that sword-wielding technique earlier, he might not be able to catch up to senior brother Yang Wen. As long as senior brother Yang Wen relies on his speed to stall for time, he'll be able to stall until the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability wears off. At that time, Duan Lingtian will be the meat on senior brother Yang Wen's chopping board. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. Although Duan Lingtian had destroyed the giant ape clone that Yang Wen had condensed using his intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, the three flowers at one's prominence, they still did not think it was possible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Yang Wen. As you wish. The five Duan Lingtian spoke in unison again. As soon as their voices left their mouths, they surrounded Yang Wen and charged at him. In terms of movement techniques, Yang Wen's speed was not even comparable to Duan Lingtian's, let alone Duan Lingtian's 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword that was controlled by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian charged at him, Yang Wen instantly cast his movement divine ability. Bush, 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 bush. The movement divine ability that Yang Wen had mastered was called the Wind Spirit Possession. Once he cast it, his entire body would seem to be possessed by a wind spirit. His body would move with the wind, and he would be as fast as the wind. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of Yang Wen silhouettes appeared in the sky above the death arena. Moreover, as the five Duan Lingtian's figures flashed out, the number of these silhouettes continued to increase. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of silhouettes appeared. Chapter 2001. So fast. The eyes of the Holy Land's disciples in the spectators' seats lit up when they saw thousands of Yang Wen's afterimages appearing in the sky above the death arena. Is this the high-grade movement divine ability, wind spirit possession that senior brother Yang Wen mastered? At this moment, they could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability disappearing and him being killed by Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen's current speed is even faster than Duan Lingtian's after he uses his high-grade movement divine ability. As expected, there's no suspense in this battle. I'm regretting that I didn't bet more on senior brother Yang Wen. Me too. I only bet 1,000 contribution points. Many of the Holy Land's disciples already felt that Duan Lingtian was bound to lose and die without a doubt. They even began to regret not betting everything on Yang Wen. Now, they felt that this was a sure win deal. Yang Wen's speed is already faster than Duan Lingtian's. If Duan Lingtian only has this much skill, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. Lu Yun muttered as he watched the scene before him with a grave expression. Although 100,000 contribution points was not enough to hurt him, he would still feel a little heartache if they were to disappear just like that. Junior brother Ling Tian definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Lu Mu's seemingly blind trust in Duan Lingtian caused Lu Yun to involuntarily shake his head. However, he did not open his mouth to attack him. Junior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian. Whether it was Sunda or Guanxiu, their hearts were hanging by a thread. They knew the moment Yang Wen used the high-grade movement divine ability, the wind spirit possession, the battle was coming to an end. Either Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Yang Wen's speed, which would give him a chance of winning. Or, Yang Wen could crush Duan Lingtian in terms of speed and stall for time, waiting for the Duan Lingtian's support ability to wear off before killing the Duan Lingtian in one go. In their hearts, they unanimously felt that the second possibility was more likely. It was not that they did not have enough confidence in Duan Lingtian, but that they could not bring themselves to do so. After all, the difference in their foundations was too great. Even if Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was only comparable to the saint energy of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Yang Wen's energy, on the other hand, was the saint origin that was above saint energy. It was an energy exclusive to saint's celestial stage powerhouses. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to force Yang Wen to use his high-grade movement divine ability, wind spirit possession, was already very impressive in their eyes. As for Duan Lingtian defeating or even killing Yang Wen, they did not dare to think about it. A woo! Another roar reverberated in the air. This time, Yang Wen had expended his saint origin to form another giant ape with a long spear in its hand. Its entire body was shrouded in blood-red energy as it charged toward Duan Lingtian again. Do you think this trick of yours will work on me? Duan Lingtian's indifferent words sounded. In the next moment, everyone present on the scene heard a series of sword whistles that sounded like the buzzing of bees. Bush, 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 bush. For the group of Saint Land disciples below the Saint Celestial stage, they could only hear the sound of sword whistling. As for the sword shadows, they could not even see a single one, let alone capture it. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the giant ape that Yang Wen condensed using his saint origin to cast his intermediate-grade offensive divine ability, Triple Flower Convergence, was once again crushed mercilessly by Duan Lingtian. Die! Before everyone could react to the scene of the giant ape being crushed, Yang Wen's voice had already reverberated in the Palace of Death. In the next moment, the crowd saw Yang Wen's true self had already charged toward Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. Along the way, there were hundreds of silhouettes. More than half of the silhouettes behind him had a long spear in their hands. Senior brother Yang Wen has also taken out his 100 inscriptions saint spear. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Seizing the opportunity when Duan Lingtian was crushing the giant ape with his sword net, Yang Wen cast his movement divine ability, wind spirit possession. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. The 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand shook as it spun and charged towards Duan Lingtian. As Yang Wen's saint origin skyrocketed, the spear that contained the profundity of spear martial tactics shot out, causing the air to emit a sound of friction. The spear that seemed to be assisted by God was aimed at Duan Lingtian's throat at the best time. A single spear to seal the throat. Too slow. When Yang Wen's spear swept out, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. Instead, he stood on the spot and spat out 3 words with a calm expression on his face. Stop trying to be mysterious. When Yang Wen saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, he instinctively felt a little guilty. However, he still shouted as the 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand continued to charge towards Duan Lingtian's throat. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, Yang Wen could clearly hear the sound of a sword whistling as it approached him. It was so fast that it was even faster than the speed he displayed previously. It was even faster than the speed he displayed when he combined his movement technique with his high-grade movement technique, Wind Spirit Possession. Immediately, Yang Wen was scared out of his wits. Impossible! How can his sword-wielding art be so fast? At this moment, no matter how Yang Wen roared in his heart, he could not change the fact that if he chose to continue attacking Duan Lingtian, he would be shrouded by the sword net and torn into pieces. He did not think his defensive technique and divine ability would be able to withstand the sword net that Duan Lingtian formed with the sword-wielding art. Swoosh. For this reason, Yang Wen immediately stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Not only did he stop attacking Duan Lingtian, but he even used his movement technique and movement divine ability as fast as he could to escape the sword net's range as soon as possible. This was because he felt the sword net was getting closer and closer to him. Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword net seemed to have increased its speed to its maximum. In just a blink of an eye, it had already shrouded the place where Yang Wen was standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Ugh. A heart-wrenching low cry suddenly reverberated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, although Yang Wen chose to dodge immediately, the part of his right thigh below his thigh was still crushed by the sword net because he was too late to dodge. Blood stained the sky as though it had transformed into dazzling red roses. It was enchanting and beautiful. However, nobody paid attention to this at this moment. Senior brother Yang Wen's leg is crippled. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena stood up in shock again. All of them looked at Yang Wen, who had lost his leg, in disbelief. At this moment, Yang Wen was hovering in the air in the distance. His face was extremely pale as he hurriedly stopped the blood from gushing out of his severed leg. However, his eyes were exceptionally cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian had increased to the maximum at this moment. His sword-wielding art can still be sped up? This time, Lu Yun was so shocked that he stood up immediately. Even he did not expect Duan Lingtian to increase his speed with the sword-wielding art. Amazing! Lu Mu stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of excitement on his face. What a terrifying sword-wielding art! Nye Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. If his sword-wielding art is a martial tactic, then this sword tactic is definitely qualified to be called the #1 sword tactic in the Dao martial Saint Land. In the past, I've seen many sword-wielding arts from heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics that have been cultivated to the maximum. However, none of them are comparable to the sword-wielding art he just cast. The other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death looked at each other and smiled wryly. Are we being too impulsive? We actually bet all our contribution points on Yang Wen. Even if we bet a little on Duan Lingtian, we wouldn't have lost so much. One of the bronze flame elders said with a wry smile. When he saw Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding art had sped up again, and his speed was even faster than Yang Wen's speed when he combined his movement divine ability with his movement technique, he could already see the scene of Yang Wen being defeated and killed. Don't worry. The outcome isn't out yet. Don't forget that Yang Wen hasn't consumed the forbidden pill yet. Another bronze flame elder said as his eyes shone brightly. That's right. As the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Wen must have some life-saving technique in his possession. The forbidden pill is the most direct and straightforward life-saving technique. He must have it. The last bronze flame elder nodded as he looked at Yang Wen. If he's smart, he'll consume the forbidden pill now. If this drags on, he'll be severely injured again and his strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian even if he consumes the forbidden pill. However, I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian, a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, would be able to cast such a powerful technique. At this moment, the three bronze flame elders looked at Duan Lingtian in unison with a complicated expression on their faces. One of senior brother Yang Wen's legs is broken. Is he going to lose? How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? How's it possible for him to break one of senior brother Yang Wen's legs? If senior brother Yang Wen loses and dies, won't my contribution points go to waste? That's all my contribution points. Fear and uneasiness filled the hearts of the Saint Lan's disciples who had placed their bets on Yang Wen. At this moment, they were beginning to regret placing such a heavy bet on Yang Wen. Don't panic. Senior brother Yang Wen must still have a trump card that he hasn't used yet. That's right. As the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, do you think senior brother Yang Wen doesn't have a life-saving technique? As some of the Saint Lan's disciples spoke, their eyes lit up again. It was as though they had seen hope again. That's the forbidden pill? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Wen. Chapter 2002. Forbidden Pill? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard the exclamations of many Holy Land disciples and saw Yang Wen swallow the pill. Almost at the same moment Yang Wen swallowed the pill. Boom! A strange energy swept out from his body and perfectly fused with his Saint Qi before spreading out, causing the void to tremble and deafening explosions to ring out. At that moment, Yang Wen's strength seemed to have increased a lot compared to before. Junior brother Ling Tian, brother Yun said that although Yang Wen's cultivation base is not at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, his saint origin is comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he doesn't have the other characteristics of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Mu's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears the moment Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill and his strength increased. In terms of saint origin, it's comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. These words were spoken by the true disciple, Lu Yun, so he did not doubt the authenticity of these words at all. He could understand why Lu Yun said Yang Wen's current cultivation base was not at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. As far as he knew, breaking through from the first form of the Saint Celestial stage to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would not only increase one's saint origin, but there would also be some changes that were unique to powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. That was something that forbidden pills could not achieve. Forbidden pills could only increase a person's strength. After taking a forbidden pill, his Saint Qi has increased by an entire level. The forbidden pill he took isn't inferior to the one Hong Su took that day. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. At the same time, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, and the other three bronze flame elders were shocked by Yang Wen's improvement after he consumed the forbidden pill. They didn't expect Yang Wen's forbidden pills to be of such a high grade. Yang Wen's saint origin has increased by an entire level. Duan Lingtian is doomed. Duan Lingtian's imperial sword technique might be fast, but he can't be faster than Yang Wen after he consumed the forbidden pill. Unless he has some other trump card. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Life and Death looked at each other and whispered to each other. They all felt that there was no doubt about the result of today's battle. Yang Wen would definitely win and Duan Lingtian would lose. Senior brother Yang Wen's saint origin has risen by a whole level. At the same time, a young man from the Holy Land muttered in a corner of the spectator stands around the death arena. His tone was filled with surprise. Senior brother Cha Jin, Did you just say that? Senior brother Yang when Saint Chi has improved by an entire level? Another Saint Land disciple exclaimed in surprise. You mean senior brother Yang when Saint Origin has already risen to the level of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? He believed in the words of this senior brother Cha Jin beside him. This was because he knew this senior brother Cha Jin was one of the best among the elite disciples in the Saint Land. Moreover, his cultivation base was almost at the Saint Celestial stage, and he was publicly acknowledged as one of the people who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple. Meanwhile, Cha Jin's words had also spread in the surroundings and shocked the other Saint Land disciples. After consuming the forbidden pill, senior brother Yang when Saint Origin has risen to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Isn't this too exaggerated? It seems like the forbidden pill senior brother Yang when consumed is really extraordinary to be able to raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's cultivation base so much. Is it true? Senior brother Cha Jin said so. It shouldn't be false. Senior brother Cha Jin? He's one of the people who has the highest chance of becoming a true disciple among all the Saint Land disciples. If it's him, then this news should be true. The group of Saint Land disciples was shocked by the high grade of the forbidden pill Yang when consumed. After all, a forbidden pill that could raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's Saint Origin by a level was not an ordinary pill. In the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only Saint Refinement Masters at the quasi-celestial grade and above who specialized in medicine refinement would be able to refine such a pill. Senior brother Yang Wen is indeed worthy of being the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He's actually able to take out such a precious forbidden pill. Even the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect wouldn't be able to take out such a high-grade forbidden pill. However, senior brother Yang Wen consumed it just like that. He had to consume it. If senior brother Yang Wen didn't consume the forbidden pill, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Even if Duan Lingtian were to die today, he should be proud of himself for being able to force senior brother Yang Wen to consume the forbidden pill. That's right. Even we didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong that he's able to force senior brother Yang Wen to consume the forbidden pill. The Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats could not help but exclaim in awe at Duan Lingtian's unexpected strength. Ha! At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly resonated in the air. It was the laughter of Yang Wen, who had become much stronger after consuming the forbidden pill. Yang Wen's laughter was filled with excitement and agitation, as if he had encountered a great joyous occasion. Has this Yang Wen gone mad? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Yang Wen to suddenly laugh. After all, he did not know what was going on. After all, after Yang Wen consumed the forbidden pill, he looked as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, he seemed to have encountered a joyous occasion. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt that something was amiss with Yang Wen. Even the other people present on the scene were confused. What's Yang Wen doing? Even Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, could not help but frown. He did not know why Yang Wen would suddenly lose his composure and laugh. The three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death had a worried expression on their faces as well. I've never heard of anyone going mad after consuming a forbidden pill. If Yang Wen has gone mad, doesn't that mean Duan Lingtian is going to win? Our contribution points are going to go down the drain then. What's going on? The three bronze flame elders looked at each other. It was obvious they were worried as well. They did not care about Yang Wen's life or death. What they cared about was the contribution points that they had bet on Yang Wen. It was not a small amount. At this moment, the three bronze flame elders were not the only ones who were worried. Even the Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats around the death arena had a worried expression on their faces. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became noisy. What's going on with senior brother Yang Wen? Look at him. It doesn't seem like he's lost his composure. Has he gone mad? Gone mad? How's that possible? How can someone who was fine suddenly go mad? Maybe it's because of the forbidden pill? I heard the side effects of the forbidden pill are very serious. Don't the side effects of the forbidden pill only appear after the pill's efficacy has subsided? Why would it appear at this moment? I don't know. Among the group of Saint Lan disciples, many of them thought Yang Wen had gone mad. Otherwise, why would Yang Wen be laughing at such a critical moment? At this moment, Yang Wen should be using all his might to kill Duan Lingtian before the effect of the forbidden pill in his body completely subsided. In their opinion, Yang Wen was wasting his time. If this continued, the forbidden pill's efficacy would be almost depleted before he even made his move. Senior brother Yang Wen, hurry up and make your move. Why are you laughing for no reason? If you want to laugh, wait until you've killed Duan Lingtian. Hurry up and make your move. I've bet 5,000 contribution points on you. If you lose it because you've gone mad, I'll curse you 100 times a day even if you die. I'll curse you to be a beast in your next life. When the group of Saint Lan disciples who had bet on Yang Wen saw Yang Wen laughing for a long time without any intention of stopping, they began to urge him. Perhaps the urging of the group of Holy Land disciples had an effect. Yang Wen's laughter soon stopped. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, I really have to thank you for forcing me to consume the forbidden pill. If I didn't consume the forbidden pill, I wouldn't have been able to successfully comprehend the descent of the Spear Emperor at such a critical moment. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he shook the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand. A vast amount of energy entered the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear. When the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear was shrouded by his energy, he could not help but narrow his eyes before he opened them again. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Yang Wen opened his eyes, the vast energy from his body seemed to have transformed into an indiscriminate shockwave that swept out in all directions. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a silhouette that resembled a towering mountain appeared and shrouded Yang Wen. The silhouette was clad in thick armor and looked awe-inspiring. He held a long spear that was more than 100 meters long in his hand. He stood there with the spear horizontally, emitting an oppressive aura. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian immediately thought of Hong Su. Previously, when he fought with Hong Su had cast a similar divine ability. It seemed to be called the Saber King manifestation. However, based on Yang Wen's words, the divine ability that he had cast seemed to be called the Descent of the Spear Emperor. This was not the main point. The main point was Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the divine ability that Yang Wen had cast was on a completely different level compared to the one Hong Su had cast. A high-grade offensive divine ability? Chapter 2003. Moreover, based on Yang Wen's words, it seemed like he had only comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor, after consuming the forbidden pill. Network, is it because I comprehended a high-grade divine ability at the last minute again? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He could not help but think of Sunda. Previously, in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Sunda had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle's sanctum because of Duan Lingtian's oppression. However, today, Yang Wen had also successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability after consuming the forbidden pill under Duan Lingtian's oppression, just like Sunda. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Heavens! It's really the divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I've long heard that senior brother Yang Wen has been comprehending the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I didn't expect him to successfully comprehend it at such a critical moment. As it turns out, senior brother Yang Wen is not crazy. He's laughing so loudly because he has successfully comprehended the Descent of the Spear Emperor. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to die from anger now, right? If he didn't force him, senior brother Yang Wen wouldn't have consumed the forbidden pill, let alone successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking and cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor, The eyes of the Saint Lan disciples who thought Yang Wen had gone mad lit up immediately. It was as though they had regained their vitality. At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Junior brother Ling Tun. Sun De smiled wryly at the corner of the spectator seat. He did not expect there would be someone like him who successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability under Duan Ling Tian's oppression. Now that Yang Wen had successfully comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor, it meant his strength had improved. Coupled with the Forbidden Pills effect, it was undoubtedly easier for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. It could be said that his junior brother Ling Tian had shot himself in the foot this time. Naturally, he had shot himself in the foot. At the same time, Guan Xiu, Lu Yun, and Lu Mu's expressions turned solemn. Even Lu Mu, who was extremely confident in Duan Ling Tian, could not help but feel anxious at this moment. She had a worried expression on her face when she looked at Duan Ling Tian again. He's mastered Duan Ling Tian's effect divine ability? Duan Ling Tian's emotions could not help but be filled. Master Duan Ling Tian's Lord Flame Duan Ling Flame profound words. Dual divine art, SSSS Dao art Duan Emperor Duan divine master, SSSS divine, Duan. Ti Duan Shin, Ves? S Duan Tai. Duan Ling Tian, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Wen suddenly shouted as he took a step forward. With a flick of the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear in his hand, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian with a swoosh. He had completely unleashed his spear-type martial tactic. Naturally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Wen was merely making a feint. His spear was so far away from Duan Ling Tian that it could not even touch Duan Ling Tian. However, even if his spear could not touch Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean the spear in the hands of the Spear Emperor illusory that he had consolidated with his divine ability could not touch Duan Ling Tian. As Yang Wen made his move, the Spear Emperor illusory that was as huge as a towering mountain finally made its move. He imitated Duan Ling Tian and took a step forward. Boom! The moment he took a step forward, the void trembled and the wind howled. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. The moment he took a step forward, it was as though he had landed on the chest of everyone present. Their hearts could not help but tremble as though they were in the same situation. Swoosh! At the same time, the Spear Emperor illusory made its next move. It held the spear that was more than 100 meters long and swept it out. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic WM as it pounced toward Duan Ling Tian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Golden Crow's wings. At this moment, even if Duan Ling Tian used the Golden Crow's wings to dodge, it would be useless. The spear that the Spear Emperor illusory had swept out had locked onto him. No matter where he hid, he would not be able to avoid it. It followed him like a shadow. Black Tortoise's protection. At this moment, the saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body surged and spread out, forming a layer of protection around his body. This layer of protection was a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette that appeared around Duan Ling Tian's body, protecting Duan Ling Tian completely. It was as though it could withstand all attacks. It's the black tortoise's divine ability, the black tortoise's protection. Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Saint Lan disciples lit up immediately. They recognized the divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had cast. However, the moment the black tortoise's silhouette appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by the Spear Emperor illusory. From the beginning until the end, it did not even have the strength to resist at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian had just mastered the black tortoise's barrier, his comprehension of the black tortoise's barrier was not deep enough. Even the strength that he used to support the black tortoise's barrier could not be compared to the strength that supported the Spear Emperor illusory. One was the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, while the other was the saint origin at the second form of the saint celestial stage. The two of them were not on the same level at all. After the Spear Emperor illusory destroyed the defensive divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, that Duan Ling Tian had cast, it continued to charge at Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious it wanted to pierce through Duan Ling Tian's body with its spear and kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherworldly celestial, At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body that had merged with 4 clones appeared again in just a blink of an eye. 5 figures passed by each other and shot out in 5 different directions. "Break for me!" Seeing this scene, Yang Wen narrowed his eyes and shouted. At the same time, his body swayed and he made his move again. Whoosh! At the same time, the long spear in the Spear Emperor Illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long caught up with one of the Duan Lingtian and pierced through his body. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian's body that was pierced through vanished into thin air. It was a clone. Whoosh! Yang Wen made his move again after his first attack failed. The Spear Emperor Illusory also made its move and pierced Duan Lingtian's body with its spear again. Another clone. Next. After that, Yang Wen's spear swept out once more. The Spear Emperor Phantom flashed through the sky, and it was like a god of spears had descended to the world. Just a single spear strike was capable of piercing through everything. This time, Duan Lingtian did not wait for his death. When he was locked on by Yang Wen's gaze and the Spear Emperor's illusory body, he immediately turned around and faced Yang Wen with his sword in hand. At the same time, it revealed that he was his true body. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the other 2 clones of Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. When they regained their senses, they glared at Yang Wen fiercely. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that Duan Lingtian had his back facing Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death. He was standing in a straight line with Niezue and Yang Wen. However, it seemed as though it was intentional. This was because Duan Lingtian had repeatedly cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, in this direction. Currently, he had arrived at his destination. Whoosh! The Spear Emperor Illusory struck with its spear. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 300 inscriptions Saint Swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body and his 2 clones disappeared in unison. This time, nobody thought Duan Lingtian had put the 100 inscriptions Saint Swords away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As expected, as soon as the 300 inscriptions Saint Swords disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang again. Whoosh. As the sound of swords whistling in the air, a clear and unique sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air like the cry of a phoenix. It was exceptionally loud and pleasing to the ears. At the same time, it gave off a cold and murderous vibe. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the long spear in the Spear Emperor Illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long shattered before it could even touch Duan Lingtian. The Spear Emperor Illusory's spear shattered as well. Everyone present, including Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death, who could see Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen at the same time, did not know what had happened. All they heard was the sound of swords whistling in the air. They could not see anything with their naked eyes. Even Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword shadow that caused the sound of swords whistling in the air. Spurt! As soon as the Spear Emperor Illusory's body was destroyed, a soft sound rang in the air. When the crowd shifted their attention to the source of the sound, they discovered that there was a bloody wound on Yang Wen's body. A bloody hole had appeared between Yang Wen's brows at some point in time. His eyes were wide open, and a smug and arrogant smile was plastered on his face. It was as though he had seen Duan Lingtian being killed by his spear. Perhaps he did not even know what had happened until he was killed. Whoosh. At the same time, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, whose line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's real body, stepped into the air and moved to the side. Unfortunately, his reaction was still too slow. Yang Wen was already dead. He was killed by the short-lived sound of swords whistling in the air like the cry of a phoenix. From the beginning until the end, even the 4 strongest people present other than Niezue, Lu Yun, and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword that killed Yang Wen. What a fast sword! How can it be so fast? Chapter 2004. He's dead. What's going on? How's this possible? Not only did senior brother Yang consume a forbidden pill, but he even mastered the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Descent of the Spear Emperor. With such strength, isn't it easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian? How did he get killed by Duan Lingtian instead? What's that sword cry earlier? Not only did it suppress the waves of buzzing sword howls, when it resounded, it crushed senior brother Yang Wen's attack with an unstoppable force. Even the bloody hole between senior brother Yang Wen's brows is very likely to have been pierced through by the sword move that caused that sword howl. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? Lu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders were still in shock when 90% of the Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats in the death arena rose to their feet in unison. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. One of the Holy Land disciples cried out in shock. Then he reached out and slapped himself. The burning pain on his face left him dumbfounded. It's not a dream. It's actually not a dream. How's this possible? What sword technique did Duan Lingtian cast? From the beginning until the end, I couldn't even see his sword when he cast his sword technique. His sword is so terrifyingly fast. I'm afraid only those at the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to catch his sword technique. As the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they shifted their attention to the 4 Palace of Death's elders led by Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death. The 4 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Many people's gazes also landed on Lu Yun. Some of them shifted their attention to Cha Jin, the person who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple among the Saint Lan's elite disciples. Senior brother Cha Jin, can you see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly? One of the Saint Lan disciples could not help but ask. I can't see clearly. Jia Jin shook his head before he said solemnly, it's impossible for someone whose cultivation base hasn't reached the Saint Celestial stage to see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly. His sword technique is too fast. It's terrifyingly fast. This. Although they had some guesses, the surrounding disciples couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when they heard Cha Jin's words. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, yet only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can see through his sword technique? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Many disciples of the Holy Lands exclaimed. In that case, I'm afraid that among the people present, only the 4 elders of the Hall of Life and Death and senior brother Lu Yun are able to clearly see Duan Lingtian's sword move. The gazes of even more Holy Land disciples fell on Niezue, Lu Yun, and the other 4. Senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders of the Hall of Life and Death don't look right. I noticed it long ago. Their expressions have been strange since just now. Don't tell me they're the same as us and didn't see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly. How's this possible? While the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering among themselves, one of the bronze flame elders from the Hall of Life and Death said in a loud voice, I could see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly in the beginning. But in the end, that sword move that gave rise to a sword whistle that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. I'm ashamed that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that sword shadow. Same here. Same here. The other 2 bronze flame elders nodded as well. Same here. At the same time, Lu Yun, who was being stared at by many people, nodded solemnly as well. After the 3 bronze flame elders from the Hall of Life and Death and Lu Yun made their stand, the entire Hall of Life and Death descended into a deathly silence. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. The group of people present on the scene, including the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, Niezue, was stunned. Even Niezue did not expect this. The 3 Palace of Death's bronze flame elders and the true disciple, Lu Yun, did not even see the sword technique Duan Lingtian cast at the end. Since Niezue's line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's body and he did not react in time, he did not see Duan Lingtian's final sword technique. It was also the most crucial sword technique. That sword strike had directly destroyed the attack of the Spear Emperor Phantom and destroyed it. Moreover, it had killed Yang Wen before he could even react. From the smile on Yang Wen's face when he died, one could tell he did not react in time until the moment he was killed. Based on this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique was. While the people in the Hall of Life and Death were still stunned, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to Yang Wen's body in the death arena. He only sighed in relief after he was certain Yang Wen's soul had been destroyed. Previously, when they were still in the Debussy subterranean, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not die even after his glabella was pierced by Duan Lingtian's sword. With this as an example, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, terrified. What a pity! There are so many Saint Celestial stage powerhouses here. Even if I consolidate my 10,000 swords territory, it won't be able to block their line of sight. As Duan Lingtian stood next to Yang Wen's body, he really wanted to devour Yang Wen's innate spiritual root that had yet to dissipate. However, he held himself back in the end. Devouring Yang Wen's innate spiritual root would definitely attract the attention of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Niezue, would definitely be able to see through him. Although the 10,000 swords territory was consolidated with the Sun Saint energy, once it was consolidated, it would form a golden fireball with a radius of 100 meters that could block other people's line of sight. However, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, the 10,000 swords territory consolidated with the Sun Saint energy could only block the line of sight of those below the Saint Celestial stage. His 10,000 swords territory would not be able to block the line of sight of those at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Otherwise, he could have cast his 10,000 swords territory to envelop Yang Wen and himself. Moreover, he could have cast the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Yang Wen. He would not have had to waste so much effort. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he fought with Yang Wen. He wanted Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, to lower his guard. This was because he had learned from Hua Lao that the Jasper Celestial Sword's innate spiritual root could not be used. With his current strength, only a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to capture the movements of the Jasper Celestial Sword when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword at the third form of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Lu Yun and the other 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Life and Death, they might be able to capture the movement of the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword when he used the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, they would not be able to capture the movement of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, that move of the Jasper Celestial Sword has almost depleted all of my strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He had almost depleted all of his Sun Saint energy. Apart from that, the exhaustion had also caused the effect of the devouring tactic to disappear completely. At this moment, even an ordinary quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator would be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. From the very beginning, Duan Lingtian had been setting up a trap to kill Yang Wen. Naturally, this trap was not targeted at Yang Wen. Instead, it was targeted at the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Niezue. He did not want Niezue to discover the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. After all, if the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, it would only bring disaster to him. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not take Yang Wen seriously from the beginning. He was merely a martial cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he had fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would have been able to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although the Jasper Celestial Sword is the main reason why I was able to kill Yang Wen today, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, has given me the sword-wielding technique as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to kill Yang Wen because of the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Niezue. At the same time, Duan Lingtian used his remaining Sun Saint energy to soar into the air and arrived next to the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Niezue. He handed his crystal card over. You can return this crystal card to me after deducting 400,000 contribution points from the contribution points I earned. Nie Zue only regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He stared at Duan Lingtian intently. He did not rush to take Duan Lingtian's crystal card, nor did he rush to return the sun-shooting bow to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked Duan Lingtian meaningfully, "Duan Lingnan, don't tell me you intentionally avoided me when you executed your last move?" It was no wonder Nie Zue thought that way. Duan Lingtian had fought with Yang Wen for a long time. In the beginning, Nie Zue's vision was not obstructed at all. However, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body blocked his vision, so he did not see how Duan Lingtian executed his last move. Nie Zue felt it was too much of a coincidence. "Elder Nie Zue, what do you mean by that? I intentionally avoided you when I executed my last move? Why would you say that?" Although Duan Lingtian was shocked by Nie Zue's speculation, a confused expression appeared on his face. He could not see any flaws in his words. Nie Zue stared at Duan Lingtian intently, trying to find a flaw in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, he could not find anything in the end. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? At this moment, he could not help but think to himself. The moment he thought of this, he did not dwell on this matter for the time being. He raised his hand and returned the sun-shooting bow to Duan Lingtian before he took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2005. The odds are 1-7. You bet 200,000 contribution points on yourself. In other words, you'll get 4 million contribution points back. After deducting your capital, you'll make a net profit of 2 million contribution points. After Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian, he casually tossed the crystal card to the bronze flame elder who was in charge of the bet. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. "Even if you return me 400,000 contribution points, you'll still make a net profit of 1 million contribution points today. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid you're the first Saint Lan disciple to earn 1 million contribution points in a day." When Nie Zue reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh emotionally. "Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Thank you. It's all thanks to Elder Nie Zue for lending me the contribution points. Otherwise, let alone 1 million contribution points, I might not even be able to earn 10,000 contribution points. For this reason, I still have to thank you, Elder Nie Zue." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. "You don't have to thank me." Nie Zue shook his head. "If you didn't place the bow with me as collateral, I wouldn't have given you 200,000 contribution points. However, I didn't expect you'd actually kill Yang Wen and become the biggest winner today." As soon as Nie Zue finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian came to him as collateral for the bow, Duan Lingtian was certain he was confident. He could vaguely sense Duan Lingtian's confidence, but he did not take it to heart. From the looks of it, perhaps Duan Lingtian knew he would definitely win from the beginning. At the same time, the 3 Palace of Death bronze flame elders who were the first to regain their senses had a grave expression on their faces. Most of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces as well. Many Saint Lan disciples clenched their fists with a tense expression on their faces. It was as though their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 3,000 contribution points. My 3,000 contribution points are gone just like that? A skinny Saint Lan disciple slumped on the spectator seat. His eyes were lifeless, and it was as though he had nothing to live for. "It's only 3,000 contribution points. Why are you shouting? I've lost 9,000 contribution points. That's all of my assets. Damn it, damn it." A burly Holy Land disciple roared in a low voice. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the corpse lying on the death arena and spat on the ground. True disciple? A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? He was actually killed by an ordinary elite disciple. Trash. As soon as the Saint Lan's disciple cursed at Yang Wen's corpse, it was as though a fuse had been lit. The Saint Lan's disciple who had bet on Yang Wen was furious. How shameful! A true disciple died in the hands of an ordinary elite disciple. In the history of our Zoroastrianism, there has never been such a piece of trash. Not only has there never been such a waste in the history of Zoroastrianism, but there has also never been such a waste in the history of the other two great religions. The son of the northern plethora sect's fifth elder. What a disgrace to his father! Two brothers died in the hands of Duan Lingtian one after another. I can't help but be convinced. If the northern plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong, finds out that his eldest son is so useless, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up 3 liters of blood, right? Yang Wen, you're trash. You caused me to lose so many contribution points. Why don't you just die? The group of Saint Lan's disciples exploded. It was as though a flash flood had erupted. All sorts of humiliating words were spat out from the mouths of the Saint Lan's disciples. They did not care about the dead at all as they cursed Yang Wen to vent the anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually won? There were also a few Saint Lan's disciples who had bet some contribution points on Duan Lingtian. When they regained their senses, excitement could be seen on their faces. If I knew Duan Lingtian would win, I would have bet more on him. Alright, don't be greedy. It's already good enough that we didn't lose like the others. Didn't you see how many people wanted to tear Yang Wen into pieces? These people must have lost a lot of contribution points. As the few Saint Lan's disciples whispered among themselves, they went to look for the bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death to collect their contribution points. Junior brother Lingtian, congratulations. Sun De flew up to Duan Lingtian and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Sun De, go and collect your contribution points. Duan Lingtian smiled. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun De felt a little awkward. In fact, the reason he had bet on Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to repay the favor he owed Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to squander the 100 contribution points. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would actually kill Yang Wen and obtain the final victory. In other words, he had earned 600 contribution points out of nowhere. Senior brother Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, Guanxiu also came to congratulate Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his face was glowing as though he had encountered a joyous occasion. I didn't disappoint you after all. Duan Lingtian revealed a friendly smile when he faced Guanxiu. Go and collect your contribution points. You've earned a lot. It's all thanks to senior brother Lingtian. Guanxiu smiled. He was happy not only because he had earned more than 20,000 contribution points, but it was also because those who had doubted him earlier were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Previously, he had bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Many people had doubted him, and some of them had even said nasty things about him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen, those people had fallen silent. At this moment, he felt extremely proud. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just received a crystal card from a bronze flame elder in the Palace of Death, raised his hand and passed the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. There's 1 million contribution points here. It's your reward for winning the bet today. Thank you, Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian thanked Niezue as he received the crystal card. After receiving the crystal card, his gaze shifted to the crystal card. As he infused the Sun Saint energy into it, the crystal card showed its balance. 1 million contribution points. To a Saint Lan disciple like him who had just entered the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, 1 million contribution points was undoubtedly a huge fortune. 1 million contribution points. Duan Lingtian actually earned 1 million contribution points. When Duan Lingtian received the crystal card, many Saint Lan disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. 1 million contribution points. Those are the contribution points that originally belonged to us. Many Saint Lan disciples felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Their contribution points had now become someone else's possession. This made them feel displeased and helpless at the same time. After all, the other party did not snatch their contribution points. Instead, he had won their contribution points fair and square. In the beginning, they had the opportunity to bet on Duan Lingtian. However, since they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian, they had missed the opportunity to earn a huge sum of contribution points. It's all Yang Wen's fault. It's all Yang Wen's fault. Soon after, most of the Saint Lan disciples shifted their gazes to Yang Wen's corpse and began to curse again. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the cause of this. They had lost so many contribution points because of Yang Wen's death. Junior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just put on a brand new Saint Lan disciple's uniform and completely concealed the characteristics of a 9-clawed dragon warrior when a voice resonated in the air. He immediately lifted his head and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Mu flying in the air from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of him. Senior brother Lu Mu. Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Mu with a smile. He glanced at Lu Yun, who was standing next to Lu Mu, and nodded his head in a friendly manner. Thank you. Currently, Lu Yun no longer had the arrogance he had when he first arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He took the initiative to thank Duan Lingtian. The reason for his gratitude was, naturally, because Duan Lingtian had allowed him to earn a huge sum of money. Lu Yun's change in attitude was due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. When he first arrived at the Palace of Death, he did not think highly of Duan Lingtian even though his cousin had asked him to bet on Duan Lingtian. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for Yang Wen. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked him, especially the sword technique that Duan Lingtian executed at the end. Even he could not catch a trace of it. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a martial cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be able to defend himself at all. He was not confident he would be able to withstand Duan Lingtian's sword technique that killed Yang Wen. For this reason, Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. I bet 100,000 contribution points and earned 600,000 contribution points. Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer 300,000 contribution points to you as a thank you gift." As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Moreover, Lu Yun was Lu Mu's cousin, so Duan Lingtian only smiled politely. Senior brother Lu Yun, you deserve it. There's no need to give it to me. If you must thank someone, you should thank senior brother Lu Mu. I think if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have bet on me. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Lu Mu in a timely manner. Don't worry. I'll give half of the remaining 300,000 contribution points to brother Mu. The thank you gift won't affect this. Lu Yun said again. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's impression of him improved. However, he still refused Lu Yun's kindness. Senior brother Lu Yun, I've already earned 1 million contribution points today. These 300,000 contribution points don't mean much to me. How about this? Of the 600,000 contribution points you earned, you'll keep 300,000. The remaining 300,000 contribution points will be given to senior brother Lu Mu. What do you think? In the end, Duan Lingtian suggested to Lu Yun. Lu Yun had no choice but to do as Duan Lingtian said when he saw how insistent Duan Lingtian was. Chapter 2006. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was the biggest winner of the death duel in the Palace of Death today. Not only did he kill Yang Wen, but he had also earned 1 million contribution points. Under the watchful eyes of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian did not forget to take the spatial ring from Yang Wen's body before leaving the Palace of Death with the Lu brothers. When Duan Lingtian took the lead and left, many Saint Lan disciples followed suit. However, the expressions of these Saint Lan disciples were extremely grave. How could it be? These Saint Lan disciples had more or less placed their bets on Yang Wen. However, Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end. This meant their bets had gone down the drain. Senior brother Lu Yun, What can I exchange my contribution points for in the saint land of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Lu Yun after they left the Palace of Death. There are too many things that can be exchanged with contribution points. Let's go. I'll bring you to the various palaces in the central square where you can spend your contribution points. Lu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically when he realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he was, naturally, very enthusiastic. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wanted to know more about the functions of the palaces in the central square as well. Under Lu Yun's lead and Lu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian shuttled through the palaces in the central square. Some of the palaces only charged contribution points for medicinal pills and did not charge saint stones. In the palaces that sold medicinal pills, not only were there all kinds of medicinal pills that aided one's cultivation, but there were also many healing medicinal pills. There were even many forbidden medicinal pills. Naturally, the contribution points required to purchase forbidden medicinal pills were extremely high as well. In particular, there were only a few high-grade forbidden medicinal pills. They were priced at several hundreds of thousands of contribution points. These forbidden pills are at the same grade as the forbidden pills Yang when consumed earlier. They can greatly increase the saint origin of those below the 4th level saint celestial stage for a short period of time. Only saint refinement masters at the quasi-celestial grade and above who specialize in medicine refinement Dao can refine such forbidden pills. Lu Yun explained. A few 100,000 contribution points? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally shocked as well. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. It seems like the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, really dotes on his eldest son, Yang Wen. Of course I love you, Lu Yun said with certainty. It was obvious that he knew a lot about this matter. In the past, I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, has 2 sons. His eldest son's innate talent far surpasses his youngest son. Due to this reason, he has high expectations for his eldest son. It's said that his eldest son has been sent to one of the 3 great sects. I only found out today that he sent his eldest son to the Zoroastrianism. He's Yang Wen, the true disciple of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yun continued to say, due to this reason, it's not strange for Yang Chong to give Yang Wen such a forbidden pill to protect himself. Junior brother Lingtian, I heard that after you killed Yang Wu, the youngest son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong personally went to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you and even threatened you with your family? Lu Mu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, is that true? After all, it was just a rumor, so he was not too sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes flashed coldly. In other words, apart from the fact that Yang Wen took the initiative to provoke me, I killed Yang Wen because of Yang Chong's threat to me that day. Didn't he threaten me with my family? Then I'll kill his son. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he recalled the time when Yang Chong used his family to threaten him. He could not help but emit waves of killing intent that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. He deserves to die. However, I'm afraid that Yang Wen would never have dreamed that junior brother Lingtian could actually kill him. Lu Mu said. If he knew that I could kill him, why would he sign a life and death contract with me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It could be said that the main reason why he was able to kill Yang Wen today was because Yang Wen was too conceited and thought that he was inferior to him. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian did not continue this topic. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun and said, Senior brother Lu Yun, let's take a look elsewhere. After leaving the palace that sold medicinal pills, Lu Yun brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu to the palace that sold sacred artifacts. When they arrived at the palace that sold sacred artifacts, Duan Lingtian learned that the sacred artifacts were all sacred artifacts. 100 inscriptions saint weapon was worth tens of thousands of contribution points in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also heard that one could even buy 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon here. Naturally, the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was not placed here. Instead, it was kept by the vice sect leader who was in charge of the various palaces around the central square. As long as one could afford it, the vice sect leader would personally deliver the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon to one. What's the price of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 10 million contribution points. Lu Yun's answer stunned Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he was rich since he had 1 million contribution points. It did not cross his mind that he only had 1/10 of the price of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Every 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is the work of a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, the number of quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters in the Dao martial saint land is much lesser than quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters. This is the reason why 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is so valuable. Lu Yun explained when he saw Duan Lingtian's surprise. Duan Lingtian finally understood. A quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Come to think of it, I've almost forgotten about the strange inscription Dao I obtained previously. Perhaps, I can continue to study the saint inscription art as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had obtained the strange inscription Dao's inheritance from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. At that time, the saint inscriptions he inscribed were not bad at all. However, after he left the Moon Illumination sect, he had been busy cultivating, so he gradually forgot about the saint inscription Dao. It was only when he learned about the value of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and the rarity of a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master that he recalled that experience. After all, he was also a saint inscription master. Inscription pen? After walking around the palace that sold saint weapons, Duan Lingtian discovered there was an inscription pen for sale here. Moreover, it was a 9-star inscription pen. Apart from that, there was more than one 9-star inscription pen for sale here. There were more than 10 9-star inscription pens. So many? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He still remembered when he was in the Moon Illumination sect, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had a 9-star inscription pen. He even wanted to give it to him, but he was rejected in the end. In a small place like this, a 9-star inscription pen was definitely a rare item. After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally realized that a 9-star inscription pen was not a 9-star inscription pen. As it turned out, the 9-star inscription pen was not a rare item in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. It was a standard item for 7-star saint inscription masters and above. Moreover, it was not expensive. For example, the 9-star inscription pen for sale here only cost 1,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Lu Yun and Lu Mu were confused when they saw Duan Lingtian buying a 9-star inscription pen. Lu Mu asked directly, "Junior brother Lingtian, why are you buying a 9-star inscription pen? Don't tell me you're also a saint inscription master?" "I've come into contact with saint inscriptions before. I plan to study it when I'm free in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's good to study it." Lu Mu nodded. A complicated look flashed in the depth of his eyes. He recalled that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, he would advise Duan Lingtian to focus on his cultivation instead of focusing on the saint inscription Dao. But now he didn't stop him. In his opinion, his junior brother Lingtian's achievements should stop here. Perhaps, junior brother Lingtian was very strong, but since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to enter the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. Therefore, at this time, he felt that it would be good if this junior brother Lingtian could find something else to do in the future. At least it wouldn't be so boring. Quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters are above 9-star saint inscription masters. Senior brother Lu Yun, is there a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen in the Dao martial saint land? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun and asked curiously. Of course. Lu Yun nodded immediately when he heard this. As a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, you'll need a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen if you want to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. If you don't have one, it's impossible to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He asked again, what about a celestial grade inscription pen? Celestial grade inscription pen. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a hint of yearning could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes. A celestial grade inscription pen only exists in legends. It's said that before the Dao martial saint land was divided into two, there was a celestial grade inscription pen and a celestial grade saint inscription master. After that saint inscription master became a celestial grade saint inscription master, he managed to inscribe 10 saint weapons in his entire life. All 10 saint weapons were 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Lu Yun's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It did not cross his mind that there was a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in this world. Those 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the 10 celestial grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Yun continued to say, the difference between a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is that it doesn't necessarily increase one's strength. Some 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons can't even compare to 100 inscriptions saint weapon in terms of strength increase. Chapter 2007. Originally, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Lu Yun mention the existence of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the martial saint land. After all, in the saint land of Zoroastrianism, if 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was worth 10 million contribution points, how many contribution points would a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon be worth? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. 10,000 inscription saint weapons are the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, it did not cross his mind. The 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Among the 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, he had never come into contact with the other 9. However, the Devil Seal tablet had been with him for a long time. Due to this reason, he knew the Devil Seal tablet very well. Apart from the Devil Seal tablet's special ability, it did not seem to have many other uses. Its ability to amplify one's strength was not even comparable to an ordinary saint weapon. After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian realized this was the uniqueness of a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons were different from 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, 100 inscriptions saint weapons, and 10 inscriptions saint weapons. The more saint inscriptions were inscribed on the saint inscriptions, the stronger the amplification would be. It would allow the person who possessed the saint inscriptions to unleash a more powerful attack. However, the former did not focus solely on amplifying one's strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well since the Devil Seal tablet itself was not a saint weapon that focused solely on amplifying one's strength. I can't believe the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking are actually the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Moreover, in the history of the Dao martial saint land, there's only one celestial grade saint inscription master who could inscribe a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel emotional. At the same time, he realized that the celestial grade saint inscription master was a true genius. In fact, the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons he left behind were passed down to this day. Moreover, they were widely acknowledged as the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Later on, people called them saint-level artifacts and created a list called the 10 Great Saint Artifact Ranking for these 10 saint-level artifacts. The 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking represented the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. To this day, it has never been surpassed. Of course, Duan Lingtian was also clear that, regardless of whether it was his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda or the few immortal supreme treasures in it, including the Jasper Immortal Sword, They were all existences that could easily surpass 10-grade saint artifacts. However, they were not saint artifacts. Instead, they were immortal supreme treasures, immortal artifacts. They were things that did not belong to this world. They were from the Devata realms. Therefore, there was no comparison at all. In the Tao Martial Saint land, the celestial grade saint inscription master who left behind the 10-grade saint weapons on the 10-grade saint weapons ranking was indeed a monstrous genius that no one had ever done before. Celestial grade saint inscription masters and celestial grade inscription brushes are legendary existences. However, some quasi-celestial grade inscription brushes can be refined by saint inscription masters who specialize in weapons refinement. Lu Yun continued to say, apart from that, the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush are extremely rare and rare. Generally speaking, only a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master would go to great lengths to search for those materials. At this time, the role of the Zoroastrianism and the other two great sects is revealed. As the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, it's not difficult for them to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. Naturally, unless the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master joins any one of the three great sects, he'll need a promise from the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Lu Yun paused for a moment before he continued to say, the promise is to ask the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master to help inscribe a few thousand inscriptions saint weapons in the future. That's how most of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Zoroastrianism came about. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. The quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master wanted to use the three great sects to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush, while the three great sects wanted the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons inscribed by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Helping each other was beneficial to both parties. For this reason, let alone the legendary celestial grade inscription brush, even a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something that just anyone can obtain. The value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something an inscription brush like the 9-star inscription brush can compare to. Duan Lingtian finally understood the value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. As for a celestial grade inscription brush, it was a legendary item that could only be found by chance. Senior brother Lu Yun, you said the celestial grade saint inscription master only managed to inscribe 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in his lifetime? Do you mean he's at the end of his lifespan? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this and could not help but ask in confusion. That's right. Lu Yun nodded. However, his lifespan isn't as long as an ordinary person. Not only does he have to work hard to inscribe the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, but he also has to sacrifice his lifespan. After inscribing 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, within his limited lifespan. It said that he was a martial genius with a dark indigo innate spiritual root. However, since the Tao Martial Saint land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province at that time, the cultivation environment wasn't as good as the current upper province. Coupled with the fact that he focused on the inscription Tao, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in time. If he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be able to live as long as heaven and earth. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan when inscribing the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. At that time, there wouldn't only be 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Tao Martial Saint land. Lu Yun sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. That senior didn't leave behind any successors? Duan Lingtian asked. Legend has it that after he passed away, he left behind his legacy of the saint inscription art. However, until today, nobody has found the location of his legacy, Lu Yun replied. After he passed away, even the three great sects, including our Zoroastrianism, mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to search for the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. However, in the end, we came up empty-handed. Then, does this mean the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master is in the lower province? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Yun nodded. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province. At that time, there was only the lower province. It'll be great if I can find the place where the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master left behind his legacy. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Naturally, he knew it was wishful thinking. After so many years, even the three great sects could not find the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master even after expending a lot of manpower and resources. After leaving the palace that sold the saint weapons, Lu Yun continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Lu Mu to the other palaces. At the same time, more and more people looked at them as they passed by. To be more precise, they were looking at Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen? He even won 1 million contribution points? I'm late today, so I didn't make it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen. What a pity. Pity? I think you should feel lucky. It said that more than 90% of the people who made it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen lost a lot of contribution points. Almost everyone bet on Yang Wen winning. These Saint Land disciples who looked at Duan Lingtian were those who had just arrived at the central square. They did not make it to the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Isn't the person next to Duan Lingtian's senior brother Lu Yun? Senior brother Lu Yun seems to be very polite to him. How can he not be polite? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian displayed today, even senior brother Lu Yun might not be a match for him. That's right. I heard that even senior brother Lu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death didn't catch a trace of the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen. This shows how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique is. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage wouldn't be able to catch a trace of it. It said that Yang Wen even consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint's celestial stage. However, he still died in Duan Lingtian's hands in the end. What a waste! Such a high-grade forbidden pill must be worth at least a few 100,000 contribution points, right? He was defeated by Yang Wen just like that? What a waste! At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized Lu Yun. At the same time, they were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Under Lu Yun's lead and Lu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian strolled around all the palaces in the central square and learned about the functions of each palace. While Duan Lingtian was strolling around the various palaces, the news of him killing Yang Wen, the true disciple in the Palace of Death, spread like wildfire in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but the news also spread to all the minds in the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. When the news spread to the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has only been in the Saint Land for slightly over 10 days, and he has already killed a true disciple? My goodness! Is this true? True disciple. He's a true disciple. He's the most outstanding disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Each of them is at the Saint's celestial stage or above. He's actually killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian? Chapter 2008. My goodness! How strong is senior brother Duan Lingtian? He's actually able to kill a true disciple from the Saint Land. More and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked. In their eyes, true disciples were unattainable. They were superior and looked down on the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples. However, today, someone had pulled a true disciple down from his pedestal. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum. A true disciple doesn't necessarily have to be a saint's celestial stage powerhouse. Don't forget that in Zoroastrianism, as long as a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root has broken through to the divine saint stage, he'll be able to become a true disciple. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple expressed his doubts. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian killed this type of true disciple and not one whose cultivation base has broken through to the Saint's celestial stage. Whether it's a martial cultivator, Dao cultivator, or devil cultivator, once one has broken through to the Saint's celestial stage, the Saint energy in one's body will transform into Saint origin. Even if 10 powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage join forces, there's still no match for a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint's celestial stage. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples agreed with the words of this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Indeed, I also think it's impossible for senior brother Duan Lingtian to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base has broken through to the Saint's celestial stage. He must have killed a true disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root. I think so too. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the Saint land for 10 days, would be able to kill a Saint's celestial stage powerhouse. If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples expressed their doubts, a tall Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and said, "As far as I know, the true disciple's senior brother Duan Lingtian killed is a Saint's celestial stage powerhouse called Yangwen." Yangwen. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples frowned when they heard this name. I remember now. There's indeed someone called Yangwen among the true disciples in the Saint land. He seems to have broken through to the Saint's celestial stage a few years ago. One of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples exclaimed, "I remember Yangwen. Speaking of which, he and I were in the same batch of disciples who entered Zoroastrianism. That's why I've been paying attention to him." Another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple sighed and smiled wryly. Currently, he has already broken through to the Saint's celestial stage and has become a true disciple, but I'm still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Soon after, a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it. Yangwen is indeed a true disciple at the Saint celestial stage. Yangwen, true disciple, a Saint celestial stage expert. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it one by one, the remaining Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples burst into an uproar. Yangwen? Isn't he the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong? At this moment, another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and exclaimed in shock, "Duan Lingtian killed him as well? The eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong?" The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words caused another uproar. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples questioned, "Are you sure?" Of course. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple nodded confidently. "I entered the Black Turtle Sanctum with Duan Lingtian. I was originally a disciple from a third-rate force near the Northern Plethora sect. I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder had sent his eldest son, Yangwen, to the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his youngest son, Yangwu, he entered the Zoroastrianism at the same time as me. However, due to his arrogance, he was killed by Duan Lingtian for provoking Duan Lingtian." The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple finished his sentence. The true disciple, Yangwen, is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words. However, there were still some people who had doubts about the authenticity of this news. Yangwen is indeed the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yangchong. At the same time, the well-informed Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a tall build spoke again. The moment he spoke, he confirmed the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words. "I've also heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder has two eldest sons. His youngest son was killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian as soon as he entered the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his eldest son, I heard he was sent to one of the three great sections. I didn't expect he would be sent to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder is a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he's even a Saint celestial stage powerhouse. What's even more unexpected is that his eldest son was also killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian." The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples broke into an uproar again. All of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. If Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, finds out both of his sons were killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up blood, right? That's for sure. Karma really comes quickly. Previously, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, came looking for senior brother Duan Lingtian in a threatening manner and asked him to kill himself. When senior brother Duan Lingtian ignored him, he used senior brother Duan Lingtian's family to threaten senior brother Duan Lingtian. Now, his other son has died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he managed to find out about senior brother Duan Lingtian's background and find his family. If he didn't, he would have suffered a huge loss. It's said that the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian after he consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the saint celestial stage. It was not only the Black Turtle Sanctum, but the other three sanctums were also filled with similar discussions. For a time, Duan Lingtian became famous. His fame this time was completely different from his fame in the past. This time, Duan Lingtian's strength was acknowledged by everyone in the Four Symbols sanctums. A Zoroastrianism disciple who had just entered the Saint Land after leaving the Four Symbols sanctums killed a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the Saint's celestial stage in the Saint Land's Palace of Death. In the long history of Zoroastrianism, this was the first time such a ridiculous thing had happened. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who had just entered the Saint Land from the Four Symbols sanctums had very limited strength. They were not even comparable to some outstanding elite disciples in the Saint Land, let alone true disciples. One could say that Duan Lingtian's act of killing Yang Wen was a first for Zoroastrianism. He was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the fire worship sect, and his name would go down in history. In a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, who had also received the news, was so enraged that his body trembled. His expression was distorted. He suddenly raised his hand and was about to hit the stone table in front of him. However, he held himself back in the end. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, he had changed the stone table in his courtyard countless times. Duan Lingtian, how did he kill Yang Wen? Furthermore, it was after Yang Wen had consumed a forbidden pill that he killed him. Lian had a look of disbelief on his face. After taking a deep breath, Lian decided to personally go to the Saint Land to find out more about the situation. As a Zoroastrianism elder, Lian could freely travel between the Four Symbols sanctums and the Saint Land. He left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Saint Land. When he arrived at the Saint Land, he finally confirmed that Yang Wen had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he also learned some details. The sword technique that Duan Lingtian cast at the end, even the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage can't capture it. Li An's expression changed drastically when he thought of this. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that if Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is suspected to be at the third form of the Saint's celestial stage when he cast his assist-type divine ability. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, a strong sense of danger rose in the depths of his heart. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian would be a threat to him in the future, he thought it would only be a matter of years later. However, he finally realized it now. In just a few years, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass his. He was merely at the fourth form of the Saint's celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. At this moment, Lian thought Duan Lingtian had been concealing his true strength and only revealed it during the battle with Yang Wen. Lian left the Saint Land with a heavy heart. After he returned to the Black Turtle Sanctum, he quickly left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Northern Plethora sect. I must inform Yang Chong about this as soon as possible. I think Yang Chong will do his best to investigate Duan Lingtian's background after Yang Wen's death. As long as I find out Duan Lingtian's background and find out who his family is, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will take the bait. Li Yun thought to himself as he made his way to the northern plethora sect. Duan Lingtian must be killed. Otherwise, even Yang Chong and I might not be able to suppress him in a few years' time. When he thought of this, Li Yun became even more anxious, and his speed instantly soared a few notches. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was going through the procedures to become a true disciple in the Saint Land. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, apart from the two traditional ways, there was a third way to become a true disciple. That was to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the saint's celestial stage in the Palace of Death. Chapter 2009. If Yang Wen, who was walking on the road to hell, found out that Duan Lingtian had stepped on his corpse to become a true disciple, he would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. After replacing Yang Wen and becoming a true disciple, Duan Lingtian had obtained the right to stay at Yang Wen's residence. It was an independent floating island around the Saint Island, and there was a spacious mansion on it. Junior brother Lingtian, this is Yang Wen's original residence. Duan Lingtian was able to find Yang Wen's residence so quickly, all thanks to Lu Yun leading the way. It was Lu Yun who accompanied him to go through the procedures to become a true disciple today. After getting to know each other, Duan Lingtian quickly became friends with Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was very open in front of people he knew and was not as cold as before. Senior brother Lu Yun, come in and have a seat. Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted Lu Yun. Next time. Lu Yun said politely, you've been busy for half a day. It's time for you to rest. I'm not tired. Duan Lingyun shook his head and continued to say, Senior brother Lu Yun, I have something to ask you. If it's convenient for you, please come in and have a seat with me. If it's not convenient for you, I'll look for you next time. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Lu Yun shook his head and said, I'm just worried it'll affect your rest. Since junior brother Lingtian has a question, I'll, naturally, tell you everything I know. Lu Yun followed by Duan Lingtian's side and flew toward the mansion on the floating island. The mansion was very spacious, and there was a restriction formation set up outside. This formation was equivalent to a door that could only be opened with a key. If one did not have a key, one would not be able to enter at all. Naturally, anyone at the Saint's celestial stage or above could use brute force to barge in as long as they were willing. However, if they did that, it would definitely alert the patrolling elders in this area. Moreover, they would be sent to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and be severely punished. With a raise of his hand, a token appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was his identity token as a true disciple. When he infused the token with the saint power of the sun, a mysterious power suddenly extended from it and struck the void. Suddenly, the air above the mansion in front of him shook, and circles of ripples spread out. It was as if a door had opened in the void. What a magical formation! Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he came here, he had heard that there was a formation in the residence of a true disciple that required a key to enter, but did not require a key to exit. Moreover, his identity token was the key. However, when he truly witnessed the wonders of the formation before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun passed through the door formed by the ripples in the air. After they entered, the ripples in the void gradually calmed down, and the restriction array closed. After entering the mansion, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun went to the front yard together. The front yard was very spacious. Not only were there all kinds of flowers and plants planted, but there was also a pond with some fish in it. There was a pavilion at the end of the gravel path in the front yard. There was a stone table in the middle of the pavilion, and there were 3 stone stools around it. Senior brother Lu Yun, please take a seat. Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun walked into the pavilion. After Lu Yun sat down at the stone table, Duan Lingtian sat down as well. Junior brother Lingtian, what do you want to ask me? Lu Yun asked straightforwardly after they sat down. Senior brother Lu Yun, although I've just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago, I heard someone talking about something a few days ago. Lu Yun paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. Senior sister Ru Yen? Duan Lingtian was stunned on the surface. However, he had already confirmed it in his heart. The senior sister Ru Yen that Lu Yun mentioned was Chi Mei, who took Ker away. She was the person who claimed to be Ker's elder sister. Duan Lingtian still remembered that Chi Mei looked exactly like Ker. I wonder if Chi Mei knows about my existence now that I'm famous in the Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about Chi Mei. Previously, when Chi Mei took Ker away, he had naively thought that since Chi Mei was Ker's twin sister, she would not harm Ker. That Chi Mei is really ruthless. She can even push her own twin sister into the fire pit. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the fire of anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. It's normal that you don't know senior sister Ru Yen since you've just arrived at the Saint Land. Lu Yun continued to say, senior sister Ru Yan's full name is Gan Ru Yen. Like us, she's also a true disciple. At the same time, she's ranked 7th on the true ranking and 951 on the supreme saint ranking. A hint of respect could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Chi Mei. As it turned out, Chi Mei's real name was Gan Ru Yen. Moreover, she was also a top-notch genius in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, senior sister Ru Yen is one of the rare geniuses in Zoroastrianism who possesses an indigo innate spiritual root. Her master is also one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qinghua. Lu Yun continued to say. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not expect Ker's sister to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, she was also a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. No wonder she pushed her own sister into the fire pit. As it turns out, she's a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. She's trying to put righteousness before her own family to show off in front of her master. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the fact that Sister Ke possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, his anger seemed to have turned into a prairie fire that was about to burst out at any moment. Most importantly, it said that senior sister Ru Yen is the saint's twin sister. When Lu Yun reached this point, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. However, he pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Twin sister? If that's the case, why would she push her own twin sister into the fire pit?" It seems like senior sister Ru Yen is also a cold-blooded person. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. Junior brother Lingtian, you've misunderstood senior sister Ru Yen. Lu Yun shook his head. Misunderstood? Duan Lingtian frowned. Senior brother Lu Yun, weren't you the one who said that the saint of Zoroastrianism was brought back by senior sister Ru Yen? Isn't she the one who brought the saint to the enforcement hall? Of course not. Lu Yun shook his head. When Duan Lingtian's frown deepened, Lu Yun continued to explain. It said that after the saint was brought back, senior sister Ru Yen hid her in her residence until Wen Yen discovered it 2 to 3 years later. After Wen Yen discovered that senior sister Ru Yen was secretly hiding the saint, she went to the law enforcement hall to report it. Because of this, senior sister Ru Yen, the saint, and the saint's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the law enforcement hall and are still imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Chapter 2010. Wen Yen. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. His eyes flashed coldly. Although this was his first time hearing this name, he already hated the owner of this name. It was all because of this woman that his wife and daughter were imprisoned by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. It seems like I've misunderstood her. Duan Lingtian finally realized he had misunderstood Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen. However, the anger in his heart did not lessen. He merely changed his target from Gan Ru Yen to Wen Yen. Senior brother Lu Yun, who's this Wen Yen? Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Wen Yan is a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Apart from senior sister Ru Yen, she's the only female disciple in the top 10 of the true ranking. Although Wen Yan's innate talent and strength are good, she's known for her bad character. Lu Yun said with a disdainful expression, "Put everything else aside, just the matter of the saint girl alone is enough. It's because she's so competitive that she's suppressed by senior sister Ru Yen, who's also a female disciple. That's why she's thinking of ways to step on senior sister Ru Yen. The matter of the saint girl has given her an opportunity. It's said that senior sister Ru Yen has committed a grave mistake. Even Guardian Qin Hua hasn't done anything yet. I think he'll have to wait until the sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation before he can make a decision." Lu Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. "Wen Yan, I'll remember this." A cold light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he silently recited this name in his heart. "Senior brother Lu Yun, you said senior sister Ru Yen is ranked 7th on the true ranking and the 950th on the supreme saint ranking. What's her cultivation base?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Senior sister Ru Yen is a true disciple at the second form of the saint celestial stage just like me." Lu Yun replied. "Only the second form of the saint celestial stage?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "Both of you are at the second form of the saint celestial stage, but isn't the gap between you and senior sister Ru Yen a little too wide? One is ranked 7th on the true ranking, while the other is ranked 27th. Junior brother Ling Tian, there's something you don't know. Among the 100 true disciples on the true ranking, apart from the true disciples who are ranked in the top 3 and below, the rest of them have a cultivation base at the second form of the saint's celestial stage." Lu Yun continued to say, "Although they're all at the second form of the saint's celestial stage, the gap in their strength is huge. In the current Dao martial saint land, apart from those at the third form of the saint's celestial stage and above, those who are ranked on the supreme saint ranking are all elites at the second form of the saint's celestial stage. On the other hand, there are only 7 true disciples from Zoroastrianism who are ranked on the supreme saint ranking. The person ranked 8th on the true ranking behind senior sister Ru Yen isn't strong enough to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. Due to this reason, coupled with the fact that senior sister Ru Yen is also a female disciple, Wen Yan doesn't like senior sister Ru Yen. She can't wait for something to happen to senior sister Ru Yen. If that's the case, she'll be able to replace senior sister Ru Yen and become the publicly acknowledged big sister among the true disciples." Lu Yun finished speaking in one breath, allowing Duan Ling Tian to understand how important the supreme saint ranking was. Ker's sister is publicly acknowledged as the big sister among the true disciples? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also realized this. Based on Lu Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Half of the powerhouses at the second form of the saint's celestial stage were ranked on the supreme saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, bronze flame elders were usually at the first or second form of the saint's celestial stage, while silver flame elders were usually at the third or fourth form of the saint's celestial stage. Golden flame elders were at the 5th form of the saint's celestial stage. The 2 vice sect leaders were at the 6th form of the saint's celestial stage. As for the strongest person in Zoroastrianism, the sect leader and the 3 great guardians were at the 7th form of the saint's celestial stage or above. At that stage, one could live as long as heaven and earth. In the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, the distribution of saints' celestial stage powerhouses was uneven. Among them, there were countless powerhouses at the first form of the saint's celestial stage. Powerhouses at this level were not qualified to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. Although there were not that many powerhouses at the second form of the saint's celestial stage, there were still many of them. Naturally, it was difficult for powerhouses at the second form of the saint's celestial stage to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. On average, only 1 in 10 powerhouses at the second form of the saint's celestial stage was qualified to be ranked on the supreme saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the strength of powerhouses at the second form of the saint's celestial stage who were ranked on the supreme saint ranking. Ker's sister, Gon Ru Yen, was one of them. There were fewer powerhouses at the third form of the Saint's celestial stage. However, there were fewer powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint's celestial stage and above. This could be seen from the rankings on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage and above, they were extremely rare in the Tao Martial Saint land. Most of them were the pillars of the three great sections. In the Tao Martial Saint land, apart from the three great sects, only the dragons and the Phoenix clan that were superior to the ordinary first-rate forces had powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage and above. The current dragons did not have as many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage as compared to the three great sections. As for the Phoenix clan, nobody knew how many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage and above were in the Phoenix clan. However, as a clan as old as the dragons, the Phoenix clan's strength was not inferior to the dragons. The two clans were existences that the three great sects did not dare to offend. This was because there were powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint's celestial stage and above among the two clans. Junior brother Ling Tian, put everything else aside. Just the last move you used to kill Yang Wen is so powerful that it's enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. All of a sudden, Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something as he said to Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression, "Even the three bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death and I couldn't catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only powerhouses at the third form of the Saint's celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword." Lu Yun's words were filled with admiration for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, it's almost impossible to find a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage who's stronger than you. Even if there's someone at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage, it's extremely rare. I also relied on my assist-type divine ability to cast that sword strike. Therefore, that sword strike was purely a fluke. I was lucky, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're too humble. Strictly speaking, assist-type divine abilities are also a part of your strength. Lu Yun shook his head as well before he said with a smile, Junior brother Ling Tian, do you believe that your battle with Yang Wen is enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking? Moreover, your ranking won't be low. You're exaggerating, right? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect there would be a day when he would be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. I'm not exaggerating. You really have the strength to do so. When your ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking is out, I'm afraid the true ranking of Zoroastrianism will change as well. I think you'll be able to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. Lu Yun continued to say. Ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking? Duan Ling Tian was stunned again when he heard Lu Yun's words. However, he did not deny it. Lu Yun did not continue the topic when he saw Duan Ling Tian's disbelief. He believed that as long as the time was right, the facts would prove everything he said. Senior brother Lu Yun, since the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism is senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister, and senior sister Ru Yan possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, she's still unable to defeat her to be the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism. Logically speaking, the Saint Girl's innate talent should be on par with senior sister Ru Yan, right? Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled Ker's innate talent. Ker's innate talent was considered outstanding in the mortal continent's cloud continent. However, that was due to the 10,000-year stalactite milk she had consumed. However, even after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Ker's innate talent was only considered ordinary in the Tao Martial Saint land. How could she be selected as the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism with such innate talent? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. He was even more confused when he learned that Ker's twin sister, Gan Ru Yan, possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. What was the reason? As far as I know, senior sister Ru Yan wasn't selected as the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism because her innate talent was not as good as her twin sisters. When Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's question, he immediately replied, according to what I heard, senior sister Ru Yan's twin sister, the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism, was found to possess a violet innate spiritual root when she was a baby. After he finished speaking, Lu Yun's expression turned solemn. Violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. Kerr possessed a violet innate spiritual root? How's that possible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. If Kerr possessed a violet innate spiritual root, why was her cultivation speed so slow? Duan Lingtian continued to ask, Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the saint girl of Zoroastrianism seems to be very weak. She hasn't even entered the divine saint stage. Chapter 2011. I heard that the saint girl's innate spiritual root has been temporarily sealed for some reason. That's why the saint girl's cultivation base isn't that outstanding. Question mark? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Yun replied, I don't know the exact reason. It's been sealed? Duan Lingtian was enlightened. The question in his heart was answered. If that was the case, everything made sense now. However, I didn't expect Kerr to possess a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he thought of this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already learned everything he needed to know. He did not have any questions for Lu Yun for the time being, so Lu Yun bade him farewell and left. After Duan Lingtian sent Lu Yun off, he picked a room in the mansion and entered it. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He sat cross-legged in the air and prepared to cultivate. After the battle with Yangwen, my cultivation base has completely stabilized. It seems like if I cast the elementary devouring tactic without holding back to strengthen my Sun Saint energy, I'll be able to quickly stabilize my cultivation base. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had encountered quite a bottleneck after his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Although he had a high innate talent and the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was still unrealistic for him to break through to the exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely stabilized his cultivation base after the battle with Yangwen. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that if he attempted to break through to the exemplary saint stage now, even if there was still a bottleneck, it would only be a small one. It would be easy for him to break through it and successfully break through to the exemplary saint stage. I must break through to the exemplary saint stage this time. Once I break through to the exemplary saint stage, my strength will be comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with longing for the exemplary saint stage. If Duan Lingtian's thoughts were known to any Zoroastrianism elder or Zoroastrianism disciple, they would probably be scared to death. A person who had killed a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage had yet to break through to the exemplary saint stage. One could imagine. If news of this spread out, let alone Zoroastrianism, even the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be shocked. With my current strength, if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm only as strong as a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Yangwen has mastered a high-grade movement divine ability, it's still lacking. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up to him even if I activate the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword with the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Duan Lingtian knew his own strength very well. If he did not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was only as strong as an ordinary powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only slightly weaker than most powerhouses at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. Most powerhouses at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage had mastered high-grade divine abilities to a certain extent. Moreover, their cultivation base was at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. When I killed Yangwen, although I avoided the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nyezue, he was already suspicious. It seems like I shouldn't use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly in front of a Silver Flame Elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Otherwise, the Jasper Celestial Sword will be exposed sooner or later. Since the Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure that was even more precious than the top 10 saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it would definitely attract the attention of many powerhouses. At that time, even the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be alerted by it. In the past, those weaker powerhouses couldn't lift the Jasper Celestial Sword due to its ridiculous weight. However, it won't be difficult for powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage or above to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more worried and fearful. At the same time, he made up his mind. In the future, unless he was on the brink of death or there was no powerhouse present who could see through his sword-wielding technique, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly. Cultivate. Cultivate. I must break through to the early exemplary saint stage during my closed-door cultivation. I'll go to the Death Enforcement Hall to have a look after I come out of my closed-door cultivation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he closed his eyes and completely immersed himself in his cultivation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the room continued to surge into his body. It was transported by the 9 dragons and circulated through his 99 saint veins. As the cultivation place of true disciples, the cultivation environment here was, naturally, better than the cultivation environment of ordinary elite disciples. Northern Plethora Sect. As a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Northern Plethora Sect was located in the depths of the mountains in the western region. Today, the Northern Plethora Sect welcomed an uninvited guest. However, as soon as this uninvited guest arrived at the Northern Plethora Sect's estate, he was stopped by the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and 10 patrolling disciples. I'm Lian, the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Faced with the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling team, the uninvited guest raised his hand and took out an identity token. It was the identity token that represented his identity as a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Greetings, Elder Lian. When the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder heard Lian's self-introduction and saw the identity token in his hand, he quickly bowed and greeted him. Not only was Lian a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, but he was also ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with such a person, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder, naturally, did not dare to be negligent. Greetings, Elder Lian. The 10 patrolling disciples behind the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder bowed and greeted Lian as well. However, Lian ignored them and flew into the Northern Plethora Sect on his own. He made his way to a corner of the Northern Plethora Sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and the 10 patrolling disciples were not surprised. They had long heard that Lian, the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, and Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, were best friends. At this moment, Lian was heading to the cultivation place of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect. Why you here? Is there anything urgent? Yang Chong was slightly surprised when he saw Lian, who was travel-worn. His expression turned solemn immediately. He knew there must be something important for Lian to come here personally. Otherwise, Lian would not have personally come to look for him. Yang Wen is dead. Initially, Lian merely looked at Yang Chong without saying a word. However, after a long while, he finally opened his mouth and sighed. Boom! Lian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Yang Chong's ears. Yang Wen was his eldest son. He was also the son he valued the most. However, Lian had just told him his eldest son was dead. In an instant, Yang Chong felt his vision blur, followed by a bout of dizziness. He could not accept this cruel fact from the bottom of his heart. Even when he learned his youngest son, Yang Wu, had been killed, he did not lose his composure like this. My condolences. Lian sighed and comforted Yang Chong when he saw that Yang Chong seemed to have lost his soul after being stunned for a while. He was the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora Sect after all. Even if he could not accept this fact, he still forced himself to calm down. What's going on? Yang Chong looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression on his face. He had known Lian for many years. Naturally, he knew Lian would not joke about this. Due to this reason, he did not doubt Lian when he said his eldest son, Yang Wen, was dead. Yang Wen signed a death pact with Duan Lingtian in the Palace of Death, the holy land of Zoroastrianism. He wanted to avenge Yang Wu. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation base and killed Yang Wen? When Lian mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Boom! Li An's words were like a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, and it struck Yang Chong to the point he was dumbstruck. After Duan Lingtian killed his youngest son, Yang Wu, he killed his eldest son, Yang Wen? Duan Lingtian killed Wen? How's this possible? Yang Chong found it hard to believe. Initially, I didn't want to believe it as well. I even went to the Saint Land to investigate the matter. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian even after he consumed a forbidden pill in the Palace of Death, the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen was so fast that Yang Wen didn't even have time to react. Even those powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were present at the scene didn't catch a trace of Duan Lingtian's sword technique. Li An's expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Chong's eyes widened when he heard Li An's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian is so strong? Although Yang Chong found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian killed 2 of my sons and cut off my bloodline. I'll never forgive him. Yang Chong growled. He looked as though he had gone mad. It was clear he was furious. Yang Chong, now's not the time to be angry. Li An's eyes gleamed coldly as he said bluntly, we must get rid of Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, even you and I won't be able to suppress him when he grows stronger. At that time, let alone avenge your sons, you'll be fine as long as he doesn't kill you. Yang Chong shuddered when he heard Li An's words. He finally regained his senses and suppressed the anger in his heart. Previously, I asked someone to inform you that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province. Have you sent someone to investigate? Chapter 2012. No. Yes. Upon hearing Li An's words, Yang Chong shook his head with a grave expression and said, I plan to gather my men in the upper province to investigate his background first. If I still can't find anything after some time, I'll send my men to the lower province to investigate. Give me a group of men. I'll bring them to the lower province to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. I have a feeling that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province. Li An's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. Currently, Yang Chong was itching to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces because of the death of his 2 sons. How could he not want to kill Duan Lingtian as well? Based on the irreconcilable conflict and enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, one could imagine how he would end up if Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Due to this reason, he had decided to personally bring his men to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Once he found out about Duan Lingtian's background, he would find his family members and force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Once Duan Lingtian left Zoroastrianism, he would be a fish on the chopping board that he could do whatever he wanted to him. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to rest easy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the Northern Plethora sect. He was also unaware that Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, had already brought a group of Saints Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the Debussy subterranean through the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Currently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He did not care about what was happening outside. In the northern region of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a world of ice and snow, a snow-capped peak stood there. It was inconspicuous compared to the snow-capped peaks of different heights around it. This area was sparsely populated. Usually, no one would come here. Halfway up the inconspicuous snowy peak, there was a vast stone platform. A palace stood on top of it, and there were more than 10 adjacent pavilions around the palace. Once he was 1,000 meters away from the stone platform, no matter how good his eyesight was, he would not be able to see the stone platform. Outside the stone platform, an illusory formation was set up to block the line of sight. From afar, this formation looked like a vast expanse of whiteness, like waves of white fog. It made this snow-capped peak look no different from other snow-capped peaks. It couldn't be any more low-key. It was hard to imagine that there was a completely different world behind the white fog. Accompanied by a slight gust of wind, a graceful figure swept out from a pavilion near the palace. This was a young woman with lively eyes that flickered with a mischievous luster. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had autumn eyes and a fine nose. Coupled with her almost perfect cherry lips, she was like a picture of a devastatingly beautiful woman. A moment later, the young woman came to the front of another pavilion and shouted, "Hey! Damned lady boy, did Senior Uncle Tianji say when he's coming back?" If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize this devastatingly beautiful young woman with just a glance. She was Han Xuanai, whom he treated as his own sister. "I'm not a damned lady boy." Almost as soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, a feminine voice resonated from the pavilion in front of her. There was a hint of anger in the voice. If one only listened to the voice, one would not be able to tell whether the person with the feminine voice was male or female. Subsequently, no matter what Han Xuanai said, there was no more sound coming from the pavilion in front of her. She was completely ignored. "Damned lady boy, how dare you ignore me?" Immediately, Han Xuanai raised her eyebrows and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Creak! At this moment, the door of another pavilion suddenly opened, and a young man walked out. It was none other than Nangong Yi, the younger brother of the Nangong brothers. He was also one of the successors of the Seven Absolutes sect's Gemini progeny. As for Han Xuanai, she was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Red Dust progeny. The damned ladyboy that Han Xuanai mentioned was called Yu Wuing. He was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Dark Shadow progeny. This was the temporary estate of the Seven Absolutes sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was a stone platform, a palace, and more than 10 pavilions. Nangong Yi. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard Nangong Yi. She flew out and arrived in front of Nangong Yi. "Miss Xuanai." Nangong Yi greeted Han Xuanai with a smile as well. "Nangong Yi, you and Nangong Chen followed that damned ladyboy all the way to the upper province. Along the way, did you hear him mention the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Fog Rain progeny?" Han Xuanai asked bluntly. "Yes." Nangong Yi nodded. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up again. "What did he say?" "He said the appearance of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the Seven Absolutes sect's absolute, signifies the rise of the Seven Absolute sect. It also signifies the arrival of a new era. Due to this reason, Senior Prophet is in a hurry to look for the successor of the Gemini progeny." Nangong Yi said, "If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Prophet is in a hurry to look for the successor of the Gemini progeny, I'm afraid Nangong Chen and I wouldn't have had a chance to inherit the Gemini progeny." Nangong Yi's words showed that he knew his place very well. The Dao Martial Saint Land was so big. As long as one had enough time, it would not be difficult to find a twin brother who was better than both of them. "Did he say who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is and where he is now?" Han Xuanai asked again. "I've asked him, but he said he doesn't know. However, he said Senior Prophet and Senior Hua should know about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Miss Xuanai, Senior Hua is your master. Didn't you ask her?" Nangong Yi shook his head, but he could not help but ask. "I did. However, she refused to tell me." Han Xuanai said with a bitter expression, "I don't know what she's worried about. It doesn't matter if she tells me who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is. Is she afraid I'll bully her?" The successor of the Fog Rain progeny is really mysterious. A hint of curiosity could be seen in Nangong Yi's eyes as he sighed. Then, as though he had recalled something, Nangong-yi looked at Han Xuanai and asked, Miss Xuanai, why haven't I seen Senior Prophet and Senior Hua in the past few days? Senior Uncle Prophet has gone to pick up the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Prophet progeny. As for my master, she seems to have gone to look for the successor of the Kratos progeny. Han Xuanai replied, The Prophet progeny? Is it Senior Prophet's disciple? Nangong-yi's eyes lit up. Han Xuanai nodded. I only found out a few days ago that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret had already found his successor. I heard from my master that the successor that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret found is a senior sister. Apart from that, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny seems to be a senior sister as well. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Han Xuanai's eyes. I really hope Senior Uncle Prophet can return as soon as possible. That way, I'll be able to meet the two senior sisters as soon as possible. Then, does this mean all 6 successors of the 7 Absolutes sect will be present when Senior Prophet and Senior Hua return? Nangong-yi asked in surprise. Han Xuanai nodded. Will Senior Heavenly Secrets and Senior Flower bring back the successor of the Misty Rain lineage? Nangong-yi asked as he looked at Han Xuanai with anticipation. Han Xuanai immediately shook her head and said, I heard from my master that the reason she and Senior Uncle Prophet are bringing back the successors of the other 3 Absolutes is to activate the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to change the fates of the 7 of us. Among the 6 Absolutes, there were 2 people from the Gemini progeny. For this reason, Han Xuanai said there were 7 of them, changing the fates of the heavens. Han Xuanai's eyes glowed with excitement as soon as she finished speaking. She was clearly looking forward to it. 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? What kind of formation is that? Nangong-yi asked in surprise. I heard it's a heaven-defying formation that can raise the grade of our innate spiritual roots. I heard from my master that once the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is activated, the 7 of us will have at least indigo innate spiritual roots. Han Xuanai's voice was filled with excitement when she said this. If we have enough potential, our innate spiritual roots might even have a chance to be violet. Innate spiritual roots? Indigo innate spiritual roots? Violet innate spiritual roots? Nangong-yi was confused when he heard Han Xuanai's words. This was his first time hearing about innate spiritual roots. For this reason, he did not know what an innate spiritual root was, let alone what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. After listening to Han Xuanai's explanation, Nangong-yi finally understood what an innate spiritual root was and what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. Nangong-yi's breathing quickened immediately. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Miss Xuanai, the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, are the successors of the 7 Absolutes sects Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, not going to participate in it? Soon after, Nangong-yi realized the problem. The 6 Absolutes in the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation refers to the 6 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect other than the Fog Rain progeny. For this reason, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny won't participate in the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be seen on her face. Listen to my master. Even if the successor of the Fog Rain progeny doesn't have the help of the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, his future achievements will only be higher than ours. Based on my guess, that fellow is most likely a freak who possesses a violet innate spiritual root. Han Xuanai's tone was firm. Listen to Xuanai. I'm looking forward to meeting the successor of the Fog Rain progeny more and more. I wonder what kind of person he is. Nangong-yi said with an eager expression on his face. I also want to know who's so lucky to obtain the inheritance of the Fog Rain progeny in our 7 Absolute sect. Chapter 2013. In the pavilion, Yu Wuing, who was dressed in black, could not help but shake his head when he heard the conversation between Han Xuanai and Nan Gongyi. Naturally, he knew who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. However, since the Oracle Man had told him to do so, he did not say anything in front of Nan Gong and his brother. I wonder what kind of expression that girl, Han Xuanai, will have when she sees that super freak in the future? When Yu Wuing thought of this, a wicked smile appeared on his enchanting face that was hidden under the hood and black robe. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. It was as though he was neither a man nor a woman. Han Xuanai did not know what was on Yu Wuying's mind at all. Otherwise, she would have broken the door and tried her best to get Yu Wuing to tell her who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. Time flew by. A month had passed in just a blink of an eye. A month might be considered long in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was not long in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, they would enter closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. Inside the Holy Land, around the Saint Island, independent islands were suspended in the air, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Saint Island. These islands were the residences of the Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Suddenly, the soft sound of a door opening resonated from one of the floating islands. Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a month, had walked out of his room. Naturally, a month had passed in the outside world, but it did not mean that Duan Lingtian had only been in closed-door cultivation for a month. The flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 10 times slower than the outside world. In other words, a month in the outside world was equivalent to 300 days in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. Naturally, the change was so small that ordinary people would not be able to tell. Now, it's time to look for senior brother Lu Yun and ask him about the enforcement hall. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he rose into the air and left the spacious mansion. He left the floating island that belonged to him and flew toward another floating island in the distance. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his purpose of joining the Zoroastrianism. During his journey, Duan Lingtian passed by 2 true disciples. These 2 true disciples did not know who Duan Lingtian. Is there such a person among the true disciples? The 2 true disciples were together. One of them came to a halt and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. I've seen almost all of the 170 or so true disciples, but this is my first time seeing this person. Puzzled, the Duan Lingtian asked a question. I've never seen him before. The other true disciple shook his head. Perhaps he's someone who just became a true disciple recently. Someone who just became a true disciple recently? When the first true disciple heard the other true disciple's words, his eyes could not help but narrow as he said in shock, "Don't tell me. He's that Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian. The other true disciple's eyes narrowed as well. He inhaled sharply and only managed to catch his breath after a long time. That's possible. It seems like Duan Lingtian is the only one who became a true disciple recently. A month ago, the news of Duan Lingtian killing Yangwen and becoming a true disciple had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Even the group of true disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation and did not leave the sect knew about Duan Lingtian's existence. However, most of them had never seen Duan Lingtian before. If I were to fight Yangwen who consumed the forbidden pill, I'd definitely die. I can't believe Yangwen who consumed the forbidden pill was still killed by Duan Lingtian. One of the true disciples looked at Duan Lingtian's back. His strength is above mine. He's much stronger than me as well. The other true disciple smiled wryly. Although the 2 of them were both true disciples who were ranked on the true ranking, they were only slightly stronger than Yangwen. They were also ranked at the bottom of the true ranking. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 people staring at him from behind. He paused for a moment, and when he discovered the 2 people were not hostile, he continued to move forward. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a floating island. There was also a palace on this floating island, and it was exactly the same as the one he lived in. This was Lu Yun's residence and place of cultivation. Due to this reason, Lu Yun had told Duan Lingtian that this was his residence when they were traveling from the Saint Island to the floating island where Duan Lingtian was currently staying. Senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Lingtian called out as he stood outside the floating island. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the formation above the floating island and entered the mansion on the floating island. If Lu Yun was in closed-door cultivation, Lu Yun would not be disturbed by his voice. However, if Lu Yun was not in closed-door cultivation, he would be able to hear his voice. Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's voice left his mouth, a figure rose into the air from the mansion on the floating island. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew to Duan Lingtian's side. Junior brother Lingtian. The person was none other than Lu Yun. After greeting Duan Lingtian with a smile, he invited Duan Lingtian into his mansion. Not only did the mansion of a true disciple look the same from the outside, but even the environment inside was similar as well. This time, Lu Yun invited Duan Lingtian to sit in the pavilion in the front courtyard. Junior brother Lingtian, is there anything urgent that you came to look for me? Lu Yun took the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian after they sat down at the stone table in the pavilion. Actually, it's nothing important. I'm just curious about it. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse and spoke unhurriedly. What is it? Lu Yun asked. Senior brother Lu Yun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Enforcement hall? Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Yun was stunned for a moment before he asked, Junior brother Lingtian, why are you interested in the enforcement hall? Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm sure you've heard about a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder being executed by the enforcement hall, right? Not only did Duan Lingtian not answer Lu Yun's question, but he even asked such a question instead. Yes, I've heard about it. That Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder's name is Wei He. He's the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, speaking of which, his execution has something to do with you. Lu Yun nodded. The execution of a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder by the enforcement hall was a big deal in the entire Zoroastrianism. As a true disciple, it was only natural that he had heard about it. It's because of this that I'm interested in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, if you know about the enforcement hall, can you tell me about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun curiously. Lu Yun nodded and said, I won't tell you about the enforcement hall's functions since you already know about it even if I don't. Let me tell you about the people in the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. This was exactly what he wanted to know. In the enforcement hall, the hall master has the highest authority. He reports directly to the sect leader. Under the hall master of the enforcement hall, there are 3 vice hall masters. Below them are some silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and some true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun explained. True disciples on duty in the enforcement hall? Almost as soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. Since there were true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall, did this mean he would have a chance to sneak into the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian's mind instantly became active. If he could sneak into the enforcement hall, this meant he would have a chance to meet Kerr and their daughter. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heartbeat quickened due to his excitement. He had not seen Kerr for a long time. Moreover, he had not seen his daughter with Kerr until now. I wonder if that girl looks like Kerr or me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his gaze softened and became as gentle as water. Since Duan Lingtian had already averted his gaze, Lu Yun did not notice the change in Duan Lingtian's gaze. Senior brother Lu Yun, as far as I know, the Golden Flame Elders in our Zoroastrianism are either the sanctum leaders of the 4 symbols sanctums or in charge of the minds in the 4 symbols sanctums. According to you, There's a hall master and 3 vice hall masters in the enforcement hall who are above the silver flame elders? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. Junior brother Lingtian, you might not know this, but the hall master and the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall have never been listed as elders of Zoroastrianism since the founding of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yun continued to say, the enforcement hall is an independent and special place in Zoroastrianism. It reports directly to the sect leader. In terms of strength, the hall master of the enforcement hall is not inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. As for the 3 vice hall masters, their strength is comparable to the golden flame elders in charge of the 4 symbols sanctums. After listening to Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall. I see. Chapter 2014. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of anticipation could be seen in the depth of his eyes. But, Junior brother Lingtian, do you want to be on duty in the enforcement hall? Lu Yun could not help but feel stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's simple. Due to the uniqueness of the enforcement hall will dismiss the true disciples on duty every other month and replace them with another batch of true disciples. Generally speaking, any true disciple will have the opportunity to be on duty in the enforcement hall as long as they're interested. Lu Yun said, moreover, the rewards from the enforcement hall are very generous. Naturally, junior brother Lingtian won't be interested in that little bit of contribution points. It was apparent that the reward Lu Yun was referring to was the contribution points. Currently, Duan Lingtian had 1 million contribution points, so naturally, he would not be interested in the little bit of contribution points from the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Then he asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, how long is it before the enforcement hall changes the batch of true disciples? I don't pay attention to this, so I don't know. Junior brother Lingtian, if you want to know, I'll ask the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square later. Lu Yun said, every time the enforcement hall changes the batch of true disciples, they'll issue a mission in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As long as you're a true disciple who hasn't been on duty in the enforcement hall for the past 3 months, you'll be able to accept the mission issued by the enforcement hall and go on duty in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian had been to the Fire Remuneration Palace once since he came out from the Palace of Death previously, so he was not unfamiliar with it. It was one of the many palaces around the central square of the Saint Island. Each of the palaces had its own duties, and the Fire Remuneration Palace was a place where one could issue and accept missions. No matter who it was, as long as they had contribution points, they could issue missions in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As for those who accepted the mission and completed it, they would be able to obtain contribution points from the person who issued the mission. Fire Remuneration Palace? Duan Lingtian nodded before he said to Lu Yun, there's no need to trouble senior brother Lu Yun to go to the Fire Remuneration Palace. I'll ask around myself. Senior brother Lu Yun, I don't have anything else to do, so I won't disturb you any further. After thanking Lu Yun, Duan Lingtian immediately took his leave. Currently, he was in the law enforcement hall. As long as he could be on duty in the law enforcement hall, he would have the opportunity to see Kerr and his daughter with Kerr. As he thought of this, he could not wait any longer. After leaving Lu Yun's residence, Duan Lingtian immediately made his way to the Saint Island. Since he was in a hurry, it did not take long for him to arrive at the central square. When he arrived at the central square again, Duan Lingtian seemed to be familiar with the place. He immediately headed in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It's Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Fire Remuneration Palace, many Saint Lan disciples recognized him. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He attracted the attention of more than half of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He's Duan Lingtian? He doesn't seem special at all. A Saint Lan disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, in the Palace of Death a month ago. He stepped on Yang Wen's body and replaced him as the new true disciple? That's him. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian. I was there when he was in the Palace of Death that day. His strength is terrifying. Even Yang Wen, whose cultivation base is at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him after consuming the forbidden pill. The sword technique he cast at the end was terrifying. Even the two bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death didn't see it clearly. I was there as well. I lost 3,000 contribution points because I bet all my money on Yang Wen. You only lost 3,000 contribution points, but I lost 5,000 contribution points. The group of Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves as they watched Duan Lingtian. In the end, more and more Saint Lan disciples began to scold Yang Wen for being useless and causing them to lose a lot of contribution points. At this moment, the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace were filled with people. They were either here to issue missions or to accept missions. Duan Lingtian chose a counter and walked over. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the counter, the dozen or so Saint Lan disciples who were queuing up in front of the counter immediately moved aside with a fearful expression on their faces, making way for Duan Lingtian. Elder, I'll issue a mission in a while. When the Saint Lan disciple who was about to issue a mission at the counter saw Duan Lingtian walking over to his counter, he hurriedly greeted the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter and made way for him. It was as though he was afraid he would be beaten up if he was too slow. At this moment, the counter became empty. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. Previously, when he came with Lu Yun, he had already seen such a scene. He knew this was the privilege of a true disciple. Otherwise, even if this was a world where only the strong were respected, one would not be able to defeat everyone one by one no matter how strong one was. You're Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the counter, the bronze flame elder's eyes lit up as he studied Duan Lingtian curiously. Recently, Duan Lingtian was the name that everyone heard the most in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was no wonder the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder would lose his composure when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded in response. Are you here to issue a mission or to accept a mission? At the same time, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter regained his senses and asked as a matter of routine. Elder, I'd like to ask, when will the enforcement hall change the batch of true disciples on duty? Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian wants to be on duty in the enforcement hall? Many Saint Lan disciples were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Generally speaking, true disciples who want to be on duty in the enforcement hall would do it for the generous reward. Didn't Duan Lingtian earn 1 million contribution points a month ago? Why would he be interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall? I don't understand. I really don't know what he's thinking. If I have 1 million contribution points, I definitely won't be on duty in the enforcement hall. Even if you want to be on duty, you'll have to become a true disciple first. If you're not a true disciple, the enforcement hall won't accept you even if you give them your contribution points. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian wanted to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Being on duty in the enforcement hall was an arduous and thankless task in the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land. Otherwise, the enforcement hall would not have offered such a generous reward. 10 days later, although the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder did not know why Duan Lingtian was interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall, he replied immediately, at that time, the enforcement hall will also issue a mission in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're interested, you can come and accept the mission. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded before he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, a commotion broke out outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. It caused him to stop in his tracks. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a graceful and beautiful figure walking into the Fire Remuneration Palace amidst the commotion. She attracted the attention of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. A female true disciple? Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the clothes the person was wearing. He recognized the person was wearing the uniform of a true disciple. Most importantly, it was a woman. A female true disciple. As Duan Lingtian continued to look up, he saw the person's appearance clearly. She was quite beautiful and could be considered as a beauty. However, compared to his wives, Li Fei and Ke, he was still lacking by more than just a little. It's senior sister Wen Yan. Senior sister Wen Yan. As Duan Lingtian studied the female true disciple in front of him, the voices of Dao Venerables rang in his ears again. These greetings came from the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Wen Yan? Upon hearing this name, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it familiar as though he had heard this name before. Wen Yan ignored the respectful greetings of the Saint Lan's disciples. She raised her head haughtily as she walked toward a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. I remember now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally remembered who he had heard the name Wen Yan from. It was Lu Yun who had mentioned this name a month ago. Due to this reason, it left a deep impression on him. The reason it left a deep impression on him was, naturally, because of the words Lu Yun had said to him. It said that after the saint girl was brought back, senior sister Ru Yen hid her in her residence. It was only 2 to 3 years later that Wen Yan discovered this matter. After Wen Yan discovered that senior sister Ru Yen had secretly hidden the saint girl, she went to the enforcement hall to report it. For this reason, senior sister Ru Yen, the saint girl, and the saint girl's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the enforcement hall. They're still imprisoned in the enforcement hall even now. Kerr and his daughter were taken away and imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of the true disciple, Wen Yan, who went to the enforcement hall to report it. She's Wen Yan? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he stepped forward and appeared in front of Wen Yan, who was walking forward with her head held high. He blocked her path. Wen Yan was, naturally, taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone blocking her path. She instinctively came to a halt. Chapter 2015. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace that had fallen silent due to Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yan's path. It was so sudden that it caught everyone by surprise. Gasp, 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 gasp. As the sound of the slap reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air. When the group of Saint Lan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian again, shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes. Heavens! What did they just see? Not only did Duan Lingtian block Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they saw half of Wen Yan's face was swollen. Although Wen Yan was a female true disciple, her strength was not weak at all. Even among the 170 over true disciples of the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yan's strength could be ranked in the top 10. She was ranked 9th on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, a guy who had just become a true disciple, a guy who was not even ranked on the true ranking, had not only blocked Wen Yan's path to provoke her, but he had even slapped her in front of so many people? Is he seeking death? At this moment, this was the only thought left in many Saint Lan disciples' minds. On the other side, Wen Yan was completely dumbfounded when she was stopped by someone for no reason and was slapped in the face. Due to this reason, she did not react in time. When the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air, Wen Yan finally regained her senses. When she regained her senses, her face was completely distorted. Half of her swollen face looked extremely hideous. Many Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. Why did they not notice such an ugly side of Wen Yan in the past? Why you dare to hit me? Wen Yan's face was distorted as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from the boundless rage in her eyes, there was also a trace of undetectable fear. It was also because of this trace of fear that she did not immediately attack the person in front of her. Based on Wen Yan's current reaction, it could be seen that she was a person who knew how to endure silently. For example, when she reported Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen, to the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall, she had endured silently for a long time before exploding. Zoroastrianism had a total of more than 170 direct disciples. Among them, there were no more than 20 female true disciples. Among the 170 true disciples of Zoroastrianism, only 2 female true disciples were ranked in the top 10 of this true disciple ranking. In addition to Wen Yan, the other person was Gan Ru Yen, who had brought Ker back to Zoroastrianism. She was also Ker's older sister. Gan Ru Yen was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, Gan Ru Yen was superior to Wen Yan. In Zoroastrianism, Gan Ru Yen was akin to a goddess. As long as Gan Ru Yen was around, Wen Yan was destined to be a supporting character. For this reason, Wen Yan was extremely jealous of Gan Ru Yen. Every time she faced Gan Ru Yen, she would feel as though she was born in the same world as Gan Ru Yen. Previously, she had found an opportunity to report Gan Ru Yen to the Law Enforcement Hall and imprisoned her in the Law Enforcement Hall. However, at this moment, Wen Yan did not expect this. The seemingly unfamiliar young man in front of her who was wearing the same true disciple's uniform as her had blocked her path and publicly slapped her because she had reported Gan Ru Yen. "Why did I hit you?" When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan did not hit him directly, he began to think more highly of her. When he heard Wen Yan's question through clenched teeth, he said nonchalantly, "There's no reason. I just don't like you. I just don't like you." Duan Lingtian's seemingly casual words caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent again. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few Bronze Flame Elders, could not help but feel shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Was Duan Lingtian not a little too valiant? He slapped Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, yet the reply he gave Wen Yan was he didn't like her? Was he not deliberately looking for trouble? That's not right. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan. Otherwise, why would he only like other people but not Wen Yan? Not only did she find Wen Yan an eyesore, she even blocked Wen Yan's path and slapped her. Naturally, there were many people in the Fire Remuneration Palace who knew what was going on. They did not believe Duan Lingtian's words at all. They were not the only ones who did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Even Wen Yan did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. "Who are you? This is the first time I've met you, and there's no enmity between us. Why are you humiliating me?" Wen Yan's expression became even more distorted as her voice became deeper. Her suppressed anger seemed like it would erupt at any time. One could imagine how uncontrollable it would be once Wen Yan vented her anger. "Humiliating you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Wen Yan indifferently and smiled disdainfully. "Don't you think you're overestimating yourself?" Faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, Wen Yan's expression became even more distorted. Her eyes turned red as killing intent surged out of her body. "Scram! Don't block my path!" Duan Lingtian, who ignored the killing intent surging out of Wen Yan, suddenly shouted in a cold voice. It was obvious he wanted Wen Yan to scram and make way for him. Gasp, 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 gasp. Upon seeing this, the sound of people inhaling sharply rose in the air again. After the sound of people inhaling sharply died down, many Saint Lan disciples began to whisper among themselves again. Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too valiant? Not only did he block senior sister Wen Yan's path, but he even slapped her. Now, he's even asking senior sister Wen Yan to scram and make way for him? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he would dare to do this. Although senior sister Wen Yan and Yang Wen, who was killed by him, are both true disciples, senior sister Wen Yan isn't someone Yang Wen can compare to. Yang Wen didn't even enter the true ranking. Senior sister Wen Yan, on the other hand, is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian actually dares to offend such a person? Where did he get his confidence from? Perhaps he really doesn't like senior sister Wen Yan and doesn't know senior sister Wen Yan's identity? You actually believe such nonsense? I don't dare to speak for other people, but ever since Duan Lingtian joined Zoroastrianism, he has never taken the initiative to cause any trouble. The things that he did were basically people who provoked him first, and then he would return the favor. Do you think such a person would block senior sister Wenyan's path and slap her just because he doesn't like her? I don't believe Duan Lingtian's nonsense as well. Senior sister Wenyan must have offended Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to do this. However, even if senior sister Wenyan has offended Duan Lingtian, where did Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? He actually dares to humiliate senior sister Wenyan like this. In the opinion of the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, although Duan Lingtian was quite strong and had even killed Yang Wen, the true disciple, there was no difference between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Due to the huge gap between Yang Wen's strength and Wenyan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, they did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wenyan. Duan Lingtian? Wenyan, naturally, heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples. Immediately, her eyes narrowed into slits, and cold light flashed in them one after another. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yang Wen in the Palace of Death had caused a commotion in Zoroastrianism. In the history of Zoroastrianism, this was the first time an elite disciple had killed a true disciple. This matter could be said to have written a new chapter in the history of Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, this matter had caused quite a commotion. So, you're Duan Lingtian? Wenyan narrowed her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When she opened her eyes, the dread in her eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced with coldness. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology before I slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. As it turned out, Wenyan thought this unfamiliar true disciple dared to humiliate her because he had some backing. However, now that she found out the person before her was Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in Zoroastrianism, the dread in her heart disappeared immediately. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad. However, as a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things in his life. Not only would such a person not achieve great things in the future, but there would also not be any powerhouses who would be willing to take him in as their disciple. For this reason, Wenyan was not worried about Duan Lingtian's background at all. As for Duan Lingtian's strength, although he was strong, she did not think much of it. Even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Yang Wen, the true disciple whose saint origin had been raised to the second form of the saint celestial stage after he consumed a forbidden pill, it would be impossible for him to kill Yang Wen. If she was in his shoes, she could easily kill Yang Wen, who had consumed a forbidden pill. Although a true powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage would have a lot more saint origin compared to a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage, the increase in saint origin did not contribute much to the increase in one's strength. The most important thing was that the second form of the saint celestial stage would increase one's strength in other aspects. Moreover, she was confident her strength was above average among powerhouses at the second form of the saint celestial stage. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen, she did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Give me a chance. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you as an apology before you slap me 10 times. Chapter 2016. Wenyan, are you sure? There's nothing wrong with your head? Duan Lingtian's cold voice suddenly reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace. At this moment, almost everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Wenyan. The tension in the air was so strong that it could explode at any time. When Wenyan saw Duan Lingtian staring at her like an idiot and heard Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but tremble violently. Immediately, Wenyan was so enraged that her body began to tremble involuntarily. Her face became even more distorted as the cold light in her eyes reached its pinnacle. The fury in her heart continued to rise until it reached a critical point. Earlier, when Wen Yan found out the person in front of her was Duan Lingtian, her first thought was to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, when she thought about it again, she felt it would be too easy for him. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. And at this moment, she also said such a sentence. Duan Lingtian had slapped her in public. It was no different from humiliating her in public. She could almost foresee it. It would not take long for the entire holy land of Zoroastrianism and even the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism to spread the news of her being humiliated by Duan Lingtian today. When she thought of this, she realized she could not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. For this reason, she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not rush to make a move. She wanted to make Duan Lingtian kowtow to her as an apology and slap him 10 times before she made a move on him. She wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to say there was something wrong with her head. Moreover, he did not take her seriously at all. Wen Yan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Duan Ling, you're seeking death. Wen Yan suddenly let out an explosive roar. Her anger, which had already reached a critical point, was completely vented by this explosive roar. She could no longer control her anger. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on her body and swept out like a hurricane. Many Saint Lan disciples with a weaker cultivation base in the fire remuneration palace felt pressured. This aura was Wen Yan's saint origin that was at the second form of the saint celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on high alert. The sun saint energy in his body surged out through the 99 saint veins and covered the surface of his body. His eyes were extremely cold as well. Just as Wen Yan's aura reached its peak and she was about to make her move, Duan Lingen. A cold snort sounded from the inner hall of the fire remuneration palace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on Wen Yan's head, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Duan Palace, Duan Lingtian with Duan Lingtian. You're not allowed to act recklessly in the fire remuneration palace. Following that, a cold and distant voice resonated from the fire remuneration palace's inner palace. It was none other than the voice of the fire remuneration palace's manager. The fire remuneration palace's supervisor was also a Saint Lan Silver Flame Elder. In the fire remuneration palace, the supervisor was the only one who dared to speak to Wen Yan in such a manner. After all, although the few bronze flame elders in the fire remuneration palace were Zoroastrianism elders, they might not be a match for Wen Yan. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they did not dare to criticize Wen Yan. I'll wait for you outside the fire remuneration palace. If you're a man, don't be a coward. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yan glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before she turned around and walked out of the fire remuneration palace. It was as though she was afraid Duan Lingtian would cower in the fire remuneration palace. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, "It's not up to you to judge whether I'm a man or not, Wen Yan. If an ordinary woman said this to me, I might say, won't you know whether I'm a man or not after giving it a try? However, I really can't bring myself to say that to you, Wen Yan. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all." When Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Yun that Kerr and his daughter were in the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's report, he was filled with rage. Moreover, he hated Wen Yan even though he did not know her at all. If it was not for Wen Yan's report, Kerr would not have been in such a dangerous situation where her life would be in danger at any time. For this reason, when he saw Wen Yan today, the rage in his heart had completely exploded. That was also the reason why he had blocked Wen Yan's path and given her a slap. Duan Lingtian asked himself. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world, due to the influence of his family and friends, his temper was no longer as cold as it was in his previous life. From the past until now, he rarely took the initiative to cause trouble. However, after learning about Wen Yan's identity today, he could no longer hold himself back and directly went up to her to give her a slap. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Ke was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. For the sake of Ke, even if he had to make the entire world his enemy, what did he, Duan Lingtian, have to fear? Gasp, 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 gasp. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Even if you, Wen Yan, strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a ruthless sentence. This was because this sentence completely negated a woman's charm. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still want a man to acknowledge her charm. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly negated Wen Yan's charm. Wen Yan, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, paused for a moment before she began to tremble violently. I'll wait for you to come out, Wen Yan said coldly before she hastily walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she would not be able to hold herself back and attack Duan Lingtian if she continued to stay in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If that happened, the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager would definitely intervene. Although Wen Yan was confident in her strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace was not just a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism. As the manager of the palace, this Silver Flame Elder was one of the strongest Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't Duan Lingtian too ruthless? After Wen Yan left, one of the Saint Land disciples gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. What enmity does Duan Lingtian have with senior sister Wen Yan? Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yan in public, he even denied senior sister Wen Yan's charm as a woman. To a woman, such humiliation is absolutely worse than death. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. If I were senior sister Wen Yan, I would have already attacked him. Unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace, senior sister Wen Yan won't let him go. Where did he get his confidence from? How dare he humiliate senior sister Wen Yan? Is he confident he's stronger than senior sister Wen Yan? Don't tell me he thinks senior sister Wen Yan is a pushover like Yang Wen? Based on the Saint Land disciples' discussion, none of them felt Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wen Yan's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian had killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, he was still inferior to Wen Yan. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers of the Saint Land disciples. However, would he hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace and not leave because he was afraid of Wen Yan? Naturally, the answer was no. Duan Lingtian moved his body and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. It was as though there was nothing in the Fire Remuneration Palace that he was reluctant to leave. If he was afraid of Wen Yan, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her from the beginning. He actually left just like that? Is he really not afraid of death? Don't forget, as long as the rules of Zoroastrianism are still in place, even senior sister Wen Yan won't dare to cripple or kill Duan Lingtian. Although that's the case, based on senior sister Wen Yan's anger, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he'll at least be skinned alive. That's for sure. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace immediately swarmed out as well. At this moment, only a few Bronze Flame Elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders who were on duty behind the counter were actually itching to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to join in the fun. However, they did not dare to leave the counter so easily due to their duties. I don't think there'll be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace for the time being. If all of you want to go out and have a look, go ahead. At this moment, a voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner hall again. It was the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's overseer. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame elders no longer hesitated and followed the group of Saint Lan disciples out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. All of them wanted to know, how would today's matter end? Naturally, deep down in their hearts, they were more inclined to support Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength was widely acknowledged as well. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as he walked out, he saw Wen Yan standing in the distance. Wen Yan was standing on an empty space in the central square as she stared at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yan indifferently after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Chapter 2017. Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. However, would Wen Yan allow him to leave? Naturally, the answer was no. Trying to run away? Wen Yan's eyes turned cold as she shouted coldly. At the same time, she moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path. This scene was very familiar to the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, this time, the person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path had been swapped. When they were in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it was Duan Lingtian who blocked Wen Yan's path. However, it was Wen Yan who blocked Duan Lingtian's path now. Run away! When Duan Lingtian heard Wen Yan's cold voice and saw her blocking his path, he smiled disdainfully. Wen Yan, don't you think too highly of yourself? You're just a true disciple who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. You're not qualified to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away. When Wen Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was enraged. The saint origin in her body roared as she prepared to make her move. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm going to the Palace of Death now. If you're brave enough, come with me to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact. I think, the current you must be itching to kill me as well, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me. What do you think? Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said something that nobody expected. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to have a death duel with Wen Yan. Palace of Death? Death Pact? Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. Apart from the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples in the central square immediately gathered in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian is going to the Palace of Death again? Who's Duan Lingtian going to sign a death pact with? The group of Saint Lan's disciples who had gathered around the Fire Remuneration Palace only heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. Due to this reason, they did not know who Duan Lingtian intended to establish a death pact with. But isn't the person confronting Duan Lingtian's senior sister Wen Yan? It really is senior sister Wen Yan. Could it be that Duan Lingtian wants to enter the Hall of Life and Death with senior sister Wen Yan to establish a life and death contract? At the same time, many disciples who had just arrived also saw Wen Yan and recognized her. Wen Yan was one of the two most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Naturally, everyone in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism knew about her. Seeing Duan Lingtian confronting Wen Yan, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had just arrived were extremely puzzled. How did these two people get into a fight? After a while, many of the Saint Land's disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace began to explain the situation. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior sister Wen Yan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated senior sister Wen Yan in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on senior sister Wen Yan's face. As it turns out, it's the mark of being slapped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too valiant. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke senior sister Wen Yan, but he even threatened to establish a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan. Is he really that confident? He might just be deliberately mystifying things. Deliberately mystifying things? Previously, Yang Wen thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things when he challenged him to a death pact. However, what happened in the end? He's dead. Based on what you're saying, you think Duan Lingtian is confident he can kill Senior Sister Wenyan, so he issued a death pact with Senior Sister Wenyan. After learning about the ins and outs of the matter, the group of Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their discussion, a small portion of them felt Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill Wenyan. However, most of them did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Wenyan at all. In fact, when they heard this, Wenyan's strength was much more profound than Duan Lingtian's strength. I wonder if Senior Sister Wenyan will agree to Duan Lingtian's death pact or not. I think so. After all, Duan Lingtian has humiliated her in public. With her temper, I'm sure she'll want to kill Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian really dares to establish a death pact with Senior Sister Wenyan, he'll definitely die today. Most of the Saint Lan disciples did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Suddenly, a Saint Lan disciple who had been paying attention to Wenyan from the beginning said in a low voice, "Didn't all of you notice that Senior Sister Wenyan's expression has turned slightly grave? It seems like she's still afraid of Duan Lingtian. She might not dare to accept the death pact with Duan Lingtian." As soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, all the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Wenyan in unison. As expected, Wenyan's expression turned grave when she heard Duan Lingtian's death pact. She did not respond to Duan Lingtian for a long time. Really? Senior Sister Wenyan is afraid? How's this possible? Senior Sister Wenyan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to fight a death pact with Duan Lingtian, a new disciple? I wonder what Senior Sister Wenyan is thinking. Perhaps, she thinks it's a little risky to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. Their words were filled with disappointment. It was as the group of Saint Lan disciples had said. Wenyan was truly afraid at this moment. When Duan Lingtian said he would go to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact with her, the first thing that came to her mind was Yang Wen, who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands a month ago. She was very clear about the ins and outs of that matter. In the beginning, it was also Duan Lingtian who had issued the death pact with Yang Wen. At that time, it was not only Yang Wen, but the other Saint Lan disciples also thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. They were certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Yang Wen. Due to this reason, after Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen signed the death pact in the Palace of Death, not many people placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone placed their bets on Yang Wen. They were certain Yang Wen would be the one who would survive in the end. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen. This new disciple, whom 90% of the Saint Lan disciples did not think highly of, had killed Yang Wen, who had become a true disciple a long time ago. Today, history was repeating itself. Duan Lingtian had issued the death pact again. However, his opponent this time was not Yang Wen, but her, Wenyan. Wenyan was, naturally, confident in her own strength. However, Duan Lingtian was a mystery to her. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered Zoroastrianism, it had only taken less than a year for him to rise in the Four Symbols Sanctums and enter the Saint Land. She was not certain if Duan Lingtian still had any trump cards up his sleeves when he killed Yang Wen previously. Due to this reason, she did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. But, you don't dare? When Duan Lingtian saw Wenyan's expression had turned solemn and she did not respond to his words for a long time, he scoffed disdainfully, "Since you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. A good dog doesn't block the way." Upon seeing this, many Saint Lan disciples could not help but shake their heads. I really don't know what Senior Sister Wenyan is thinking. Why didn't she seize such a good opportunity? Perhaps, Senior Sister Wenyan is traumatized by Yang Wen's death. 9th on the true ranking. What a joke! If it was Senior Sister Ru Yen who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, She would definitely not be as cowardly as Wen Yan. Of course. Senior sister Ru Yen has always been stronger than Wen Yan. Some Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves and mentioned Gan Ru Yen, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. She was Ker's twin sister. Senior sister Wen Yan is still inferior to senior sister Ru Yen. Rumor has it that senior sister Ru Yen was imprisoned by the enforcement hall because Wen Yan reported her to the enforcement hall. It's obvious Wen Yan is abusing her position to get rid of senior sister Ru Yen through the enforcement hall. Is this rumor true? In any case, I think it's very believable. If that's the case, Wen Yan is too cunning. It's fine if she can't win against senior sister Ru Yen openly, but she's even using underhanded means to get senior sister Ru Yen into the enforcement hall. No matter how senior sister Ru Yen will be punished by the enforcement hall in the future, the only goddess in my heart is senior sister Ru Yen. As for Wen Yan, she'll never be able to compare to senior sister Ru Yen in my heart. Me too. When a Saint Lan disciple mentioned Gan Ru Yen, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene burst into an uproar again. Someone even revealed a piece of juicy news. Many Saint Lan disciples who were still addressing Wen Yan as senior sister just a moment ago suddenly addressed her by her name. Their respect for her had completely disappeared. All of a sudden, Wen Yan was pushed to the forefront of the storm. When Wen Yan heard the discussions of the Saint Lan disciples around her, she, who was already in a bad mood, flew into a rage again. "Shut up, all of you!" All of a sudden, Wen Yan shouted coldly. Her cold gaze swept across the group of Saint Lan disciples in the surroundings, causing the disciples who were still discussing animatedly to fall silent. However, although these Saint Lan disciples had fallen silent, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Wen Yan. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Wen Yan, who was enraged by the disdainful gazes of the group of Saint Lan disciples, quickly turned to look at Duan Lingtan and snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtan, I don't want your life. I'll torture you slowly to vent the hatred in my heart." As soon as Wen Yan finished speaking, the saint origin in her body began to stir as a terrifying aura spread out from her body. If you don't dare to do it, just admit it. Why are you looking for an excuse? Chapter 2018. You're seeking death. Faced with Duan Lingtian's repeated provocations, Wen Yan could no longer hold it in. Her saint origins surged out of her body, causing the air to tremble. She was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Sush. At this moment, Wen Yan fully displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the saint's celestial stage. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Wen Yan's saint origins surged out of her body, Duan Lingtian immediately cast his assist-type divine ability. The sun saint energy that he had been accumulating for a long time turned into a whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by the whirlpool. Golden Crow's wings. When the sun saint energy in his body was raised to its limit through the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and instantly cast his movement divine ability. A pair of wings that burned with raging flames appeared behind Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the pair of wings suddenly flapped. Swoosh! Boom! 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 As the deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian had already retreated at lightning speed. As soon as Duan Lingtian retreated, Wen Yan charged forward with the 100 inscriptions saint's sword in her hand. Her target was Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian pointed his sword out, ripples appeared in the air. The sword completely ignored the air resistance in its wake. The speed of the sword was even faster than Duan Lingtian's current speed. In the eyes of most of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan seemed to have transformed into afterimages. Even so, they could still see Wen Yan's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. As expected, Wen Yan is stronger. At this moment, many Saint Lan disciples thought to themselves, How dare you challenge me to a death duel with such strength? When Wen Yan saw she was about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, she could not help but scoff. Her tone was filled with disdain. With just this little bit of strength, aren't you afraid to accept the challenge? Hearing Wen Yan's words, Duan Lingtian immediately retorted, his tone filled with disdain. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly like adding fuel to the fire. It caused Wen Yan to fly into a rage. As she swung the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword in her hand, its speed seemed to have increased. It's time to end this. Just as the 100 Inscriptions sacred sword in Wen Yan's hand accelerated and was about to make contact with Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes narrowed, but his body continued to move backward. Whoosh! A short-lived sword cry, like the cry of a phoenix, suddenly resounded in the void. To the people present, they could only hear the sound of the sword whistling, but they did not see the sword that caused the whistling sound. Duan Lingtian stopped retreating and came to a halt almost at the same time when the sword howled in the air. Ah! At the instant Duan Lingtian came to a halt, a shrill cry reverberated in the air. It shocked everyone present so much that they could not help but snap back to their senses. Clang! Just as everyone regained their senses, the sound of metal falling to the ground attracted everyone's attention. That's Wen Yan's 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword? At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples recognized the sword that had fallen to the ground. It was the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword that Wen Yan had used to attack Duan Lingtian. Drip, drip. While the people were still in shock from seeing Wen Yan's 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword falling to the ground, they saw drops of dazzling blood dripping from the ground beside the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword, forming beautiful red roses on the ground. When the people saw this, they immediately looked up and saw Wen Yan hovering in the air. Wen Yan stood there, her face was as pale as a sheet. A hint of lingering fear could be seen in her eyes. At this moment, Wen Yan seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. At this moment, Wen Yan's Holy Land disciple uniform had been cut open on the arm of her hand that was holding the sword, and it was covered in blood. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury, otherwise, she would not be bleeding profusely like she was now. Half of her white robe was stained red with blood. At this moment, Wen Yan was glaring at Duan Lingtian as she tried to stop her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Fortunately, I did not accept his death duel challenge. Even though she had concentrated all her attention on the sword, she still couldn't catch the slightest trace of it. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was terrifying. It was that strike that had easily knocked the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword out of her hand. Moreover, it had brushed past her right arm, leaving behind a deep gash on it. If this is a death duel, that sword earlier is enough to take my life. Wen Yan did not doubt this at all. That sword was so fast that she could not catch the shadow of it at all. That sword was not something she could withstand at all. At the very least, it was not something she could withstand at this moment. Due to this reason, Wen Yan was glad she did not accept Duan Lingtian's death duel challenge. If it was a battle of life and death earlier, Duan Lingtian's sword would not have merely slashed her arm and caused her to suffer a superficial wound. Instead, it would have slashed her throat, pierced between her brows, or pierced through her heart. Even until now, Wen Yan still broke out in cold sweat when she recalled the sword strike earlier. It was to the extent that her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with terror and joy. But, are you glad you didn't accept my death duel challenge? Duan Lingtian smirked when he saw Wen Yan's gaze. If Wen Yan had heard Duan Lingtian's words before she witnessed the sword strike that Duan Lingtian had executed earlier, she would definitely be furious and would not be willing to be outdone. However, at this moment, she kept her mouth shut and did not even dare to make a sound. However, the flames of hatred still burned in the depths of her eyes. She was only temporarily suppressing it. Although she knew she was no match for Duan Lingtian, she did not let go of her hatred for Duan Lingtian. She would never forget the humiliation she had received from Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Endure. Right now, she had no choice but to endure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and appeared in front of Wen Yan in just a blink of an eye. Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would hurt and torture her if she moved? In Zoroastrianism, as long as one did not kill or cripple a fellow disciple, one would not violate the sect's rules. Earlier, you said you wanted to torture me slowly? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Wen Yan. It was as though he was talking about something unimportant. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not reply. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan was ignoring him, he raised his hand and gave her a slap on the other side of her face. Gasp, 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 gasp. Upon seeing this, the surrounding Saint Lan disciples could not help but gasp. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so valiant as to give Wen Yan another slap. After being slapped again, Wen Yan only felt dizzy and her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, her eyes shone with hatred as she glared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Wen Yan many times. What? You're still not convinced? Wen Yan's gaze made Duan Lingtian extremely displeased. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian recalled his wife and daughter who were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's violation of the law, a fire rose in his heart again. Slap. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he gave Wen Yan another slap without waiting for her reply. Duan Lingtian, you'll regret this. I guarantee you'll regret this. After being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yan felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. She could no longer hold it in and cried out in a low voice. Regret? Why should I regret it? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand and gave Wen Yan another slap, causing her head to tilt to the side. This time, Wen Yan had learned her lesson. She no longer turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if one looked closely, they would notice that Wen Yan's eyes were filled with hatred. Wen Yan's eyes, which were filled with endless hatred, seemed like they would pop out at any moment. Her body was extremely stiff, and at the same time, she was trembling violently. At this moment, Wen Yan's heart was filled with hatred and anger. However, she forcefully suppressed it. This was because she did not want to be slapped again. Scram! Duan Lingtian felt bored when he saw Wen Yan admitting defeat. He shouted coldly as he prepared to leave. When Wen Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she endured the humiliation and silently moved away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 9th on the true ranking is only SOSO. Before he left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wen Yan coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Wen Yan's body instantly stiffened again. It was only when Duan Lingtian left that Wen Yan picked up her 100 inscriptions Saint's sword and hastily left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She did not want to stay a moment longer after she had embarrassed herself so much. Duan Ling, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I, Wen Yan, swear that if you don't die, Duan Lingen, I'm not human. I'm not human. As Wen Yan left, she was roaring in her heart. Her hatred and anger had reached its peak. After Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan left, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? It's too terrifying. In just one blow, he struck Wen Yan's 100 inscriptions Saint's sword out of her hand and injured her. If that sword was not aimed at Wen Yan's shoulder but her vitals, Wen Yan would have died. The Saint Lan disciples who did not kill were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. He actually humiliated Wen Yan time and time again. Doesn't he know who Wen Yan's master and senior brother are? Some Saint Lan disciples said. Chapter 2019. After Duan Lingtian left the central square, he left the Saint Island. He had already achieved his purpose of coming to the Saint Island. 10 days later, I'll accept a mission to serve in the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall. After leaving the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian had a preliminary plan in his heart. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the opportunity to serve in the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall, he felt excited again. This was because it meant he would have a chance to meet Kerr, his and Kerr's daughter. When Duan Lingtian thought about Kerr and his daughter, he could not help but think about Gan Ruyen, who was imprisoned in the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall with Kerr and their daughter. Gan Ruyen was Kerr's twin sister. The reason she was imprisoned by the Enforcement Hall was because she was covering up for Kerr. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew the truth, although he did not hate Gan Ruyen, he did not thank her. In his opinion, if it was not for Gan Ruyen taking Kerr away, he would not have been separated from Kerr. Moreover, his and Kerr's daughter would not have seen him, her father, until now. When Duan Lingtian thought about his wife and daughter, his heart ached again. Kerr, that woman who caused you to be imprisoned in the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall, I've already taught her a lesson. Unfortunately, she was too cautious and did not agree to the death duel that I proposed. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity, he also realized that Wen Yan was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he could find an opportunity to get rid of such a person, it would be best to get rid of her as soon as possible. If he kept her alive, she would become a disaster sooner or later. However, it's not realistic to kill her in the Zoroastrianism, especially now that she has seen my strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. I can only hope that I can find an opportunity to kill her outside of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Wen Yan's strength is indeed not bad. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, although Duan Lingtian had knocked the 100 Inscriptions sacred sword out of Wen Yan's hand and injured her, she no longer had any thoughts of fighting him. However, that was because he had used the Jasper Immortal Sword. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian knew that he was no match for Wen Yan. Based on Wen Yan's ferocious sword strike, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying Wen Yan's strength was. An ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could not compare to her. It's fortunate that no Silver Flame Elder was present at that time. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but rejoice inwardly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he had called out to Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to see if there were any Silver Flame Elders hiding in the dark. If there were, he would try his best to avoid their eyes. If there were no Silver Flame Elders, there was nothing for him to worry about. The group of Saint Lan disciples and a few Bronze Flame Elders present on the scene would not be able to see through the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Lingtian had activated using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. Before he made his move, Hua Lao had told him that there were no Silver Flame Elders watching the battle. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had completely let loose and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to knock Wen Yan's 100 Inscriptions sacred sword out of her hand. Not only that, but he had also suppressed Wen Yan, causing her to no longer have any thoughts of fighting him. In the next 10 days, I'll focus on improving my divine ability. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he immediately entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had mastered. Although he had already mastered these divine abilities, he had yet to master them. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he could master them, he would be able to improve his strength by a large margin. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had plenty of time to comprehend these divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The news of him slapping Wen Yan a few times and suppressing her had spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It had shocked many of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yan? She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from her strength, she was also a disciple of a Golden Flame elder. Before Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yan had already become famous in the Zoroastrianism. At that time, almost everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew her name. As for Duan Lingtian, he was a new disciple who had joined the Zoroastrianism. It took him less than a year to rise from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums, to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple of the Saint Land. In less than a year, Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Since he had just arrived in the Zoroastrianism and had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lin, when he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, until he killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago, Duan Lingtian had become famous. Hey, have you heard? Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. That Duan Lingtian who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago? Isn't he a little too bold? What happened in the end? I'm afraid you'd never expect Wen Yan to admit defeat in the end. From the beginning until the end, she was slapped 4 times by Duan Lingtian. In the end, she didn't even dare to make a sound. How could this be? Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. How could she possibly endure being humiliated by Duan Lingtian? This is because Duan Lingtian managed to knock her 100 inscriptions saint's sword out of her hand and injured her. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to admit defeat when faced with Duan Lingtian, who's even more powerful than her. How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be so powerful? You don't believe me? Chapter 2020. Senior Brother Lu Yun, why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he soared into the air. He hovered near Lu Yun in the air. At the same time, he noticed that Lu Yun, who had come in a hurry, had a serious expression on his face. For a moment, he vaguely realized that Lu Yun must have come to find him for something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up slightly. Junior Brother Lingtian, I heard you slapped Wen Yan a few times in public? Lu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His tensed expression gradually relaxed when he heard Lu Yun's question. Senior Brother Lu Yun, is this the reason you're looking for me? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his expression returned to normal. It was as though Wen Yan's matter was not enough to cause a stir in his heart. That was indeed the case. Junior Brother Lingtian, Wen Yan is not just a true disciple. When Lu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression, he realized he was being a little too anxious. He smiled wryly and said, her master is a Golden Flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard Lu Yun's words. However, that was all. He was not fearful because he knew Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. After recovering from his shock, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to normal. Senior Brother Lu Yun, you're here to tell me that Wen Yan is the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as though nothing had happened. That's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a Golden Flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why should I be worried? Don't tell me that he would come to kill me just because I slapped Wen Yan a few times? When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to reply to Lu Yun, his expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. In fact, when he blocked Wen Yan's way and slapped her, he had already guessed that Wen Yan might have a master with a high status in Zoroastrianism. After all, no matter what, Wen Yan was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She must have been taken in as a direct disciple by the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism. Therefore, when he heard from Lu Yun that Wen Yan's master was a Golden Flame Elder, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was shocked not because Wen Yan's master was a Golden Flame Elder, but because Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums. When Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say in the end. He was completely speechless. Senior brother Lu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but Wen Yan's master is a Golden Flame Elder after all. I don't think he would go to the extent of targeting me over such a small matter. When Duan Lingtian realized Lu Yun had come with good intentions, he comforted Lu Yun in a timely manner. Junior brother Lingtian, Wen Yan's master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, might not personally target you over this matter, but he has another direct disciple. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum only has 2 direct disciples. Due to this reason, his direct disciple treats Wen Yan very well. He treats her like she's his biological sister. When Lu Yun mentioned the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his expression turned grave. If he finds out what you did to Wen Yan, he definitely won't let this matter rest. When Lu Yun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Oh! Duan Lingtian, who had a nonchalant expression on his face, raised a brow when he heard Lu Yun's words. He asked, how's the strength of the sanctum leader's first direct disciple? It was just as Lu Yun had said. Perhaps, Wen Yan's master would not personally target him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yan's senior brother would not have so many concerns. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he learned Wen Yan had a senior brother. He wanted to know how strong Wen Yan's senior brother was. If Wen Yan's senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more careful in the future. After all, he did not want to be beaten up for no reason. Even if he was confident he would be able to avenge Wen Yan's senior brother in the future. Wen Yan's senior brother is also a true disciple. He's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. For this reason, he's very strong. Lu Yun's expression turned even more solemn when he spoke. It was as though Wen Yan's senior brother was a ferocious beast. 2nd on the true ranking? 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage if he exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. However, in Zoroastrianism, unless he entered the Palace of Death and signed a death pact, he did not dare to kill Wen Yan's senior brother. If he killed Wen Yan's senior brother, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Zoroastrianism's rules. Wen Yan's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li and whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple who was ranked 2nd on the true ranking, Wen Yan's senior brother's innate talent must be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian violated the Zoroastrianism's rules and killed him, even if Duan Lingtian revealed his blue innate spiritual root and showed his worth, the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall would not go easy on him. After all, Wen Yan's senior brother was not someone Yuan Hong could compare to. If he did not kill Wen Yan's senior brother, who was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, would be able to see him wielding the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. At that time, the Jasper Celestial Sword would be exposed and many powerhouses would covet it. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if Wen Yan's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact, I won't be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword so easily. Elder Nyezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, won't be as careless as he was previously and allow me to block his view at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian thought about many things at this moment. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He could only endure when faced with Wen Yan's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he could only endure. When Lu Yun saw the hint of dread on Duan Lingtian's face, naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was afraid of Wen Yan's senior brother. He hurriedly said, "Junior brother Lingtian, as long as you stay in your residence, Wen Yan's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you. He won't dare to barge into your residence. Apart from that, I'll go to Wen Yan's senior brother's residence to find out what's going on. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has not left the residence, don't leave your residence for the time being. Wait until you have the confidence to defeat him, then you can leave your residence." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he left in a flash, leaving Duan Lingtian standing alone in the air. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he saw this. At the same time, he entered the formation that enveloped his residence. As long as he was in the formation, Wen Yan's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really annoying. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered with a sigh as his eyes flashed with a fierce light. If Wen Yan's senior brother came looking for him, he would have no choice but to hide temporarily unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with Wen Yan's senior brother. I hope that senior brother of Wen Yan is still in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait for my cultivation to improve a little before I can suppress him like how I suppressed Wen Yan with the Jasper Celestial Sword and make him lose all thoughts of standing up for her. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. His current strength was not enough to make him invisible to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Walao. If it's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, how high must my cultivation base be so that he won't be able to detect the Jasper Celestial Sword when I'm wielding it with all my might? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from detecting the Jasper Celestial Sword when you're wielding it with all your might, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage at least. Hua Lao replied. Hua Lao had been following Duan Lingtian all this while. Coupled with the fact that he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings, he had a certain understanding of the cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately answered it. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Elder Hua's words. Elder Hua, do you mean I might not be able to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword from those powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Yes. Hua Lao replied before he continued to say, that's right. In this world, after a cultivator's cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, apart from becoming stronger with each transformation, there's a huge difference between each transformation. Chapter 2021. Quintessential Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately when he heard Hua Lao's words. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early exemplary saint stage. Even with his high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it would still take some time for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he would encounter many bottlenecks if he wanted to break through to the next stage. Hua Lao, are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian asked skeptically after he took a deep breath. I'm sure. Hua Lao's reply was firm. Not only is the saint origin of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage much stronger than powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, most importantly, I discovered that the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in this world are completely different from powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's as though their eyes have undergone a transformation. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism, he had seen many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, those powerhouses were not disciples of Zoroastrianism. They were all elders of Zoroastrianism. During this time, Hua Lao discovered some clues from the elders of Zoroastrianism. Among them, he discovered that powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had undergone a transformation in their eyes compared to powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage have undergone a transformation in their eyes? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. He speculated. It said that from the second form of the Saint Celestial stage onward, each form of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage has an increase in one saint origin. It said that the increase in saint origin only affects a part of one's strength. The most important thing is the improvement in other aspects. Could it be that the improvement in other aspects at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage has something to do with the eyes? It can transform one's eyes? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Let's wait for senior brother Lu Yun to return and ask him. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. He decided to ask Lu Yun about the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he returned. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, Lu Yun's figure came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. He immediately went up to greet him. Senior brother Lu Yun, how is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun expectantly as he asked straightforwardly. Currently, he did not dare to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of Wen Yan's senior brother. Therefore, he was not a match for him. If the other party hadn't gone out and hadn't gone into seclusion, he would have definitely come knocking on his door very soon. At that time, he could only hide in his own residence. But if he left his residence, he would definitely be ruthlessly beaten up by Wen Yan's senior brother. With Wen Yan's hatred towards him, Wen Yan's senior apprentice brother would definitely not show mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. Since he was severely injured, he would need to recuperate. Due to this reason, he would not be able to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If he could not serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian could not accept this. At this moment, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the enforcement hall. He could not accept that he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter for the time being. Junior brother Lingtian, you're quite lucky. Bu Hong just so happened to have left for a long time. He won't be back for the time being. Lu Yun answered Duan Lingtian's question in a timely manner. Bu Hong was, naturally, Wen Yan's senior brother. He was the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He left for a long time? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed when he heard this news. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him going to the Fire Remuneration Palace to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Lingtian, although Bu Hong has left for a long time and won't be back for the time being, it's best if you don't go out for the time being so you can improve your cultivation base. Lu Yun said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, although you only have a yellow innate spiritual root, as long as you work hard, there's still a chance for you to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with your various techniques. Lu Yun said in one breath. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a yellow innate spiritual root that was not worth mentioning. Lu Yun thought so because of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed up until now. Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that Lu Yun respected him greatly. Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, in just one move. When Lu Yun first learned about this, he was only worried Duan Lingtian had indirectly offended Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had cast his sword technique in the Palace of Death, Lu Yun realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's strength could be ranked in the upper echelons of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yan, who was ranked in the upper echelons of the Saint Celestial stage, could not compare to him at all. For this reason, Lu Yun had concluded that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian easily defeated Wen Yen. He only felt that it was normal. Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Lu Yun's words. In his opinion, the yellow innate spiritual root was a thing of the past. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his current cultivation speed was comparable to some monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Lu Yun was unaware of all this. In Lu Yun's opinion, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, just like the rumors had said. Senior brother Lu Yun. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, "The first form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called?" The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Spiritual Eyes form. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still answered in a timely manner. Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Lu Yun's words. He realized his earlier guess was correct. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to the eyes. It was no wonder Hua Lao said the eyes of those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would undergo a huge transformation compared to those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Senior brother Lu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. That's why it's called the Saint Origin form. Do you know why the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian continued to ask. Yes. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian was so insistent on asking this question, he still answered in a timely manner. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form because those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage have to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes to successfully break through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and above have extraordinary eyes. It's said that when one's spiritual eyes form, one's eyesight would improve by several folds. Lu Yun paused as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingun and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that if my eyes are tempered into spiritual eyes, I'll definitely be able to see the sword technique you used to kill Yangwen, junior brother Ling Tian." Lu Yun still could not forget the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yangwen. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian realized Hua Lao was not lying when he heard Lu Yun's words. Those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed extraordinary spiritual eyes and extraordinary eyesight. Perhaps he would only be able to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after his cultivation base had broken through to the quintessential Saint stage. Junior brother Lington, why are you asking this? Lu Yun asked curiously. I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. However, his eyes flashed brightly. Lu Yun did not notice the flash of light in his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to ask about the recruitment of true disciples to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall. Do you still plan to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. Naturally, he had to go to the Enforcement Hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to rescue them, he would have to understand the situation in the Enforcement Hall first before he acted. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you know the Saint Girl? As soon as Duan Ling Tian nodded, Lu Yun suddenly said, You're right. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect Lu Yun would suddenly ask him this question. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, he regained his composure and asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Lu Yun, Why would you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes only widened for a moment, Lu Yun still saw it. This made Lu Yun even more convinced of his guess. Duan Lingtian knew the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Coincidence? Pausa. Duan Lingtian asked, pretending to be confused. Junior brother Lingtian, do you really want to know? Chapter 2022. Senior brother Lu Yun, please speak. Seeing Lu Yun's deep gaze, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he continued to act dumb. I remember, you've mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism many times in front of me. After that, you even said that you wanted to go to the law enforcement hall. A wisp of wisdom flashed across Lu Yun's eyes as he said unhurriedly, then, you humiliated Wen Yan for no reason. I remember. I told you before that the Holy Maiden, her daughter, and even senior sister Ru Yan were imprisoned in the law enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's report. Now that you're faced with the threat from Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong, instead of going into closed-door cultivation, you still insist on going to the enforcement hall. This shows that there must be something you care about in the enforcement hall. Or perhaps, there is someone you care about. Lu Yun's words connected all the clues that Duan Lingtian had exposed. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Lu Yun's thoughts to be so meticulous. Lu Yun had guessed most of his matters. Maybe I know senior martial sister Ru Yan and want to fight for justice for her? Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked without changing his expression. Gan Ru Yan, as the most outstanding female disciple of Zoroastrianism, was also the dream lover of all the male disciples of Zoroastrianism. It was normal for someone to stand up for her. Junior brother Lingtian, if you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, you wouldn't have mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism after asking about the law enforcement hall. Lu Yun continued to say, moreover, I still remember when I mentioned senior sister Ru Yan and said she was on the supreme saint ranking, you were shocked as well. If you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, how could you not know she's on the supreme saint ranking? Therefore, I'm certain junior brother Ling Tian knows the saint girl and has a close relationship with her. I wonder if I'm right? Lu Yun's wise eyes stared at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence, as though he could see through everything. Duan Lingtian remained silent in the face of Lu Yun's question. However, when he looked at Lu Yun, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. The killing intent was very obvious. Lu Yun also sensed it at the first moment. He was so frightened that his expression changed slightly. Junior brother Lingtian, Duan Lingtian said, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Even in front of brother Mu, I won't mention it. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yun hurriedly expressed his stance. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Lu Yun pricked his finger and used his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He swore he would not tell anyone about what he had just said and would not betray Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom, 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 boom. After Lu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, proving Lu Yun's oath. When Duan Lingtian saw Lu Yun swearing on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation, the killing intent in the depths of his eyes vanished immediately. An awkward and guilty expression appeared on his stiff face. However, Lu Yun did not take Duan Lingtian's killing intent to heart. In fact, he took the initiative to change the topic. Junior brother Lingtian, now that I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath, can you tell me what's your relationship with the saint of Zoroastrianism? Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. It was me who was too cautious to measure the heart of a gentleman. I've misjudged you, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After he finished speaking, he continued to answer Lu Yun's question. She's my wife. Although Lu Yun had long guessed that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the saint of Zoroastrianism was not simple, He did not expect it to be so complicated. The saint of Zoroastrianism was actually junior brother Ling Tian's wife? In that case, the saint's daughter was junior brother Ling Tian's daughter? Lu Yun could not help but reveal a horrified expression when he thought of this. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought this junior brother Ling Tian in front of them was actually the husband of the saintess of the Zoroastrianism, and also the person whom all the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism wished to find and kill. Junior brother Ling Tian, give me some time to recover. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. After greeting Duan Lingtian, his expression changed again. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Lu Yun's expression calmed down. Junior brother Ling Tian. So, you came to our Zoroastrianism for the sake of the saintess? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked. Yes. Since Lu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide anything from him. He immediately nodded and said, I'm here to save my wife. Naturally, based on the current situation, my strength is not enough to save my wife. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned gloomy. Now, I only hope that when I'm on duty in the law enforcement hall, I can see my wife and my daughter that I've never met. I'll rescue them sooner or later. After a while, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His eyes shone brightly as a determined expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your innate talent, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to save the saintess and her daughter even in the future. After all, you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. The fact that Lu Yun said this was enough to prove that he really treated Duan Lingtian as a friend. His words were, to a certain extent, a reminder to Duan Lingtian. With your innate talent, you won't be able to save the saintess and her daughter. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, you might not be able to save the saintess before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of closed-door cultivation. Lu Yun smiled wryly. You should know that the hall master of the enforcement hall is someone whose strength is not inferior to the two vice sect leaders. Put aside the hall master of the enforcement hall, even the vice hall master under him has strength comparable to a golden flame elder. If you want to save the saintess from the enforcement hall, you'll have to be stronger than the hall master of the enforcement hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, by the time you have that strength, Lord Sect Leader would have already come out of closed-door cultivation and made a judgment against the saintess. Lu Yun sighed after he finished speaking. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to save the saintess who was imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, I understand what you're saying. Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he looked at Lu Yun solemnly and asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, if your loved ones were imprisoned by the enforcement hall, and you know it's almost impossible for you to rescue them, would you just watch as they're sentenced to death and do nothing from the beginning until the end? Of course not. Lu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he could understand how Duan Lingtian felt when he put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something. He raised his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. A willow tree was carved on the front of the jade pendant. It looked very delicate. There were two words carved on the corner of the willow tree. The word Lu and the word Thi. This is the jade pendant that the direct descendants of the Lu clan carry around. My name is written on the back of the jade pendant. Lu Yun turned the jade pendant around, and Duan Lingtian saw the word Yun carved on the back of the jade pendant. However, he did not know why Lu Yun took out the jade pendant at this time. Senior brother Lu Yun, your junior brother Lington, I know you want to go to the enforcement hall to see the saintess. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall have almost no chance of coming into contact with the people imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun said bluntly. Lu Yun's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change immediately. If that was the case, Did that mean he would not be able to meet Kerr? At the same time, Lu Yun continued to say, "It just so happens that our Lu clan has a direct descendant who's on duty in the enforcement hall. He's a silver flame elder. When you arrive at the enforcement hall, you can bring my jade pendant to him and ask him to arrange a meeting between you and senior sister Ru Yen." Gone Ru Yen? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's words. The person he wanted to meet was not Gone Ru Yen. He wanted to meet his wife and daughter. When Lu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's expression, he explained, "Junior brother Lingtian, if you directly say you want to meet the Saintess, even if the direct descendant of the Lu clan is willing to help, he won't be able to arrange a meeting between you and the Saintess. After all, he's only a silver flame elder in the enforcement hall, not a vice hall master or hall master. In the enforcement hall, the Saintess's identity is very special and sensitive. Let alone you, even if a golden flame elder wants to meet the Saintess, the few hall masters in the enforcement hall won't agree to it." Lu Yun continued to say, "However, if you want to meet senior sister Ru Yen, the nature of the matter will be completely different. The direct descendant of the Lu clan will most likely be able to arrange a meeting for you. In other words, if you want to meet your wife and daughter, the prerequisite is that they have to be locked up with senior sister Ru Yen. Otherwise, even the direct descendant of the Lu clan won't be able to help you." Lu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect this at all. As it turned out, even if he was on duty in the enforcement hall and had the help of the Silver Flame Elder, he might not be able to meet Kerr. "Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun." Chapter 2023. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the jade pendant in his hand. For the sake of meeting Kerr, for the sake of meeting his daughter whom he had never met, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. "Junior brother Lingtian, please be careful when you arrive at the enforcement hall. Don't expose your relationship with the saint. Otherwise, the few hall masters of the enforcement hall will kill you immediately." Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian solemnly as he looked at him. Lu Yun knew very well. The reason the saint of Zoroastrianism was imprisoned in the enforcement hall was because she was no longer a saint. He could imagine how Duan Lingtian would die once the few hall masters of the enforcement hall found out that Duan Lingtian was the man who had destroyed the saint's purity. "All right." Duan Lingtian knew Lu Yun meant well, so he nodded immediately. He had always been grateful to Lu Yun. Whether it was Lu Yun taking the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or passing the jade pendant to him, he was very grateful. In the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine ability, Duan Lingtian also wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day arrived, Duan Lingtian, who had consolidated his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew in the direction of the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian moved at lightning speed like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he encountered 3 true disciples who were traveling in a group. They happened to be in his path. When they saw Duan Lingtian moving at such a fast speed, they hastily avoided him as well. "Bastard! Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" One of the true disciples cursed with a dissatisfied expression. "I think he's Duan Lingtian." The other true disciple narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. "It's Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait." The last successor disciple nodded. Although they had only passed each other face to face, he had still clearly seen the other party's appearance. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian had bashed up Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, and he'd become famous for a period of time. Someone drew a vivid portrait of him and made many copies of it, which was widely circulated in the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. Now, even those who had never seen Duan Lingtian in person before had seen Duan Lingtian in person, and had deeply imprinted his appearance in their minds. They were afraid that they would offend the Duan Lingtian in the future if they didn't recognize him. After arriving at the Saint Land, Duan Lingtian had first killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, and then overpowered the true disciple, Wen Yan. Such strength was enough to make 99% of the Saint Lan's disciples fear him. When the successor disciple who had called Duan Lingtian AB** heard his two companions' words, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. Do you think he heard me calling him AB***? The successor disciple took a deep breath and looked at his two companions anxiously. When you were scolding him, he had already flown so far away. I don't think he heard you. One of the successor disciples replied. I think he must have heard you. Although he was quite far away from you with his strength, don't tell me he doesn't even have that much hearing ability? The other successor disciple said. The successor disciple's words caused the successor disciple who had scolded Duan Lingtian to turn pale immediately. He muttered anxiously, it's obvious he had something urgent to attend to and was in a hurry. Will he come and settle the score with me after he's done? When the successor disciple recalled Duan Lingtian's strength, he panicked again. I don't think he'll hold it against you. Otherwise, how could she possess a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint's celestial stage at such a young age? Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian did not mind the Saint Lan's disciples saying he had a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not seem to have spread the news about him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. After all, other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would definitely know about it. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had shown mercy to him because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It said that the reason Duan Lingtian is so strong is because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, with his yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be difficult for him to improve in the future. As long as Senior Sister Wen Yan has time, she'll be able to return the humiliation to him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian is currently stronger than Senior Sister Wen Yan because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once Senior Sister Wen Yan's cultivation base improves, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge in the future. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually dares to offend a successor disciple like Senior Sister Wen Yan who has a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps he thought Senior Sister Wen Yan would agree to sign a death pact with him and enter the Hall of Life and Death to fight to the death. If he killed Senior Sister Wen Yan, he naturally wouldn't have to worry that Senior Sister Wen Yan would seek revenge from him. Who would have thought Senior Sister Wen Yan would be so smart as to reject his death pact? Speaking of which, I was there at that time. In the beginning, I was puzzled when I saw Senior Sister Wen Yan did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. I even thought Senior Sister Wen Yan was too timid. However, it seems like Senior Sister Wen Yan is not timid at all. Instead, she's a strategist. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian heard many Saint Lan disciples whispering among themselves. Strategist? Strategist? When Duan Lingtian heard some of the Saint Lan disciples praising Wen Yan, he almost laughed out loud. As the person involved, it was only natural that he could tell. The reason Wen Yan did not dare to accept his death pact was because she was afraid. She did not dare to take the risk. It had nothing to do with strategizing or calculating from 1,000 miles away. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. Under the guidance of the Saint Lan disciples, he came to a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian is planning to accept the new assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve in the Enforcement Hall. At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. These Saint Lan disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall for the true disciples. I'd like to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter also recognized Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Chapter 2024. Only you, Duan Lingtian, can't do it. As soon as the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, the entire Fire Remuneration Palace fell into dead silence again. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder before they shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. All of them were dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief on their faces. What was going on? The Enforcement Hall's elder had directly refused to allow Duan Lingtian to accept the assignment issued by the Enforcement Hall under the circumstances of naming him? Was this not an abuse of power and bullying? Isn't this a little too much? Many Saint Land disciples could not help but complain when they regained their senses. They felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. There must be a reason for this. Don't you think this is strange? Why did the Enforcement Hall's elder only make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and not others? Soon after, another Saint Land disciple chimed in. It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended the Enforcement Hall's elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted him like this. A Saint Land disciple speculated. Duan Lingtian really knows how to cause trouble. Now, he has even offended the Enforcement Hall's elder. Now that he has offended the Enforcement Hall's elder, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to continue serving in the Enforcement Hall. Many Saint Land disciples shook their heads. However, the Enforcement Hall's elder is abusing his power to a certain extent by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a reason to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian can definitely sue him in the Enforcement Hall. If I'm Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely sue him. I'll make sure he can't bear the consequences. I think since the Enforcement Hall's elder dares to reject Duan Lingtian so blatantly, he must have thought of a reason. It might not work if Duan Lingtian sues him. I think so too. As the Enforcement Hall's elder, he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism very well. Under such circumstances, why would he allow Duan Lingtian to sue him? The atmosphere within the Fire Remuneration Palace became noisy again after a moment of silence. The group of disciples was discussing the matter of the Enforcement Hall's elder not allowing Duan Lingtian to accept the Enforcement Hall's mission. While the group of Holy Land's disciples were having a heated discussion, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. When he came back to his senses, his face was completely gloomy. That Law Enforcement Hall elder was clearly targeting him on purpose. For a moment, even though Duan Lingtian didn't know who the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. The flames of fury seemed to be able to burn down everything. May I know which elder of the Law Enforcement Hall is the one who specifically asked me not to accept the mission that the Law Enforcement Hall issued for the true disciples? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter. He had especially emphasized the words true disciple. I'm a true disciple, and I completely meet the requirements to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. May I know why he doesn't allow me to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of questioning could be heard in his tone. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's questioning. If it was any other elite Holy Land disciple who dared to question him, he would have long been kicked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of him, was someone who had defeated the person ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian was a true disciple who was even stronger than him. In this world where the strong were revered, naturally, he did not dare to voice his displeasure when faced with such a true disciple. Elder, don't tell me you don't know which enforcement elder specifically asked me not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His expression turned grave when he saw the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter remained silent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace's hall. How dare you! Before the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could speak, a loud voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, two young men walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had shouted was none other than the young man who was walking in front. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in the uniform of a Holy Land's bronze flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, his cold gaze immediately landed on Duan Lingtun. At the same time, he said coldly, "I'm the one who specifically asked you not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall for true disciples. Are you unhappy?" The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the Fire Remuneration Palace's Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention from him to his face. Elder Dong Lin. When the gazes of the Saint Lan's disciples landed on the young man, many of them recognized him immediately. It's actually Elder Dong Lin who specifically asked Duan Lingtian not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Oh my God! He's the Law Enforcement Hall's elder that Duan Lingtian has offended? Elder Dong Lin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong of our Zoroastrianism's Law Enforcement Hall. Although he's only a Bronze Flame Elder, with his background, even the Silver Flame Elders in the entire Zoroastrianism don't dare to offend him, let alone the Law Enforcement Hall. I really don't know how Duan Lingtian managed to offend him. How can he be on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall after offending him? What a joke! Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong of the Law Enforcement Hall, he shouldn't be so bold as to abuse his power in such a high-profile manner. He must have a reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. There's no doubt about that. After all, as the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong, Elder Dong Lin must know the rules of the Zoroastrianism very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, a group of Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. Not only did they point out that Duan Lingtian was the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall who did not allow Duan Lingtian to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall, but they also agreed that the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall must have a legitimate reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Dong Lin? The son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples. His expression immediately darkened. At the same time, he stared at Dong Lin with a cold glint in his eyes. "Elder Dong Lin, is it? I wonder how I've offended you?" Duan Lingtian had a grim expression as he asked coldly. "What? Based on your words, don't tell me you think I'm deliberately picking on you?" Dong Lin sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Even if he was really picking on Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for him to admit it. Otherwise, he would be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Hall even if he was the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Isn't that senior brother Chinpeng? At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples recognized the young man standing behind Dong Lin when they saw him. This young man had an ordinary appearance like Dong Lin. He was dressed in the uniform of a true disciple. At this moment, his eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. "I heard that senior brother Chinpeng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. Now that I've met him, the rumors are indeed true," one of the Saint Lan disciples exclaimed. "I remember senior brother Chinpeng seems to be the direct disciple of Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Pagoda. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin would target Duan Lingtian for no reason." Another Saint Lan disciple chimed in. "Initially, I was wondering why Duan Lingtian would offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person Duan Lingtian offended is not Elder Dong Lin, but senior brother Chinpeng. Senior brother Chinpeng is Elder Li An's youngest direct disciple. Duan Lingtian first killed Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who's also senior brother Chinpeng's junior nephew. Then he indirectly caused the death of Elder Li An's first direct disciple, Wei He, who's also senior brother Chinpeng's great senior brother. Senior brother Chinpeng must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. It's because he hates Duan Lingtian that he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, everything makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, He must not be worried that Duan Lingtian will sue him for abusing his power. I wonder what reason he'll use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace recognized Qin Peng, they turned to look at Dong Lin again. All of them wanted to know what reason Dong Lin would use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall. After all, as a true disciple, Duan Lingtian should be able to accept the mission from the enforcement hall unconditionally. However, Dong Lin had interfered and specifically rejected Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission. Don't tell me you're not intentionally picking on me? Duan Lingtian asked with a sneer as he shifted his gaze from Qin Peng to Dong Lin. His gaze turned even colder. When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, he finally understood why Dong Lin was picking on him. As it turned out, it was all because of the young man standing behind him, Qin Peng. Apart from being a true disciple, Qin Peng was also the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian. As for Lian, he was his sworn enemy. The kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Of course not. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, the sneer on his face deepened. He continued to say bluntly, "The reason I specifically rejected you from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall that targets true disciples is because I don't want the enforcement hall's reputation to be tarnished because of you. In fact, in the history of the enforcement hall, we've never accepted a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to serve in the enforcement hall." Chapter 2025. If a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root is allowed to enter the enforcement hall, people might think the enforcement hall would accept any Tom, Dick, and Harry if this matter spreads out. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said in front of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, "The reputation of the enforcement hall can't be tarnished by a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, if the news of the enforcement hall accepting a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root spreads, people would think there's no one in the Zoroastrianism." Dong Lin's words conveyed the meaning of the enforcement hall's reputation. The enforcement hall valued its reputation and would not accept a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Not only was he doing this for the sake of the enforcement hall's reputation, but he was also doing this for the sake of the reputation of the entire Zoroastrianism. Yellow innate spiritual root? Mediocre? Duan Lingtian thought Dong Lin would come up with an excuse. He did not expect Dong Lin would bring this up. Was Dong Lin really an elder of the enforcement hall? Logically speaking, shouldn't the people in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious Dong Lin did not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such an excuse to make things difficult for him. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Peng who was standing behind Dong Lin. He noticed there was a hint of gloating in Qin Peng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Qin Peng doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root as well?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Previously, Li An's first direct disciple, Wei He, had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guxiong, of abusing his authority because he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. In the end, Wei He was executed for blasphemy against the enforcement hall's reputation. Wei He's death undoubtedly told Li An another truth. Duan Lingtian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Looks like Qin Peng did not discuss this with Lian before finding trouble with me. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Dong Lin to use such a lousy excuse to make things difficult for me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. Moreover, it's obvious Dong Lin doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like he didn't pay attention to the fact that Qin Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Whether it was Dong Lin or Chen Peng, none of them knew Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root. The reason Dong Lin did not know Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root was because he had been away for a long time and had only returned a few days ago. For this reason, he did not have the time to find out about the fact that Chen Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would have found out Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root through the files in the enforcement hall. As for Chen Peng, he had only come out of closed-door cultivation recently. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he heard that his great senior brother, Wei He, had been indirectly killed by Duan Lingtian. Coincidentally, Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land and killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. Then he even suppressed the true disciple, Wen Yen, who was stronger than him. Not only that, but he had also ruthlessly humiliated her. At that time, Chen Peng realized it was impossible. It was difficult for him to avenge his senior brother with his own strength. Coincidentally, he had also heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to be assigned to the enforcement hall. He immediately went to the enforcement hall to look for Dong Lin, who had just returned to the Zoroastrianism sect. He asked Dong Lin for help in rejecting Duan Lingtian from being assigned to the enforcement hall. He had already thought of an excuse. He would use Duan Lingtian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse. For this reason, the scene in the Fire Remuneration Palace had unfolded. Elder Dong Lin, if you really want to say this, it's a good excuse. After all, from the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master to the Bronze Flame Elder and True Disciples, there seems to be no one with a yellow innate spiritual root in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace muttered among themselves. They knew Dong Lin was looking for an excuse. However, they could not find any fault with the excuse he came up with. After all, this matter did not affect the Zoroastrianism sect since they knew about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, they would not be surprised if he was assigned to the enforcement hall. However, the people outside the enforcement hall did not know Duan Lingtian at all. In their opinion, this was not the case at all. If the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall accepted someone with a yellow innate spiritual root, it was undoubtedly because there was no one else in the Zoroastrianism sect. If news of this spread out, the entire Zoroastrianism sect would be humiliated. You can't say that. Naturally, many Saint Land disciples stood up for Duan Lingtian. Although Elder Dong Lin has a point, there's always an exception. Although Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, his strength is stronger than most of the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect. If such a person isn't qualified to be assigned to the enforcement hall, who else is? Many Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin with dissatisfaction and hatred in their eyes. They felt Dong Lin had crossed the line. Although that's the case, it's a fact that Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, we Zoroastrianism believe in Duan Lingtian's deeds. However, if news of this spread out, most people won't believe it. A Saint Land disciple said. That's right. Even if news of Duan Lingtian joining the Zoroastrianism spreads out, it's unlikely that people will believe it. They'll only think it's fake news made up by the Zoroastrianism sect. That's true. For this reason, even if Elder Dong Lin uses this as an excuse to reject Duan Lingtian from being assigned to the enforcement hall might not accept it even if Duan Lingtian goes to the enforcement hall and accuses Elder Dong Lin of abusing his power for personal gain. To a certain extent, Elder Dong Lin has some reason in this matter. Of course, anyone can see that he did it on purpose. However, so what? After all, Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, this wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all because his innate spiritual root's grade is too low. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discussed among themselves. Many of them shook their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian is already so strong even though he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. In the history of the fire worship sect, there's no one like him who has such a strong innate spiritual root. One of the Saint Lan disciples could not help but exclaim, "It's not just Zoroastrianism. Even in the history of the Tao martial Saint Lan since ancient times, I've never heard of someone like Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, he's able to kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and defeat an elite powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's indeed unprecedented in the Tao martial Saint Land. He's really a genius. Although God gave Duan Lingtian a peerless innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he forgot to give him an innate talent in cultivation. That's why he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow innate spiritual root is considered a good innate spiritual root in the outside world. However, in Zoroastrianism, people with yellow innate spiritual roots are everywhere. It's not worth mentioning at all. No matter what, many Saint Lan disciples were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's current strength even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, in the opinion of these Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian's future was limited. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might remain at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian again and said mockingly, "Now, do you still think I'm abusing my authority for personal gain?" Dong Lin's attitude was haughty and condescending. It was as though Duan Lingtian was just an ant in his eyes that he could trample on. "Don't tell me you still don't know whether you're abusing your authority for personal gain?" Duan Lingtian sneered, unwilling to be outdone. "What? Even now, you're still not convinced?" The mocking smile on Dong Lin's face deepened. "Don't tell me I didn't make myself clear earlier? You're just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. If you enter the enforcement hall, not only will you embarrass the enforcement hall, but you'll also embarrass Zoroastrianism. Don't tell me you're willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism in front of outsiders for your own selfish desires?" When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he invisibly labeled Duan Lingtian as someone who was willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism. "Are you done?" No matter what Dong Lin said, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though Dong Lin's words did not affect him at all. "What? Don't tell me you're going to continue after I've finished speaking? What are you going to say? Are you going to say that you're not inferior to most of the true disciples?" Dong Lin was, naturally, displeased when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. He could not help but scoff. Don't forget, the people outside are not like our own people in Zoroastrianism. They won't believe a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root like you has the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking. Dong Lin's words were impeccable. Chapter 2026. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dong Lin indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elder behind the counter. The group of Saint Lan disciples from the Fire Remuneration Palace did not understand why Duan Lingtian would suddenly change his mind. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. "Elder, you must have a spiritual pearl that can be used to test innate spiritual roots, right?" As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter for a spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. The entire place fell silent immediately. After a while, a commotion broke out again. Duan Lingtian is asking for a spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder? Does he intend to test his innate spiritual root in public? I think so. Isn't his innate spiritual root a yellow spiritual root? I heard that when he first came to our sect for Zoroastrianism, he went through 2 tests. However, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Don't tell me he thinks his innate spiritual root will change? Isn't this a joke? When the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they were all mocking Duan Lingtian for being too naive. Dong Lin, on the other hand, laughed loudly. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said mockingly, "Duan Lingen, don't tell me you think your innate spiritual root will change as your strength increases? What a joke!" Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, also had a mocking smile on his face. He mocked Duan Lingtian for being too naive and ridiculous. Elder. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Dong Lin's mocking words. He looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, who was in a daze, and reminded him. At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finally regained his senses. At the same time, he took out a crystal-clear spiritual pearl from his spatial ring. It was none other than the spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian, do you really want to take the test? Is that necessary? The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter could not help but ask as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, a person was born with an innate spiritual root, and it was almost impossible to improve it. Of course, it was not completely impossible to improve. Legend had it that a powerhouse who had ascended to the Devata realms could improve a person's innate spiritual root. However, that was only a legend. Moreover, in the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there had never been anyone who had ascended to a Devata realm and returned. Based on this, it was likely that the legend was false. Even if it was true, it was almost impossible to achieve. Is that necessary? At this moment, it was not only the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders who felt this way. Even the group of Saint Lan disciples present felt the same way. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I'm speechless. Does he think his innate spiritual root can still be improved? If he wants to be tested, let him be. In any case, it's an undeniable fact that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace began to whisper among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian's actions were unnecessary. Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the doubts of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After taking the spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, Duan Lingtian did not rush to test it. Instead, he walked toward Dong Lin with the spiritual pearl in his hand and stopped in front of him. When Dong Lin saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, horror dawned on him immediately. He instinctively took a step back in a panic. Although he had just returned from outside a few days ago, he had heard many rumors about Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could even defeat Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He knew he was not a match for Wen Yan. However, when he instinctively took a step back and saw Duan Lingtian had stopped in front of him and had no intention of making a move, his face turned pale. At this moment, he could clearly sense the gazes that fell on him from the surroundings. They were all mixed with disdain. This made him feel humiliated and angry. Elder Dong Lin seems to be afraid of Duan Lingtian as well. How can he not be afraid? Although Elder Dong Lin is strong, he's not a match for Senior Sister Wen Yan. Since Duan Lingtian can defeat Senior Sister Wen Yan, it's only natural that he can defeat Elder Dong Lin as well. No matter what, he's still an Enforcement Hall's elder. Moreover, he has the upper hand since the beginning. His actions have affected my impression of him. That's right. I feel like he's subconsciously lowered his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Many Saint Lan disciples could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Dong Lin staggered a step back as Duan Lingtian approached him. However, even though their voices were low, which one of the people present didn't have amazing hearing? When Dong Lin heard these words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. However, he quickly vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? What can I do?" Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin is worried that I'll kill you in front of so many people? Duan Lingtian said mockingly, Elder Dong Lin, if that's what you think, then I'm afraid you're destined to be disappointed. In my opinion, my life is much more valuable than yours. You want me to exchange my life for yours? I, Duan Lingtian, won't do such a thing. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear Dong Lin's life was not as important as his life. These words immediately infuriated Dong Lin to the point where his face turned green and white. Initially, Dong Lin had only come to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian because of Chen Peng's instructions. However, Dong Lin now hated Duan Lingtian to the core. He viewed Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. In the Zoroastrianism, even the true disciples who were ranked in the top 3 on the true ranking would not dare to belittle him in public like Duan Lingtian did. Elder Dong Lin, watch carefully, Duan Lingtian said in a low voice when Dong Lin's expression turned extremely grave. Then, he lifted his hand that was holding the spiritual pearl, exposing it to Dong Lin. At the same time, he sent his sun saint energy into the spiritual pearl. After 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would change, and the grade of his innate spiritual root would be revealed. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. This is a fact that everyone in the Zoroastrianism knows. Even if I don't look at it, I can guess the result. When Dong Lin regained his senses, the disdain on his face deepened. He raised his head arrogantly, not even bothering to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, although Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, was also looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face, he could not help but look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counters and the group of Saint Lan disciples, all of them were staring at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even though they had already guessed and even confirmed the outcome, they could not help but be attracted by the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. Time continued to pass by. A breath passed in just a blink of an eye. 2 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye to the group of people in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After the span of 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand finally began to change. It began to emit a faint luster before it began to expand. It was as though it was a miniature sun. When they saw the color of the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining, they were stunned. This, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Dong Lin, who raised his head arrogantly and did not look at the spiritual pearl, the group of people, including Chen Peng, could not help but stare at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand in shock and disbelief. Many people rubbed their eyes hard a few times, thinking that they were seeing things. Some of them even pinched their thighs hard. When they felt the pain in their thighs, they realized they were not dreaming. Impossible. Impossible. Soon after, a voice filled with disbelief rang in the air. It belonged to Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin. Chen Peng had an expression of disbelief on his face when he saw the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining brightly. It was precisely because of this that he kept repeating the word, impossible. However, the truth before his eyes seemed to be a constant reminder to him. Nothing was impossible. Dong Lin, who had raised his head arrogantly since the beginning as though he did not care to look at Duan Lingtian's test results, was actually paying attention to Duan Lingtian's test results even though he seemed disdainful on the surface. Although he was 100% certain Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he could not help but pay close attention to Duan Lingtian's test result. After the span of 10 breaths had passed, the hissing sound that he had expected did not ring in his ears. At that time, his heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling something was amiss. Then, Chen Peng's voice rang in the air, causing him to shudder again. He immediately lowered his head to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand was shining with a dazzling green light. The green light was, without a doubt, a declaration to everyone. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. How's this possible? Chapter 2027. How is this possible? At this moment, Dong Lin was not the only one who thought so. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. They did not look away for a long time. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. To them, this was simply too shocking. The scene before his eyes was simply too inconceivable. Blue innate spiritual root. How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? Isn't Duan Lingtian a yellow innate spiritual root? How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? I also think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl that tests innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root has already been tested twice. However, both times he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had long assumed that Duan Lingtian only had a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, they could not believe what they were seeing. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also tested his innate spiritual root twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Both times, he only had a yellow innate spiritual root. For this reason, most of the Saint Lan disciples thought there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl. There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, try another spiritual pearl. I don't believe a mediocre person who only has a yellow innate spiritual root would be found to have a blue innate spiritual root twice. Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, snorted coldly. His tone was filled with disdain. Mediocre? When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Peng's words, he immediately looked at Chen Peng and said mockingly, Chen Peng, since you said I'm mediocre, let me ask you. Do you dare to go to the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact for fun? Sign a life and death contract, for fun? When the disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace heard Duan Lingtian mocking Chen Peng, they burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, are you addicted to signing life and death contracts? Isn't it obvious? First, he signed a death pact with Yang Wen. Then, he had a conflict with senior sister Wen Yan and threatened to sign a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan. Now, he wanted to sign a death pact with Chen Peng. If this isn't addiction, then what is? Although Chen Peng is the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian, and a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he's much weaker than senior sister Wen Yan. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Isn't that obvious? Unless he wants to die. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian. The group of Saint Lan disciples was 100% certain Chen Peng would not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Although Chen Peng did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel humiliated when he heard the group of Saint Lan disciples' discussion. His face turned pale. Various expressions appeared on Chen Peng's face, but he did not dare to make a sound. It was as though he did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have given him a way out. However, this person was Chen Peng, Li An's direct disciple. He was the culprit behind today's incident. Duan Lingtian did not consider giving such a person a way out at all. What's wrong? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Peng with disdain and smiled disdainfully. Didn't you say I'm mediocre? You don't even dare to sign a death pact with a mediocre person. Are you indirectly admitting that you're inferior to a mediocre person? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so angry that his face turned red. His anger accumulated as though it was about to set a prairie ablaze. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. It seems like you've already admitted you're inferior to a mediocre person. Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he saw Chen Peng did not dare to make a sound even though he was enraged. He said mockingly, "In my opinion, you, Chen Peng, are a complete piece of trash." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so angry that he roared, "Duan Lingyan, don't cross the line." Being called trash in front of so many people, even Chen Peng couldn't take it anymore. Naturally, even if he could not tolerate it, he would only vent his anger with his mouth. He did not have the guts to make a move. Cross the line? Duan Ling Tian was amused when he heard Chen Peng's words. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face. "Am I wrong? If you want to prove you're not trash, you can sign a death pact with me. As long as you have the guts, I'll give you a chance." Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Chen Peng was even angrier, but he could not refute it at all. After all, he did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Ling Tian. Humph. At this moment, Dong Lin, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly snorted coldly. He looked at Duan Ling Tian deeply before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace without saying anything. Upon seeing Dong Lin's actions, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into an uproar again. What's Elder Dong Lin doing? He's leaving just like that? This is different from what I expected. It's different from what I expected as well. I thought Elder Dong Lin would definitely think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl and ask Duan Ling Tian to use another spiritual pearl to test his innate talent. However, not only did he not make such a request to Duan Ling Tian, but he even left without saying anything. Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin really believes Duan Ling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root? That's ridiculous. I thought Elder Dong Lin wouldn't believe it since even I don't believe it. I can't believe he actually believes it. He believes Duan Ling Tian has a blue innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They could not understand Dong Lin's reaction. Senior brother Dong Lin. Even Chen Peng did not expect Dong Lin's reaction. He only regained his senses when Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he called out to Dong Lin. However, Dong Lin ignored him and continued walking out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. There was something wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root? Dong Lin had suspected this as well. However, he had never heard of anything wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. Coupled with the confidence Duan Ling Tian had shown since the beginning, even Dong Lin could not help but feel wary. If it was confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had a blue innate spiritual root, he would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. After all, if it was confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had a blue innate spiritual root, the excuse he used would be exposed. He would be accused of abusing his authority. As an enforcement hall's elder, even if he was the only son of the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he did not dare to abuse his authority in public. Put aside the fact that there were a few vice hall masters in the enforcement hall, there was a hall master above them. If news of him abusing his authority spread out, the hall master of the enforcement hall would definitely be enraged. At that time, even his father would not be able to let him off the hook. For this reason, Dong Lin did not investigate the authenticity of the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He did not think it was necessary. Naturally, he also felt it was too risky to do so. It would be fine if Duan Ling Tian had a yellow innate spiritual root. However, if it was confirmed that he had a blue innate spiritual root, he would be in trouble. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw Dong Lin ignoring Chen Peng, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave just like that. Even the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter were shocked. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave at this moment. Wait! Just as Dong Lin was about to step out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, a voice suddenly sounded and broke the silence in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian swiftly flew out and arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace in just a blink of an eye. He blocked Dong Lin's path just in time. This scene instantly lifted the spirits of the Fire Remuneration Palace's disciples present on the scene. All of them looked as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they stared at Duan Lingtian, who was blocking Dong Lin's path excitedly. As it turned out, they had thought there would be no more drama to watch after Dong Lin left. However, they did not expect things would take a turn for the better. Duan Lingtian had blocked Dong Lin's path. Chen Peng stood in the distance. When he called out to Dong Lin earlier, Dong Lin had ignored him. He was confused and disappointed. Now that Dong Lin had left, he would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian alone. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to block Dong Lin's path as though he was looking for trouble, his eyes lit up immediately. The scene in front of him was something he was happy to see. Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin was furious when he saw Duan Lingtian blocking his path. He asked in a low voice, "Do you really think I'm Wen Yan?" Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yan's path in the Fire Remuneration Palace 10 days ago, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to block his path. Perhaps, his innate talent and strength were not as good as Wen Yan. However, he had a father who was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, who was equivalent to a Golden Flame Elder in Zoroastrianism. Due to the special status of the Enforcement Hall in Zoroastrianism, his father's status was higher than most Golden Flame Elders. Wen Yan was merely a direct disciple of an ordinary Golden Flame Elder. However, he was the only son of the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master. Elder Dong Lin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 2028. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Those who did not know better would think he was talking to a good friend of many years. However, the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace could clearly sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. They could see it. Currently, Dong Lin did not want to be entangled in this matter, but Duan Lingtian did not want to let it go. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? If I were him, I would have let Elder Dong Lin leave. After all, Elder Dong Lin's presence will only bring harm to him. Isn't he worried Elder Dong Lin will ask him to take another spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root? Many Saint Lan disciples said. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. Naturally, there were also some Saint Lan disciples who were more objective. Duan Lingtian still dares to stop Elder Dong Lin at this moment. This shows he's a confident person. Don't tell me the news we heard earlier is false? Is it true that Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root and not a yellow innate spiritual root? If his innate spiritual root is not a blue innate spiritual root, it'll only bring harm to him if he stops Elder Dong Lin now. It seems like his innate spiritual root might really be a blue innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root is really a blue innate spiritual root, with his temper, I'm afraid Elder Dong Lin won't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. The Holy Land disciples who said such words were the calmer ones. Based on the current situation, they could faintly sense that Duan Lingtian might really possess a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, there were only a few Saint Lan disciples who were calm. Most of the Saint Lan disciples still felt Duan Lingtian was looking for trouble. Duan Lingtian, as long as you let me go, we'll forget about the conflict between us. Furthermore, I can recommend you to serve in the Law Enforcement Hall. Dong Lin, who had been glaring at Duan Lingtian, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It was clear from his tone that he wanted to make peace. The reason he did this was because Duan Lingtian had stopped him from doing so. Behind this action, he could faintly sense Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself. It was a confidence that was completely unafraid of being questioned. Dong Lin immediately guessed Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian have the courage to stop him? Elder Dong Lin, did I hear wrongly? You sent me a voice transmission just to make peace with me? Almost at the same time that Dong Lin sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian also spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. What's wrong? Are you saying that you're in the wrong for making such a decision against me? Duan Lingtian mentioned how Dong Lin had abused his authority to stop him from serving in the law enforcement hall. Dong Lin did not expect this. Not only did Duan Lingtian not know what was good for him, but he even announced that he had sent a voice transmission to make peace with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid no one would know about it. Dong Lin was so angry that his face flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by him many times. At the same time, Dong Lin could clearly sense the gazes of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace landing on him. Their gazes became a little strange at this moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Elder Dong Lin actually took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him? Heavens! Is this true? I don't think so. Elder Dong Lin is famous for being arrogant. How could he possibly give in to Duan Lingtian? Based on your words, it seems like you think Duan Lingtian is slandering Elder Dong Lin. That's possible. Naturally, most of the Saint Lan disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin's heart jolted when he heard the Saint Lan disciples' words. He quickly seized the opportunity and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Duan Ling, stop slandering me." As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, a furious expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had really been slandered by Duan Lingtian. This scene caused many Saint Lan disciples to be even more certain that Duan Lingtian was slandering Dong Lin. Naturally, a small group of Saint Lan disciples who were calmer felt Duan Lingtian was not slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin must have sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason Dong Lin took the initiative to make peace with Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin must be worried that he would be embarrassed. After all, he used the excuse that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root to prevent Duan Lingtian from going to the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his excuse would fall apart. At that time, many people would say he was abusing his power for personal gain. As the enforcement hall that was in charge of enforcing the law in the fire worship sect, the rules were very strict. If news of this spread out, even if Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, he would still be punished. Moreover, the punishment would not be light. Slandering me? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Lin's words. He made a prompt decision and pricked his finger, forcing out a drop of blood. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he saw the drop of blood. Naturally, he could see what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he did not threaten him. Duan Lingen, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I, Dong Lin, swear that I won't rest until one of us is dead. Dong Lin said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission after he took a deep breath. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Don't tell me we're not going to rest until one of us is dead? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Dong Lin's voice transmission. At the same time, he used his blood as a medium and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if Dong Lin didn't ask for peace through voice transmission, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty of the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he refuted Dong Lin's accusation. It was as though he had given Dong Lin a slap to the face. Dong Lin was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian still dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes would pop out at any moment. Duan Lingtian, you're dead meat. You're dead meat. Dong Lin immediately sent another voice transmission. He roared, and his tone was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored Dong Lin's threat. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, shocking everyone in the central square. Is this the lightning penalty oath? It seems like it. I wonder who swore on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. I've been in the Saint Land for more than 10 years, but this is my first time hearing the 99 heavenly tribulations swearing on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. It's my first time hearing it as well. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square broke into an uproar. They were curious about the person who swore on the tribulation oath. Since the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace did not leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples outside were unaware of what was happening in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They did not know the person who swore on the tribulation oath was Duan Lingtian. Unlike the group of Saint Land disciples in the central square, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove he did not slander Dong Lin. For a time, the group of Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin in a different light. Scram. When Dong Lin sensed the strange gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings, he felt both humiliated and enraged. He instantly glared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to get Duan Lingtian to back off and make way for him. However, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Dong Lin's shout at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian not alarmed, but he also stood still like a mountain. He was like a statue with a domineering aura. It was as though he was a man who could hold out against 10,000 men. Dong Lin could no longer hold back when he saw Duan Lingtian acting so insensibly. The saint origin in his body surged as he emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was ready to make a move. At the same time, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As Dong Lin's saint origin surged, he leaned forward and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to knock Duan Lingtian out of the enforcement hall. Faced with Dong Lin, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy that he had long prepared for this turned into ripples in the air before it transformed into a terrifying whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace was sucked dry. This was the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Lingtian had cast. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, all the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air had disappeared. The peculiar feeling made them feel extremely displeased. Is this the assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian has mastered? What a terrifying assist-type divine ability! It actually sucked out all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. No wonder he's able to suppress Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. His saint energy seems to have undergone a tremendous change in just a blink of an eye. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly when he saw this, then he raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, causing a piercingly cold wave of wind to sweep out, and it blew the blood clots flying backward before spraying onto the face of Dong Lin, who was caught off guard. Dong Lin's face was instantly covered in a mixture of cold sweat and blood. It continued to flow down his face and dyed his robes red. Although the uniforms of the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were very different, they were all white robes. Due to this reason, it would be more obvious if they were stained with blood. Dong Lin's face and body were covered in blood at this moment. Upon seeing this, the Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a deathly silence. How pitiful! This was the thought that appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. All of them felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state. Although they felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state, they did not sympathize with him at all. After all, Dong Lin was the one who initiated the trouble today, not Duan Lingtian. If Dong Lin did not abuse his authority and find an excuse to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission to serve in the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian would not have gotten into a conflict with him, and this would not have happened. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Dong Lin, who was thrown at with blood all over his face under the watchful eyes of the others, instantly felt humiliated. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. At the same time, he asked Duan Lingtian coldly. His eyes were burning. If the flames in his eyes could hurt, Duan Lingtian would have been burned to death by him. What am I trying to do? When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Lin's words, he was amused. Elder Dong Lin, what do you think I'm trying to do? I don't object to you leaving the Fire Remuneration Palace. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, his tone suddenly changed. His calm voice turned colder as he said, however, before you leave today, you have to make a statement about whether I can accept the assignment from the enforcement hall or not. Didn't you say I have a yellow innate spiritual root, so I'm not qualified to accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall? Now that I've proven I have a blue innate spiritual root, am I qualified to serve in the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian asked Dong Lin again after he finished speaking. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. To be honest, whether Duan Lingtian could accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall or not was a trivial matter to him. In fact, he had even sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to plead for peace and promised he would recommend Duan Lingtian to serve in the enforcement hall. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not accept his kindness. Instead, Duan Lingtian forced him to change his mind in front of so many people. Duan Lingtian wanted to slap him in the face. What? Elder Dong Lin, do you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl in my hand? When Duan Lingtian saw Dong Lin remain silent for a long time, he looked at the spiritual pearl in his hand and asked again in a calm tone, Elder Dong Lin, if you think there's something wrong with this spiritual pearl, you can take out the spiritual pearl you always carry with you for me to test. I believe as an elder of the enforcement hall, you must have a spiritual pearl that can test one's innate spiritual root, right? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, his words were like thunder in Dong Lin's ears. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was forcing him to a dead end. If he was not certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root earlier, he was certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root after he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was 100% blue. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so overbearing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Dong Lin, you either came out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside. Am I right? Duan Lingtian was not angry when he saw Dong Lin was still ignoring him. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Dong Lin another question. How did you know? At this moment, even Dong Lin was stunned by Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to guess he had just come back from outside. If you didn't come out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside, it's impossible that you don't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. In the face of Dong Lin's question, Duan Lingtian patiently replied, That's right. Perhaps, most people in Zoroastrianism think I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. However, apart from the true disciples on duty, I'm afraid at least 90% of the people in the St. Lands Enforcement Hall know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Those who don't know about it have either just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent again. Everyone in the Enforcement Hall knows that he possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Dong Lin's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he instinctively turned to look at Qin Peng, who was standing in the distance. Horror dawned on Qin Peng when he saw the ferocious gleam in his eyes. Senior brother Dong Lin, don't listen to him. He's just spouting nonsense. Qin Peng hastily said, My master has tested his innate spiritual root twice, but both times he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There's no mistake about this. There's no mistake. As soon as Qin Peng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Peng and asked, Qin Peng, If I'm not mistaken, you must have just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. That's why you didn't ask your master before you came looking for trouble with me, right? Who's looking for trouble with you? Don't slander me. Chen Peng quickly refuted Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was right. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation. Apart from that, he did not look for his master before he asked Dong Lin to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. Originally, he planned to look for his master after this matter disgusted Duan Lingtian. That way, he would be able to share Duan Lingtian's predicament with his master at the right time and make his master happy. Naturally, Chen Peng was unaware of this. Chapter 2030. Although Chen Peng had said Duan Lingtian was slandering him, his eyes were filled with doubt. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of shock and disbelief. His gaze had betrayed him. I remember now. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was a Holy Land disciple who seemed to have thought of something and cried out loudly. Most of the people present on the scene could not help but look at the Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land disciple was slightly nervous when he saw everyone's attention. However, he said in a timely manner, "Do all of you remember Duan Lingtian was punished by the enforcement hall after he killed Yuan Hong and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang? At that time, we thought the enforcement hall had given Duan Lingtian a chance because he had a powerful background. However, it seems like the enforcement hall had already known that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root at that time." The Holy Land's disciple immediately recounted everything that had just occurred to him, without missing a single detail. The Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a dead silence again. There's such a thing? Dong Lin's eyes widened, and his expression turned grave. Since he had just returned a few days ago, he was unaware that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would not have looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian so impulsively. How could someone who was punished by the enforcement hall be an ordinary person? As an elder of the law enforcement hall, he was naturally well aware of this. Although Chen Peng was his friend, Chen Peng was only his follower. However, in his eyes, Chen Peng was just a follower from the beginning. Due to his age, he left the ranks of the true disciples and became a bronze flame elder. From that time onward, Chen Peng no longer followed him around. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was a person who had been blackmailed by the enforcement hall, he would not have impulsively come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian even if Chen Peng was his brother, let alone Chen Peng who was only his follower in the past. Furthermore, he was abusing his power to cause trouble for the Duan Lingtian. If this matter was not handled properly, even if he was an elder of the law enforcement hall and the only son of one of the deputy hall masters of the law enforcement hall, it would be difficult for him to escape a heavy punishment. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. It seems like the enforcement hall found out that Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian is able to enjoy the benefits of Zoroastrianism. It seems like the rumor isn't true. Duan Lingtian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. At the same time, realization dawned on the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had long known that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin, the elder of the law enforcement hall, was the only one who was kept in the dark. Elder Dong Lin is really unlucky. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, Elder Dong Lin must have only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago or just returned from outside. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, Elder Dong Lin wouldn't have thought that Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. He doesn't know Duan Lingtian at all. The reason he made things difficult for Duan Lingtian today is all because of Chen Peng. He was tricked by Chen Peng. As the Saint Land's disciples discussed among themselves, many of them shifted their gazes to Chen Peng, causing him to become the center of attention for the time being. Chen Peng's face turned pale when he heard these words. What did they mean by he tricked Dong Lin? Before today, just like Dong Lin, he did not know Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When Chen Peng saw Dong Lin looking at him coldly again, he felt like killing himself. Naturally, he knew Dong Lin would most likely ignore him after today since Dong Lin would definitely think he was the one who tricked him. For a moment, Chen Peng felt very regretful. Why did he have to be so rash? The atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace was very lively. At this moment, the group of Saint Lan disciples was certain of something. Duan Lingtian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This explained why the enforcement hall would kill Duan Lingtian previously. It was because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, the person he killed was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who did not have a high innate talent and was not important to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like those people who said his cultivation base would stop at the peak of the exemplary saint stage are laughable. It's indeed laughable. As long as a martial Dao genius with a blue innate spiritual root doesn't die prematurely or neglect his cultivation, he'll definitely be able to break through to the saint's celestial stage. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Duan Lingtian's combat strength will be when his cultivation base breaks through to the saint's celestial stage. It'll definitely be terrifying. His current cultivation base seems to be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? It shouldn't be. Earlier, before he cast his assist-type divine ability to strengthen his saint energy, I sensed the aura of his saint energy was at the early quintessential saint stage. Does this mean he has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage? In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They had also confirmed Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, they were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's current combat strength. Although his cultivation base is at the early quintessential saint stage, his combat strength is definitely at the top of the second form of the saint's celestial stage. I think so too. Just the sword technique he cast with his sword technique alone is enough for him to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. I can't believe there's another prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking so quickly. In Zoroastrianism, once a true disciple from the younger generation was ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was equivalent to bringing glory to Zoroastrianism. Such a person would be widely acknowledged as a prodigy among Zoroastrianism. For example, those who were ranked in the top 7 of the true ranking, including Ganru Yen, were also known as prodigies among Zoroastrianism because they were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, there were 7 prodigies who were known as the 7 Great Prodigies. The 7 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism were famous even in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land. Each of them was widely acknowledged as the best among the younger generation in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land. From today onward, there's going to be another prodigy among Zoroastrianism. In the future, there won't be only 7 prodigies among Zoroastrianism, there will be 8 of them. It won't be long before the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism become famous in the Dao martial Saint Land. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed, "Prodigy? 8 great prodigies?" Upon hearing the Saint Land disciples' words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. However, his expression remained calm. Ker's twin sister, Ganru Yen, is also a prodigy among Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he met Ganru Yen for the first time, he was indeed shocked by the strength Ganru Yen had displayed. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju, did not dare to even fart in front of her. In fact, Diju's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at that time. However, since his strength had already caught up to Ganru Yen to a certain extent, he was no longer as shocked as before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Dong Lin and said indifferently, "Elder Dong Lin, shouldn't you give me an answer now that things have come to this?" As soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Lin, a scene that surprised him appeared. From this moment onward, Duan Lingtian will no longer be restricted from accepting missions from true disciples in the enforcement hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Dong Lin no longer dawdled and said, "You're right." His tone was clear and straightforward. It made Duan Lingtian wonder if he was possessed by a soul. Moreover, however, Dong Lin did not finish his sentence. He looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed to Duan Lingtian in front of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you possess a blue innate spiritual root, so I restricted you from accepting missions from the enforcement hall. Now that I've learned you possess a blue innate spiritual root, I have to sincerely apologize to you." Dong Lin's apology caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall into a dead silence. Dong Lin's actions surprised everyone. This Dong Lin is really flexible. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not happy at all. Instead, his expression turned grave as a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. "Although Dong Lin seems to be apologizing to me, isn't he trying to redeem himself? Now that he's apologizing, he won't be punished severely even if the enforcement hall decides to pursue this matter." Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After apologizing, Dong Lin did not wait for the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace to return to their senses before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. This time, Duan Lingtian did not stop Dong Lin since he had already achieved his goal. He could now accept the mission from the enforcement hall. This meant that Dong Lin would not be able to accept it. He might be able to meet Kerr and her daughter soon. Outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, his calm expression changed drastically. His eyes gleamed coldly. Endless hatred rose in his heart. Chapter 2031. After Dong Lin apologized to Duan Lingtian and left, the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent. Dong Lin was actually forced to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he no longer restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the enforcement hall's missions. Duan Lingtian is too amazing, right? Although I knew Elder Dong Lin's restrictions on Duan Lingtian are useless after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, I didn't expect Elder Dong Lin would say he's no longer restricting Duan Lingtian. Isn't he slapping his own face? It's not just slapping his own face. Didn't you see that Elder Dong Lin even took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian? From today onward, among the 170 over true disciples, I'll only submit to senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. Even the person who's ranked first on the true ranking might not dare to be so rude to Elder Dong Lin. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace finally regained their senses. An expression of shock could be seen on their faces as they sighed emotionally. Many of them even added the word senior brother when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong were revered. Duan Lingtian's actions had perfectly illustrated the concept of a powerhouse. Many Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were convinced by him. Just as the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering to each other, a voice suddenly rang out. "Trying to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It immediately attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. The group of Saint Lan disciples saw Dong Lin leaving. After Dong Lin left, Chen Peng, who was originally following Dong Lin, had unknowingly snuck to the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was obvious he wanted to leave. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. History repeated itself again. "Duan Lingtian, what do you want?" "Senior brother Dong Lin no longer restricts you from accepting missions from the Law Enforcement Hall. You must know when to stop." After being stopped by Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng's face alternated between green and white. However, in the end, he straightened his back and spoke in an overbearing manner. In his opinion, even if he was afraid of Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't lose to Duan Lingtian in terms of aura. Know when to stop? Hearing Chen Peng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter spread throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped laughing. When he looked at Chen Peng again, his eyes were as cold as knives. Are you joking? You don't mess around. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng's expression changed drastically. His straight back also bent down at this moment. Compared to the overbearing Chen Peng earlier, it was as though he was a completely different person. If you dare to move in the next 3 breaths, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death, Duan Lingtian said coldly when Chen Peng's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he took a step forward and was only a foot away from Chen Peng. In the next instant, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and swung it out at lightning speed. Slap, 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 slap. As Duan Lingtian swung his right hand left and right, the crisp sound of slapping rang in the air one after another. It was as though the sound of firecrackers did not stop. Duan Lingtian's hand was too fast. In just a breath's time, Chen Peng's face was already swollen like a pig's head. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Some of them even reached out to touch their own faces. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's hand did not land on their faces, they could imagine how much pain Chen Peng's face was in. However, even if his face was swollen like a pig's head, Chen Peng did not dare to move at all. This was because Duan Lingtian had already said, if he dared to move in the next 3 breaths, he would make sure he suffered a fate worse than death. Naturally, he did not dare to doubt Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, even if both sides of his face were swollen and numb from being slapped by Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng did not dare to move in the next 3 breaths. However, there was a burning anger in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated like this. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slapping continued. After 2 breaths, a few of Chen Peng's teeth were broken. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After the span of 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At this moment, not only was Chen Peng's face swollen like a pig's head, but blood was also flowing out of all 7 of his orifices. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. After stopping, Duan Lingtian glanced at Chen Peng coldly before he said in a low voice, "Get lost. Get lost." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chen Peng was so frightened that he immediately moved aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. After Chen Peng moved aside, Duan Lingtian also stepped forward. The group of Saint Lan disciples consciously made way for him as he walked to the counter where he had been earlier. "Elder, can I accept the mission now?" "Of course." At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter no longer dared to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the assignment to serve in the enforcement hall. After he hurriedly responded, he began to process the procedures for Duan Lingtian in a fluster. Even Dong Lin, who had restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, had given in. Naturally, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could no longer continue to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, he might not be a match for Dong Lin. In terms of status and background, he could not compare to Dong Lin at all. If he continued to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, he would only be asking for trouble. When Chen Peng saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him after accepting the mission, he left the Fire Remuneration Palace with a dejected expression under the watchful eyes of many Saint Lan disciples. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace, the anger in the depths of his eyes could be seen clearly. Tonlinka, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Chen Peng roared in his heart as the flames of hatred burned fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian with his innate talent and strength. Duan Lingtian, bring this certificate to the enforcement hall tomorrow and you'll be able to complete the handover with the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall. You'll be on duty in the enforcement hall for the next month. You'll have to stay in the enforcement hall and are not allowed to leave without permission. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, one of the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter reminded Duan Lingtian after he had completed the procedures for him. At the same time, he passed the certificate in his hand to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, elder." After receiving the certificate and thanking the elder, Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the Fire Remuneration Palace that had been quiet since Duan Lingtian had accepted the assignment became lively again. The group of Saint Lan disciples could not help but show their respect for Duan Lingtian when they spoke. After Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace, news of what happened in the Fire Remuneration Palace spread like wildfire among the Saint Lan disciples who were present on the scene. Duan Lingtian caused trouble again? Birds of... Moreover, the person he offended this time is Elder Dong Lin from the Enforcement Hall, who has a powerful background. Dong Lin? Isn't that the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong from the Enforcement Hall? That's him. It seems like he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble this time. It's Elder Dong Lin from the Enforcement Hall who used his yellow innate spiritual root to restrict him from accepting assignments in the Enforcement Hall. I heard about it as well. It said that Duan Lingtian publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped Elder Dong Lin in the face. However, I really didn't expect the rumors to be false. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of martial Dao innate talent, he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of divine ability innate talent, he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Soon after, most of the people in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism learned that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. The entire Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was shocked by this news. In fact, in the past, everyone thought Duan Lingtian's divine ability and innate talent were heaven-defying. They even thought the heavens were jealous of him and only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. However, they finally found out the rumor that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root was just a rumor. Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang. He was spared the death penalty because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was only punished to serve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 10 years. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not even spend a month in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he was released. This was because he was qualified to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple at that time. The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a blue innate spiritual root quickly spread to the other Four Symbols Sanctums. It caused a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root? How's that possible? Many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had similar reactions when they heard the news. All of them felt it was impossible. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root was spread from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbols Sanctums. It was very true. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian knows how to conceal the grade of his innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tested to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum said, Chapter 2032. The Enforcement Hall was located in the mountain range to the north of the Saint Island in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rare for people to come here. The Enforcement Hall was divided into 3 halls: the Main Hall, the Punishment Hall, and the Prison Hall. Amongst them, the functions of the Main Hall were all-encompassing, including recording files, accepting complaints, and managing the entire Law Enforcement Hall, etc. As its name suggested, the Punishment Hall was where the Enforcement Hall punished the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules. Whether it was a life sentence or a death sentence, the punishment would be carried out here. Previously, Wei He, the first direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lin, had slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder for abusing his power for personal gain and indirectly blaspheming the Enforcement Hall. Apart from that, the Punishment Hall had all kinds of terrifying torture tools. They were much more ridiculous than ordinary torture tools. Many of them could make one wish for death. As for the prison hall, it was where the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules were imprisoned. Those who were imprisoned were those who had committed serious crimes. However, since their crimes required the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism to make the final judgment, they were temporarily imprisoned here as well. Kerr and Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Xiling, and Kerr's twin sister, Gon Ru Yen, were imprisoned here. At this moment, a figure hurried over to the Enforcement Hall's main hall. Elder Dong Lin. The few Enforcement Hall's elders who had just walked out of the main hall took the initiative to greet him with a smile when they saw him. The person was none other than Dong Lin, who had just returned from the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square. Before he returned, Dong Lin had gone to other places to inquire about Duan Lingtian. He had also gained a deeper understanding of what had happened to Duan Lingtian after he came to the Zoroastrianism. After learning more about Duan Lingtian, he had rushed back to the Enforcement Hall. He wanted to read the records about Duan Lingtian in the Law Enforcement Hall. At this moment, the news of Elder Dong Lin from the Enforcement Hall suffering a setback in the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square had already spread to the Enforcement Hall. Of course, due to the issue of time, the news had yet to reach the main hall of the Enforcement Hall. Therefore, the few Law Enforcement Hall elders who had left the main hall had yet to receive the news. As a result, they behaved very normally when facing Dong Lin. Furthermore, although Dong Lin was only a Bronze Flame Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall like them, his father was the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Thus, when they met Dong Lin, although they did not flatter him, they were still very courteous. After all, Dong Lin's father was their superior. However, Dong Lin ignored the greetings of the few Law Enforcement Hall's elders. He did not slow down at all as he stepped on the ground and hurriedly entered the Law Enforcement Hall's main hall. What's wrong with Elder Dong Lin? What's so urgent? That's right. In the past, when we greeted him, even if he didn't greet us back, he would at least look at us and nod at us. Today's situation doesn't seem right. Forget it. This spoiled brat's temper has always been unpredictable. Let's just ignore him. Based on the words of the few Law Enforcement Hall's elders, it seemed like they did not have a good impression of Dong Lin. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason they were polite to Dong Lin was due to his extraordinary background. Moreover, his father was their superior. Have the few of you heard? Elder Dong Lin from our Enforcement Hall is apologizing to a true disciple in the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square. After the few Law Enforcement Hall's elders flew out for a distance, another Law Enforcement Hall's elder came up to them and asked excitedly. This Law Enforcement Hall's elder was also a Bronze Flame Elder. Therefore, the few of them recognized him. What? Elder Dong Lin apologizing to a true disciple? You must be joking. With Elder Dong Lin's temper, it's fine if others don't apologize to him, but he's apologizing to someone? Moreover, he's apologizing to a true disciple? I don't believe it. When the few Law Enforcement Hall's elders who had just left the main hall heard the words of the other Law Enforcement Hall's elder, they looked at each other and shook their heads to express their disbelief. You have no choice but to believe this because you'll hear about it soon enough. The Law Enforcement Hall's elder shook his head and said, What's going on? Tell us clearly. The few Law Enforcement Hall's elders' curiosity was piqued as they asked one after another. This is what happened. Following that, the Law Enforcement Hall's elder who had just arrived told them everything he had heard. Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian, Dong Lin, and the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. It mainly revolved around these few points. Dong Lin actually abused his authority to prevent Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall? Isn't he afraid Lord Hall Master will blame him? That's right. Although his father is Lord Vice Hall Master, If Lord Hall Master is angry, even Lord Vice Hall Master won't be able to protect him. He's very smart. He found an excuse in time. In that case, Lord Hall Master might not blame him even if he finds out. Unfortunately, his excuse was quickly destroyed by Duan Lingtian. He said that Duan Lingtian only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but Duan Lingtian directly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped him in the face. No wonder his expression was so unsightly earlier. As it turns out, he was humiliated by the Fire Remuneration Palace. When the few law enforcement hall's elders recalled Dong Lin who had ignored them earlier, they began to chime in one after another. However, I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to not only have a heaven-defying innate talent in divine abilities, but his innate talent in martial Dao is also so high. The 8th prodigy of Zoroastrianism is so strong that he's probably ranked in the top 5 among the 8 great prodigies. That Duan Lingtian really surprises me in every way. That's right. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, the things he has done have always been surprising. This time, he even slapped the face of our law enforcement hall's second-generation heir. He's really fearless. Based on this news, will he come to the law enforcement hall tomorrow? I finally have a chance to meet this prodigy who has been very popular in Zoroastrianism recently. I'm looking forward to meeting him as well. When the law enforcement hall's elders mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of curiosity could be seen in their eyes. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian looked like and who he was. How dare he cause so much trouble in Zoroastrianism? In the main hall of the law enforcement hall. As soon as Dong Lin entered, he went straight to the side hall where the dossiers were kept. The dossiers were very important to the law enforcement hall. For this reason, a Silver Flame Elder would usually be on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept. Elder Dong Lin? Today, the person on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept was a middle-aged Silver Flame Elder. When he saw Dong Lin rushing in, he was stunned. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I want to see the dossiers about the death of St. Lan's Elder Wei He. Dong Lin said in a commanding tone after he rushed in. It was as though he had forgotten that the person on duty in the side hall was a Silver Flame Elder. As expected, the Silver Flame Elder's expression turned grave when he heard Dong Lin's tone. He said coldly, "Elder Dong Lin, I don't remember where I put the dossiers that you're looking for. You should look for them yourself." Although Dong Lin's father was the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was still a Silver Flame Elder. However, he was a Silver Flame Elder after all, and he had his own dignity. Naturally, he would not allow Dong Lin, a Bronze Flame Elder, to step on his head. Even if he would offend the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was not willing to give up his dignity. "Elder Lin Tong, I'm sorry. I was too impatient. Please forgive me for offending you earlier." When Dong Lin heard the Silver Flame Elder's words, he finally realized the person before him was a Silver Flame Elder. Although he was displeased, he still took the initiative to apologize. What a joke! The dossiers in the side hall of the law enforcement hall were passed down through the generations of Zoroastrianism. If he were to look through them himself, he might not even be able to find the dossiers he was looking for even if he spent 3 days and 3 nights. In order to see the dossiers as soon as possible, he apologized on the surface. However, in his heart, he hated Lin Tong, the Silver Flame Elder before him. When Lin Tong saw Dong Lin apologizing, his expression softened immediately. At the same time, he took out the dossiers about the death of St. Lan's Elder Wei He and passed them to Dong Lin. "Elder Lin Tong, please take out the dossiers about the Duan Lingtian killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. I'd like to take a look." Dong Lin forced a smile on his face as he said to Lin Tong. It was apparent Lin Tong was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. When he saw how polite Dong Lin was, he immediately helped him find the dossiers he was looking for. Then, Dong Lin opened 2 dossiers. From the dossiers, he saw that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin's expression darkened immediately. As it turned out, the law enforcement hall had long recorded that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, he had just returned from outside, so he did not have the time to look into it. I'm really screwed over by Chen Peng this time. I hope Lord Hall Master won't hold me responsible for this, since I took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin prayed inwardly when he thought of this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened in the law enforcement hall. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace and the Central Square, he returned to his residence. Due to this reason, he was not worried that the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall would personally make a move on him. As for what will happen after I leave Zoroastrianism, why would I need to wait for him or the people he sends to make a move on me after I leave Zoroastrianism? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, won't let me go so easily. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. For this reason, he was not worried that Dong Lin's father would make a move on him after he left Zoroastrianism. Junior brother Lingtian, you'll be going to the law enforcement hall tomorrow. If it's possible, try not to have any conflict with Dong Lin when you go to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, even if Dong Lin's father doesn't personally teach you a lesson, he'll definitely instruct the Silver Flame Elder to do so. Lu Yun reminded Duan Lingtian. Once he went to the law enforcement hall, he would be in the Dong father and son's territory. For this reason, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not have any enmity with Dong Lin. As long as Dong Lin did not provoke him, he could not be bothered with him. After all, he did not suffer any losses today. Junior brother Lingtian, is your innate spiritual root really a blue innate spiritual root? Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken his words seriously. However, he seemed to have recalled something as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He had heard about what had happened today. Not only did he know that Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin were at odds, but he also knew that Duan Lingtian had given Dong Lin a tight slap. The slap was due to the blue innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian had shown. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, he still found it hard to believe. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had spread far and wide. For this reason, he suddenly asked Duan Lingtian this question. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, why was your innate spiritual root tested twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's question, he realized Lu Yun was going to get to the bottom of this. He was already prepared for this. I know a secret tactic that can conceal my innate spiritual root. At that time, I was only found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root because I had cast that secret tactic. Duan Lingtian blurted out. This was the excuse he had come up with a long time ago. Apart from that, he believed most people thought the same as well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the huge difference in his innate spiritual root. I see. Although Lu Yun had already guessed this, it was a different feeling when he heard it from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. As long as I can see them, so what if I have to suffer a little? Moreover, if he really dares to ask the Silver Flame Elder to teach me a lesson, I'll have to teach his son a lesson in full detail. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 2034. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 10 days, Duan Lingtian had also tried his best to calm himself down and cultivate. Although he did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base, he had managed to stabilize it. Give me half a month. I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtan, who was sitting cross-legged in the air in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed brightly like 2 stars in the night sky. Naturally, the half-a-month Duan Lingtian was referring to was half a month in the outside world. It was equivalent to 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, with the help of his blue innate spiritual root and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was almost comparable to a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Now, it's time for me to head to the enforcement hall. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his mansion before he flew in the direction of the Saint Island. The enforcement hall was located on the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Duan Lingtian continued to head north. Soon after, he arrived at the area where the enforcement hall was located. It was rare for outsiders to come to this area. You're a true disciple who's on duty in our enforcement hall after accepting the position issued by our enforcement hall? As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the area where the enforcement hall was located, he heard a voice resonating from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the clouds and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian took a closer look and saw the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder. Unlike the uniform of an ordinary Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder, the words Enforcement Hall were embroidered on the chest of his uniform. Based on this, one could tell he was an Enforcement Hall's elder. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the Enforcement Hall's elder's question. Do you have proof? The Law Enforcement Hall's elder who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Any true disciple who came to the Law Enforcement Hall to serve would have a certificate issued by the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he took out the proof that he had obtained from the Fire Remuneration Palace yesterday and handed it to the Law Enforcement Hall's elder. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall reached out and took it. His gaze then fell on the proof. Suddenly, as if he had seen something shocking, the pupils of the Law Enforcement Hall's elder suddenly shrank. His expression also changed at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall sucked in a breath of cold air. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? Although he was a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder and an Enforcement Hall's elder, his strength was only on par with Dong Lin. He was inferior to Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In the face of this person who could easily suppress Wen Yen and force Dong Lin, a spoiled brat, to apologize, apart from being shocked, there was only respect in his heart. Perhaps this person was much younger than him. However, it was precisely because this person was much stronger than him that he did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected, not the old. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the question from the Enforcement Hall's elder. You and the batch of true disciples on duty in our Law Enforcement Hall will be handed over in the main palace. I'll bring you there. When the Enforcement Hall's elder returned the proof to Duan Lingtian, he also took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the main palace. Isn't it too troublesome? Why don't you just show me the way, elder? Duan Lingtian asked politely. Duan Lingtian had always been a person who would respect those who respected him tenfold. He was extremely courteous to the Enforcement Hall's elder. Although he was much stronger than the Enforcement Hall's elder with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not look down on the Enforcement Hall at all. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to lead the way for a prodigy like you. The Enforcement Hall's elder shook his head. When Duan Lingtian saw how insistent the Enforcement Hall's elder was, he no longer refused and followed him to the Enforcement Hall's main palace. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked along the way. My name is Ping Bing. The enforcement hall's elder replied to Duan Lingtian immediately. Then, he said anxiously, "You don't have to address me as elder. You can just call me by my name. Elder Pengbing, you're a Zoroastrianism elder, and I'm a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It's only right for me to address you as elder so you don't have to think too much about it." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Pengbing's anxiousness. After coming to Zoroastrianism for so long, this was his first time seeing an elder who was as courteous to him as Pengbing. Pengbing seemed to be anxious when he addressed Duan Lingtian as elder. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian's elder was a Zoroastrianism elder. Currently, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame elders, Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. The Bronze Flame elders were not only afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength, but they were also afraid of his courage. After all, not everyone had the guts to humiliate a direct disciple of a Golden Flame elder in front of so many people. Moreover, not everyone had the guts to force the son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master to apologize. Among the true disciples, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was stronger than Wen Yen and Dong Lin. However, Duan Lingtian was the only one who dared to humiliate Wen Yen and Dong Lin. For this reason, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame elders, although Duan Lingtian was only a true disciple, he was an anomaly among the true disciples. He was someone they could not afford to offend. For this reason, Pengbing was both respectful and fearful when he faced Duan Lingtian. "Elder Pengbing, can you give me a brief introduction of the enforcement hall?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Of course." Pengbing nodded immediately before he began to introduce the enforcement hall to Duan Lingtian. The enforcement hall is divided into 3 halls, and each of them has their own duties. The 3 halls are the main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. The main hall. With Pengbing's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a basic understanding of the enforcement hall. The enforcement hall was divided into 3 halls. The main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. From this, he found out that Kerr and her mother were imprisoned in the prison hall. Elder Pengbing, the prison hall is an important place in the enforcement hall. The people who usually guard there should be at least Silver Flame elders, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Although it seemed like he did not mean it, he actually meant it. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to find out more about the prison hall. If there were only some Bronze Flame elders guarding the prison hall, perhaps he would have a chance to rescue Kerr and their daughter. Naturally, it was just a thought since even he thought it was unrealistic. There were so many Silver Flame elders in the enforcement hall. How could they only let a group of Bronze Flame elders guard the prison hall that was the most important place in the enforcement hall? Yes. Pengbing nodded immediately when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Usually, there are 3 Silver Flame elders guarding the prison hall. You'll need their permission to enter the prison hall. If anything happens in the prison hall, they'll have a communication Dao talisman with them. They'll be able to inform the hall master and the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall immediately. Pengbing said, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean the prison hall is impregnable? It's impossible for anyone to rescue the people who are imprisoned there?" Duan Lingtian asked, seemingly surprised. In fact, Duan Lingtian was feeling a little gloomy at this moment. This meant that he would not be able to do anything. Before he had the ability to defeat the hall master of the enforcement hall, it was impossible for him to rescue Kerr and their daughter. Indeed. Pengbing nodded before he continued to say, "With the hall master of the enforcement hall here, unless the person who comes is a guardian of Zoroastrianism, it's impossible for anyone to rescue them from the prison hall." When Pengbing mentioned the hall master of the enforcement hall, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. To every enforcement hall elder, the hall master of the enforcement hall was a supreme existence. His position in their hearts was second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were not as important as the hall master of the enforcement hall in their eyes. Pengbing was talking to himself, but he didn't notice it. Duan Lingtian's face had turned completely gloomy. It was only when Prengbing instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian that the gloomy expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared, and he regained his composure. The main palace of the enforcement hall is right in front of us. After walking for a while, Prengbing's voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian immediately looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge and long palace sat there. It looked like a divine dragon that was crawling on the ground. It gave off an invisible pressure that came from the bottom of one's heart. Bush, bush. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he immediately saw two figures flashing past him and entering the enforcement hall's main palace. Are they true disciples on duty as well? Although the two of them were very fast, Duan Lingtian could still clearly see the Saint Land True Disciples uniform they were wearing. I have to go back to patrol as well, so I'll send you here. If we're free in the future, let's get together again. Prengbing smiled and told Duan Lingtian that he was about to leave. Elder Prengbing, thank you for leading the way. Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian thanked Prengbing. After Prengbing left, he followed the two true disciples into the enforcement hall's main palace. I hope Kerr and her daughter are locked up with Gan Ruyen. In that case, I'll have a chance to meet them. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he stepped into the enforcement hall's main palace. However, they knew this was the kind of treatment Duan Lingtian deserved. After all, Duan Lingtian was so powerful. All right, thank you for your trouble, Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter before he stood at the side. When the three true disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing next to them, they did not dare to look at him or whisper to each other even though they were curious about Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to communicate through voice transmissions. At the same time, the other two true disciples also came to register. At this point, 6 out of the 10 true disciples who went to the Fire Remuneration Palace to accept the mission given by the enforcement hall had arrived. With the arrival of Duan Lingtian, the atmosphere in the reception hall of the enforcement hall's main hall became slightly oppressive. Nobody spoke, and nobody made a sound. This continued until the arrival of the 7th true disciple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 7th true disciple, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he knew this true disciple. Senior brother Lu Yun? Why are you here? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise when he saw the true disciple walking into the reception hall. How is it? Are you surprised? Lu Yun, who walked into the reception hall, seemed to enjoy Duan Lingtian's reaction. He could not help but smile. Yes, I'm very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. It's only a month anyway. I'll accompany you. Lu Yun said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Naturally, he knew the purpose of Lu Yun's visit. It was none other than to keep an eye on him and prevent him from offending Elder Dong Lin of the enforcement hall. Apart from that, Lu Yun also wanted to help him meet Gan Ruyen. Soon after, Lu Yun was done with the formalities. He stood next to Duan Lingtian and waited. At the same time, he asked curiously, Junior brother Lingtian, when did you arrive? I've been here for less than 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian replied. It seems like I'm late. Initially, I planned to come earlier so that you'd be the first to see me and be shocked. Lu Yun smiled. I'm just as shocked now. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When the other 5 true disciples saw how close Lu Yun and Duan Lingtian were, they looked at Lu Yun enviously and gloatingly. Naturally, they were envious of Lu Yun's close relationship with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the 8th prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Apart from mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities, he also possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was definitely a monstrous genius. As long as such a monstrous genius did not die prematurely, he would at least become a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, they were envious when they saw how close Lu Yun was to a future golden flame elder. They gloated because they thought since Duan Lingtian had offended so many people, as his friend, Lu Yun would most likely be implicated as well. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lin, when he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbol Sanctums, he had also offended the True Disciple, Wen Yen, and the Enforcement Hall's Elder, Dong Lin, after he came to the Saint Land. Both of them might not be as strong as Duan Lingtian. However, their backgrounds were terrifyingly powerful. Take Wen Yen for example. Her master was a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. He was also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Dong Lin's background was even more terrifying. Dong Lin's father was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall that they were currently in. After offending Elder Dong Lin, he still dares to accept a mission from the enforcement hall to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Doesn't Duan Lingta know what he's doing is akin to sending a lamb to the tiger's den? These were the thoughts of the other 5 true disciples and the enforcement hall's elders present on the scene. As time passed by, the last 3 true disciples finally arrived. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were, naturally, shocked. Even if they had received news beforehand that Duan Lingtian would be on duty with them in the enforcement hall today, they would not be able to do anything. "The 10 of you, come with me." After Duan Lingtian and the others arrived, in less than 10 breaths, an enforcement hall's elder walked out of the enforcement hall's main hall and beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others to follow him. Based on the uniform the enforcement hall's elder was wearing, it was obvious he was also a Bronze Flame Elder. Under the lead of the Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Lingtian and the others met with the true disciples who had been on duty in the enforcement hall for the past month and completed the handover process with them. As for the handover process, it was nothing more than their original duties. When the 10 true disciples were about to leave the enforcement hall after the handover, they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. Their thoughts were similar to the others. They all felt Duan Lingtian was akin to sending a lamb to the tiger's den to be on duty in the enforcement hall. It was apparent they had heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. As true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall, it was only natural that they had their own residence. Each of them had their own independent and spacious room in the enforcement hall's main hall. Junior brother Lingtian will officially be on duty in the enforcement hall from tomorrow onward. Today is also the only day you'll have a chance to meet senior sister Ru Yen. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the senior in our clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he heard Lu Yun's words before he could even close the door. "All right." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, his eyes were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. "Let's look for him at his residence first. If he's not there, we'll look for him at his post. After all, he's not like us. He has to be on duty." Lu Yun continued. Since the true disciples were only on duty in the enforcement hall for a month before they were dismissed, there was no such thing as being on duty or taking a break. It was fine if they were on duty or taking a break. Lu Yu was currently the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan. However, even if he was the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan, he was merely a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. He could not afford to offend a golden flame elder at all. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment. Previously, he had not thought about this at all. However, now that Lu Yu had reminded him, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, if the clan behind Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Elder Lu Yu, thank you for your reminder. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yu and said with a serious expression, "You don't have to worry. Within a month, I'll make everyone think that I've fallen out with senior brother Lu Yun and severed ties with him." Duan Lingtian, I'm grateful for your understanding. This shows that you're indeed a worthy friend. Xiao Yuner has a good eye. Lu Yu nodded his head in satisfaction before he continued to say, "However, I know Xiao Yuner very well. I'm afraid he won't be willing to abandon a friend like you." "Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I'll convince senior brother Lu Yun," Duan Lingtian said confidently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Yu immediately felt relieved. Subsequently, they did not speak for the rest of the journey. The prison hall in the enforcement hall was located in the northern area of the main hall. It was also the border of the enforcement hall's area. It was located at the northern side of the Saint Island. When they arrived at the prison hall, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu were, naturally, stopped. Elder Lu Yu. The person who stopped them was a bronze flame elder from the enforcement hall. He was very respectful when he spoke to Lu Yu. "Bring me to Elder Meng Qi and the others," Lu Yu said nonchalantly. Following that, under the guidance of the bronze flame elder from the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Yu to meet the 3 silver flame elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. The silver flame elders from the enforcement hall knew each other. Coincidentally, the 3 silver flame elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall had a good relationship with Lu Yu. For this reason, the 3 silver flame elders agreed to Lu Yu's request to let Duan Lingtian meet Gan Ruyen. However, there was a time limit. It had only been 15 minutes since Duan Lingtian met Gan Ruyen. Although 15 minutes was a short time, Duan Lingtian did not bargain. This was because he knew that he was only able to meet Gan Ruyen because of Lu Yu. He did not have the right to bargain at all. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you." Lu Yu cupped his fist and thanked the 3 silver flame elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was led into the prison hall by one of the silver flame elders, Meng Qi. After Duan Lingtian was brought into the prison hall, the other 2 silver flame elders looked at Lu Yu in surprise and asked, "Lu Yu, what's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you willing to help him?" "That's right. What's your relationship with him?" Since Duan Lingtian's portrait had spread throughout the entire Zoroastrianism, the 2 silver flame elders recognized Duan Lingtian the moment they saw him. As for Duan Lingtian's past deeds, they had also heard about it. "It's nothing. He just knows one of my juniors, and that junior asked me to help him." Lu Yu smiled faintly. "Lu Yu, this Duan Lingtian is a hot potato. You better tell your junior to stay away from him." "That's right. He's even offended Dong Lin now. Dong Lin is the lifeblood of our enforcement hall's vice hall master Dong. Now that Duan Lingtian has touched his lifeblood, there's no way he'll let this go so easily." The 2 silver flame elders had a good relationship with Lu Yu. Hence, they immediately reminded Lu Yu. "I understand." Lu Yu nodded. If he did not understand, he would not have said those words to Duan Lingtian. However, when he recalled that Duan Lingtian had already promised him, he was relieved. On the other side, Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall under the lead of silver flame elder Meng Qi. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall, he could feel a cold aura surging toward him. He could not help but shudder. It was as though the environment in the depths of the prison hall was similar to an ice mountain and snow valley. "Duan Lingtian, I'm curious. Are you related to the dragons?" Meng Qi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. "Elder Meng Qi, I obtained the 9-clawed divine dragon's inheritance by chance and obtained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I've never met any dragons before." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "With your innate talent and your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured if you go to the dragons." Meng Qi's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, "Although I don't know your relationship with Lu Yu, since he's willing to help you meet Gan Ruyen, I can tell that you have a good relationship with him. Since we've been friends for so many years, I advise you to leave Zoroastrianism as soon as possible. Our enforcement hall's vice hall master Dong is not someone to be trifled with. A hint of dread flashed in Meng Qi's eyes when he mentioned vice hall master Dong. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Meng Qi. Duan Lingtian knew Meng Qi meant well, so he quickly thanked him. However, he did not intend to accept Meng Qi's suggestion. He only had one goal in mind when he came to Zoroastrianism. It was to rescue Kerr and their daughter. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not leave Zoroastrianism before rescuing Kerr and their daughter. Meng Qi seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's waning interest, so he did not say anything else. He continued to remain silent for the rest of the journey. The deeper they went into the prison hall, the more they could feel the cold air coming from within. Elder Meng Qi, is it always so cold in the prison hall? Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned completely serious. He looked at Meng Qi and asked. There was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. The place of imprisonment inside is much colder than here. Meng Qi replied. Colder than here? Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. The first thing he thought of was his and Kerr's daughter. With Kerr's cultivation, she might be able to withstand the environment here. But what about their daughter? How old was she? Why would she be imprisoned in such an environment? Chapter 2037. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to see his daughter, it did not change the fact that blood was thicker than water between them. When Duan Lingtian thought about how his daughter was being tortured in the prison hall, he felt extremely sad. I'm useless. It's all my fault. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with self-reproach. He was thinking about how he would make it up to his daughter after he rescued her so that he could make up for what he owed her. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Elder Meng Qi, ever since we entered the prison hall, I haven't seen anyone guarding it. Aren't you worried that someone might kidnap the prisoners? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Qi with a gleam in his eyes. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall, he did not see a third living person other than himself and Meng Qi. Let alone a living person, he did not even see a dead person. He wanted to see if there were any loopholes in the prison hall that would allow him to rescue Kerr and their daughter as soon as possible. He did not want Kerr and their daughter to stay here for even a second longer. Kidnap prisoners? Meng Qi could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, you've really underestimated the prison hall of the enforcement hall. The prison hall has been in existence ever since Zoroastrianism moved to the upper province from the lower province. The prison hall is filled with formations that are filled with killing intent. Those below the Saint Celestial stage who are unfamiliar with these formations will definitely die if they trespass. Even those below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured if they don't die. Even those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be in a wretched state if they were to trigger the formations. Unless someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above breaks into the prison hall to rescue the prisoners, they won't be able to take the prisoners away. Meng Qi's words also revealed how terrifying the prison hall was. There were killing formations everywhere in the prison hall. Once triggered, even those at the peak of the quintessential saint stage would definitely die. I see. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly inhale a breath of cold air. At the same time, he dispelled the idea of trespassing into the prison hall and taking away Kerr and her daughter. One had to know. Even with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would have to exhaust all of his Sun Saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The most powerful attack he could cast with the Jasper Celestial Sword was only comparable to the attack of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he could withstand the first wave of attacks from the killing array and not die, when the second wave arrived, he would still die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current strength. Strength, the current me is still too weak. My current cultivation speed is still too slow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I can devour other people's innate spiritual roots and upgrade my innate spiritual root to a violet one, my cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Even if you encounter a bottleneck, you can forcefully break through it in a very short time. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. It seems like it's time for me to leave Zoroastrianism and upgrade my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian knew very well. In Zoroastrianism, due to the sect's rules, it would be difficult for him to kill someone and take their innate spiritual root even if he had a conflict with them. After all, not everyone was willing to enter the Palace of Death and sign a death pact with him. For example, Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Although Wen Yen wanted to tear him into pieces, she did not dare to enter the Palace of Death with him. Naturally, even if he entered the Palace of Death, it would not be convenient for him to devour the innate spiritual roots of those he killed, since the overseer of the Palace of Death would be watching him. The overseer of the Palace of Death was the first Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. His eyesight was extremely good. Even if Duan Lingtian cast his 10,000 swords territory, he would not be able to block the overseer's sight. At that time, the overseer would most likely be able to see through his method of devouring innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's method of devouring innate spiritual roots was completely dependent on his divine power, the elementary devouring skill. However, who could guarantee that once this matter was exposed, Zoroastrianism would not imprison him and force him to share the elementary devouring skill with him? Duan Lingtian would only be able to share a divine power after he had comprehended it to the highest level. However, Zoroastrianism could imprison him now and force him to share the divine power after he had comprehended the elementary devouring skill to the highest level. Imprison him was the best way to keep him here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. If he was imprisoned by Zoroastrianism like a lab rat, he would not be able to save Kerr and her daughter. He would not even be able to save himself. Don't be fooled by the fact that we did not trigger any killing formations along the way. That's because I'm familiar with the killing formations here. I know where to go without triggering any killing formations. You should have noticed that I've been taking detours along the way, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, he had noticed this. Moreover, he had also memorized the route Duan Lingtian took. However, the killing formations here change every once in a while. That's because the formation changes itself. Therefore, it might not be the same the next time we come here, Mengqi said. He continued to explain. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was still guessing that the killing formations in the prison hall might change. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his guess was confirmed. Duan Lingtian realized that the route he had memorized would not be useful in the future. Therefore, he decided not to think about it anymore. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to leave Zoroastrianism without alarming the two of them. If I continue to stay in Zoroastrianism, it will be difficult for me to improve my innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. He would leave Zoroastrianism. He would go out and improve his innate spiritual roots. Do you know that I can't wait to kill you? Are you seeking your own death by coming here? Ganru Yen said in a deep voice. You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Ganru Yan's words. His eyes turned cold as he said coldly, Ganru Yen, I should be the one saying this to you, right? Don't tell me that until now, you still think that bringing Kerr back was the right choice? If you didn't bring Kerr back, would she have fallen into such a dangerous situation? You should be glad you didn't hand Kerr over to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, you'd have died. Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. I'd have died? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but laugh disdainfully. She, Gan Ruyen, was ranked 7th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. She was one of the 7 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. She had already entered the Supreme Saint ranking at such a young age. In fact, only the strongest 1,000 people in the Dao Martial Saint Land were qualified to enter the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, the young man whom she had regarded as an ant a few years ago had appeared before her. Although she did not know how he came to be here, she still found it ridiculous. How could his strength have improved so much in just a few years? That's right. Duan Lingtian replied decisively in the face of Gan Ruyen's disdain. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating in his body surged out. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the Sun Saint energy in his body. Almost at the same time, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Before Gan Ruyen could react, the long hairpin on Gan Ruyen's head broke. Crash! After Gan Ruyen's hairpin broke, her long black hair fell to the ground. She cut a sorry figure. What do you think now? Before Gan Ruyen could see the traces of the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian, who had put the Jasper Celestial Sword away, glanced at Gan Ruyen coldly and asked indifferently. Currently, Duan Lingtian had lost most of his Sun Saint energy. He was powerless. If Gan Ruyen made a move on him now, he would not be able to resist at all. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian dared to expend so much Sun Saint energy, he was certain Gan Ruyen would not make a move on him. After all, if he really wanted to kill Gan Ruyen, it would be very easy for him to do so. He believed that Gan Ruyen could sense it as well. Naturally, Gan Ruyen could sense it as well. How is this possible? Almost at the moment when Duan Lingtian broke Gan Ruyen's hairpin, Gan Ruyen's heart was filled with endless fear. She felt that she was so close to death at that moment. If the target of his sword was not her hairpin but a vital part of her body, she would definitely die. How can he be so strong? Gan Ruyen secretly gasped. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, she could not help but feel shocked. She felt that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Duan Lingtian she had met before. That Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from her. She could even suppress him with just a flick of her finger. However, the Duan Lingtian in front of her was far stronger than her. From the beginning until the end, she did not see any trace of the sword at all. Even when she sparred with the true disciple who was ranked first on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism, she did not feel such despair and suffocation from the beginning until the end. At that moment, she even felt that her life was out of her control. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Who are you? It was precisely because of this that Gan Ruyen questioned Duan Lingtian's identity again. This was because she did not dare to associate this young man who could kill her with a single sword strike with the man who had harmed her sister. What? Do you think it's impossible for me to possess strength that far surpasses yours in just a few years? Duan Lingtian sneered. It was not difficult for him to guess Gan Ruyen's thoughts at this moment. In fact, let alone Gan Ruyen, even he felt like he was dreaming. Back then, Gan Ruyen had appeared as Qi Mei and forcefully took her away. At that time, Gan Ruyen's strength suffocated him. He could only watch as she took her away. He would never forget that scene. At that moment, he felt extremely powerless when he faced Gan Ruyen. After so many years, when he saw Gan Ruyen again, he could even kill Gan Ruyen with just a single sword strike with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This feeling made him feel proud, but at the same time, he felt unrealistic. The difference was too great. It was precisely because of this that he could understand Gan Ruyen's feelings at this moment. A person whom she regarded as an ant a few years ago had the strength to kill her with just a single sword strike. As long as she was a normal person, she would not be able to accept this. It's impossible for you to be him. Let alone a few years, even if he's given a few decades or a few centuries, he might not necessarily have your strength. Tell me, for you, what does this have to do with him? Why are you impersonating him? Are you trying to stand up for him and humiliate me? Gan Ru Yan's expression turned even more unsightly. However, she still could not believe the Duan Lingtian in front of her was the Duan Lingtian she had come into contact with in the past. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe me or not. The reason I'm here today is not because I want to see you, but because I want to see Ku'er and our daughter. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he bluntly revealed his purpose of entering the prison hall. He wanted to see Ku'er and their daughter. Gan Ru Yan frowned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2039. It's the truth. Duan Lingtian replied coldly and decisively in the face of Gan Ru Yan's repeated questions. His cold voice resonated in the air. At the same time, it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Gan Ru Yan still found it hard to believe when she heard Duan Lingtian's resolute reply. However, she found a sense of déjà vu in the young man's eyes. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the gaze of the young man who had blocked her way was no different from the gaze of the young man in front of her. In her mind, the two of them overlapped. It did not seem out of place at all. How's it possible that you're so strong? Gan Ru Yan gasped. Although she still found it hard to believe, she knew she had no choice but to believe it even if she did not want to. This was because Duan Lingtian was standing in front of her. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed hers. You don't have to worry about how I'm so strong. I've already said that I'm here to see Ku'er and her daughter, not you. Where are they now? Duan Lingtian asked in a timely manner. Since you're not here to see me, why don't you just go and see them? Gan Ru Yan asked. At this moment, even Gan Ru Yan did not notice that when she spoke to Duan Lingtian again, her tone had softened a little. She was no longer as domineering as before. It was as though she was awed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Perhaps she was touched by the fact that Duan Lingtian had come all the way to the Zoroastrianism to look for her sister. However, one thing was certain. Gan Ru Yan, who originally hated Duan Lingtian to the core, suddenly had a thought that Duan Lingtian was indeed worthy of her sister. In fact, in the past, she only thought Duan Lingtian was a toad. She did not think Duan Lingtian was worthy of her sister at all. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, her attitude had unknowingly changed. Even she did not notice the change. Do you think the enforcement hall's elder will let me see Ku'er and her daughter if I say so? Duan Lingtian sneered. Upon hearing this, Gan Ru Yan finally understood. Her sister was different from her. Her sister had committed a taboo in the Zoroastrianism. She was a very sensitive person in the Zoroastrianism. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even the Golden Flame elders in the Zoroastrianism might not be able to see her sister even if they wanted to. From the beginning, they weren't locked up with me. Gan Ru Yan sighed and said, when I brought Yu Yan back, I hid her in my mansion until she gave birth to your daughter. Gan Ru Yan paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. Yu Yan. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he realized the Yu Yan Gan Ru Yan mentioned was Ku'er's other name. Yu Yan named your daughter Duan Xiling, Duan Xiling said. Gan Ru Yan said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Xiling. It was Gan Ru Yan's words that caught Duan Lingtian off guard. His heart skipped a beat as though something had touched him. Duan Yantian was the name little Fei had given to their son. Duan Xiling was the name Ku'er had given to their daughter. Although the names were different, they had the same meaning. She missed him, Duan Lingtian. Since you're able to find your way here, it means that you've heard about what happened after that. I've kept Yu Yan's matter a secret from almost everyone. However, In the end, Wen Yan discovered some clues and reported me to the enforcement hall. Gan Yan's eyes flashed coldly when she mentioned Wen Yan. If it were not for Wen Yan, her sister would not have been locked up by the enforcement hall. Due to Wen Yan's report, Yu Yan and our daughter were taken away by the enforcement hall. As for me, I went to look for my master, Guardian Qing Hua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Initially, I wanted to ask for Master's help, but Master said I was foolish and told me to go to the enforcement hall. Gan Yen sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. I know Master is doing this for my own good. When Lord's sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation in the future and finds out about this matter, he might let me off for his sake. However, Master said there's nothing he can do about Yu Yan. He can only leave it to Lord's sect leader to make a decision. Gan Yan's expression turned solemn. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. Make a decision? What's there to make a decision about? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Gan Yan's words. Put aside the fact that Kerr didn't want to end up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, what does her life have to do with Zoroastrianism? She fell in love with me and had children with me. What does that have to do with Zoroastrianism? What right does Zoroastrianism have to decide her life? What right does it have to decide her life and death? Duan Lingtian's cold voice trembled slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious he was furious. It was as though the anger he had been suppressing in his heart all this time had exploded all at once. I know you're unwilling to accept this, but do you think I'm willing to accept this as well? Gan Yen smiled wryly. Didn't you ask me if I still think bringing Yu Yan back to Zoroastrianism was the right choice? Let me tell you, I still think it was the right choice. This was because as long as Yu Yan was in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the people sent by Zoroastrianism would be able to find her sooner or later. However, I didn't expect that even after I found her, brought her back, and hid her away, she was still found out in the end. When Gan Yen reached the end of her sentence, the killing intent in her eyes shone again. Her killing intent was clearly directed at Wen Yan as well. After venting his anger, Duan Lingtian calmed down a lot. Based on Gan Yan's words, he could sense that Gan Yen was genuinely concerned about Kerr. Perhaps, the way she was concerned was not what he wanted, but she had good intentions. I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually brought Kerr back to Zoroastrianism and walked right into the trap. Couldn't you have found a place for her to stay outside? However, Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Gan Yen for her foolish act of bringing Kerr back to Zoroastrianism. Find a place for her to stay outside? Do you think I'll be at ease? Gan Yen said in a deep voice, She's my biological sister, my long-lost biological sister. Even if I can't see her for half a day, I'll still be worried about her safety. Moreover, in my opinion, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. However, no matter how I thought about it, I didn't expect Wen Yan to be hiding in the dark and watching me. She even discovered Yu Yan, who I brought back. When Gan Yen mentioned Wen Yan again, the killing intent in her eyes became even more intense. Duan Lingtian no longer blamed her when he sensed Gan Yan's genuine sorrow. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, Do you know where Kerr and our daughter are being held? I don't know. Gan Yen shook her head. The prison hall is huge and there are many stone cells. Yu Yan and our daughter should be in one of the stone cells. Don't worry, before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation, the enforcement hall won't touch her at all. However, if the sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid Yu Yan and our daughter would. When Gan Yen reached this part of her sentence, a hint of regret and pity could be seen in her eyes. If I had a choice, I'd rather not bring her out of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, even though I think it was a wrong decision. However, if I did that, even if she was brought back by the Zoroastrianism, at least the mother and daughter would be able to spend more time with you. Right now, it's not certain if the mother and daughter would be able to reunite with you or not. Tears rolled down Ganru Yan's cheeks. Based on her words, it was as though she did not think her sister would survive. "We'll definitely be able to reunite," Duan Lingtian said resolutely. "I'll definitely rescue Kerr and our daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation. If something happens to Kerr and their daughter because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, in the future, not only will I tear him into pieces, but I'll also destroy the foundation of Zoroastrianism with my own hands. I'll make Zoroastrianism disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land forever and become a part of the Dao Martial Saint Land's history." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold, as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine when they heard it. If it was before, Ganru Yan would think Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself when Duan Lingtian said this. However, after witnessing the transformation of Duan Lingtian's strength in just a few years, she no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had the potential. Perhaps, once your innate talent is exposed, even the sect leader won't dare to make a move on you Yen. However, the prerequisite is that you must show the potential that the entire Zoroastrianism is afraid of. Ganru Yan said excitedly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, the prerequisite is that you can't continue to stay in Zoroastrianism and prevent the Zoroastrianism from finding you. Otherwise, the sect leader won't have anything to fear as long as you're killed in the cradle. Ganru Yan finished her sentence in one breath. Ganru Yan's words reminded Duan Lingtian that he was even more determined to show his potential in Zoroastrianism. "It seems like I should leave Zoroastrianism as soon as I leave the enforcement hall. As long as I return after raising my innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root, I'll definitely shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.